Yeah, yeah, we're going live soon. Yeah, right. Yeah, well, we're going live. All right, goodbye. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Actually, not welcome back. This is the first episode of a new series um, where we'll be talking about the news and geopolitics with a decidedly Christian perspective here on the Grottu Orloff Inspirational Network. This program's been in the works for several years. We're very excited about this new program, Perspective. I'm your host, Dr. Grottu Orloff. It's November 10th, 2024, in the year of our Lord. And we're 4 days into after the reelection of Donald J. Trump, who will be the 47th and, of course, the 45th president of the United States. And tonight, this morning, I should say, yes, it's morning in America. I say morning. We'll be discussing how much America has changed in just a few days, and he's not actually president yet. So, Nikki Haley, Mike Pompeo have been announced this morning by Donald Trump that they will not be a part of his administration. These horrific neocons. And, but let's take a look at the world as it is several days after the reelection of Donald J. Trump, ladies and gentlemen. Let's stand up and try to avoid hitting our heads on the light here, which is always a hazard. Let's see here. Oh, and this is a talk show, unlike Meet the Press and Face the Nation, where you can be a guest and you can come on and talk because we put the link right here in the chat here. So come on in, ladies and gentlemen. I've got to. Yeah, I've got to get downstairs. Here's Drew the dog. He's part of our staff of reporters here on Perspective, a new Christian Sunday morning talk show. It's one of those talking head programs they talk about. And Perspective, the Christian talking head Sunday morning show, is brought to you, of course, by Cat's Premium Beer with the new pull tabs. And this is brewed in San Antonio, Texas, the home of the memory crypt of Castle Hills. You need to go to Rumble and subscribe to the memory crypt of Castle Hills. You need to do that today. In fact, you need to do that right now, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. That being said, having said that, let's move forward. Okay. We've been decorating for Christmas here at, oh, I didn't even tell you. We're coming to you from the Grottu Orloff Inspirational Network, WFUN Channel 47 here in rural Retreat, Virginia. We've been brought on the air broadcasting here on YouTube and on other affiliates for over 5 years, and we're proud to be serving you, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, I got to take some Santa Claus stuff downstairs. We're up here on the 47th floor of the Hotel Orloff, and decorating for Christmas. We got to get these Santa Claus icons downstairs. We're going to do that without waking up the wife, so we got to be real stealthy as we go down the stairs, ladies and gentlemen. Everything. Oh, yes, I do. Okay. Okay, we can speak a little more freely now that we're down here in the lobby of the Hotel Orloff. Um, Putting Christmas presents beneath the Christmas tree here. Once again, Santa Claus is in business, ladies and gentlemen. Santa Claus, you're moving a little bit slow. You're a little sluggish here. Man, Santa Claus, what's wrong with you, man? Okay. Good God. Moves very slow. This Santa Claus, where should this go? Man, I just saw. Here's another Monster High doll that we didn't get to see last night. Um, I'll put Santa Claus right here. How about that? Yeah, I didn't notice that one back there. We have more. We had a special show last night. We were looking at Monster High dolls because Kevin Johnson, the owner and proprietor of Gotham City Comics in Mesa, Arizona, that's his phone number there, just acquired like over 100 Monster High dolls still in the box, the original ones from way back when they were created back in 1947. And so he's got those on consignment. We did a show last night where he showed them all so that young ladies and gentlemen that collect Monster High dolls can decide what they want for Christmas and call them up and order them. Well, let's talk about politics and watch Space Ghost. A wonderful Sunday morning, the first Sunday after Donald Trump's elected. Now, you go to church and raise your voice to God and thank Him for this wonderful next 4 years. Um, we're not able to go to church today. We don't have a church home yet. We haven't we're new to town. We don't have a church yet, but wherever two or three people come together to praise Jesus, worship God, there's a church. So there are 5 people watching right now, plus me and Drew the dog. That constitutes a kind of virtual online church. So we can talk about how God is great. And I'm very serious. We avoided, Trump avoided by turning his head slightly and just his ear got grazed. We came that close to total tyranny, socialism, communism, really. Uh, oh, do you know that I have from pretty good authority? I can't prove this, but I have pretty good authority that Barack Obama and wife or husband, whatever, have fled the country or gone off to some foreign land on vacation, perhaps. Have you heard this? Oh, well. Maybe they just ready for a vacation, man. So. Oh no, Earthworm Jim's starting. It's time to turn the channel, ladies and gentlemen. Not that Earthworm Jim's that bad. I just prefer older vintage cartoons. Right, Darth Vader? Yeah, that's Darth Vader chiming in. Oh, let's see. Oh, there's someone in the chat. Happy Sunday, Grotz. Praying for you and Cleo today. Thank you so much, Justin. Let's all stay in prayer because, even though everything's wonderful, we're still not out of the woods. The commies have been beaten back. They may reroute, they may come back, they may. We got to be careful. We have to be wary. They're very tricky. You can spot them, though, because they all have rings in their nose, apparently. And now they're shaving their heads. Okay. I can't see a thing, man. And I don't know where my glasses are. Did I leave them upstairs? Probably. If I go upstairs, I'll wake my wife up. My God. Can you guys even hear me? I'm not. I've got my microphone. I'll put it here. Force perspective makes it appear bigger. It's actually tiny. This is my wife's. Okay. What cartoon should I watch next? Put it in the chat what cartoon we should see next. Yeah. Oh, there's a interesting. What is this? What do you want? What do you fucking even call to me out a couple of seconds? Oh, line. Hmm.
I've now described the present state of the world. The animated beings that exist within these regions are just as worthy of our consideration. But perhaps the human mind cannot encompass so vast a subject.
Oh, David Wilcock's on today. I'll have to end the stream to watch that. That's later. Oh man, I'm on. I'm on, man. Two little Indians, no fear. Colonel Ivaldi's too soon disappear. Fighting the army, blue soldiers galore. What's ten little Indians do? First watch him go, 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 go. First watch him go, go, go. Okay. With your sergeant, go, and a sergeant, go, go, go. First watch him go, 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 go. Brock has had nearly 12 years running a country. He needs a vacation. Or did you mean to put ruining a country? See, Justin says Davy and Goliath. Yeah. You know, what's funny is when I lived in Hampton, Virginia, in second grade, it was the first time I saw Davy and Goliath. They didn't put Davy and Goliath on Sunday morning. Davy and Goliath was just mixed in with all the regular cartoons like Bugs Bunny and, uh, you know, it's just there'd be a Popeye cartoon, then there'd be Davy and Goliath, and there'd be whatever else, Tennessee Tuxedo, then there'd be Jot. Now, obviously, Davy and Goliath and Jot are Christian cartoons with messages. Um, but when we moved to Arlington, Texas, a few years later, Davy and Goliath and Jot were relegated to Sunday mornings. Because I guess, but in Virginia, they just put the cartoons mixed in. Um, so I guess a lot of people think of Davy and Goliath, they associate it with Sunday morning. Other cartoons associated with Sunday morning, I think, um, for many years, the Casper cartoons were on Sunday morning. And Beanie and Cecil on the network in the 60s, they were on Sunday mornings. And I think they moved the Beatles cartoons to Sunday mornings at some point in the later 60s. I could be wrong. Saw some guy on YouTube. Instead of saying I could be wrong, he says, I could be right. I thought that's a new innovative way of saying that. I could be right. It's like, is this jug half full or half empty? By the way, it looks like I'm drinking liquor. I'm sorry, it's pure leaf, no sugar, real brewed tea. It's real, ladies and gentlemen. It's not a figment of your imagination. Pure leaf. I think they could have come up with a better name than pure leaf. It's kind of a silly name. It's kind of silly, you know. When I'm watching Go Go Gophers, I want to drink a drink with a more dignified name than Pure Leaf. Well, golly gee, I'm trying to wake up here. I don't know about you, ladies and gentlemen. Christmas. What does Christmas mean to you, ladies and gentlemen? It's already Christmas time. Supermarket last night. I went in to get some bacon bits for the dog. All the Christmas stuff's up in the supermarket. Local Dollar General's all decked up with festive decorations. What do we got here? John Goris, isn't that a Public Image Limited song? I could be wrong. I could be right. Uh, maybe. I'm more familiar with the Sex Pistols music than Public Image Limited, but is Public Image Limited pretty good? It's not. I've never really explored their catalog, and it's not like it's played on the radio. Justin, I go between Pure Leaf and Gold Peak. Yeah. Oh yeah. What is the deal with these teas? Maybe this will stop the Trump administration, but I noticed Gold Leaf, Gold Peak, or whatever, is more guilty of it. Which is, and maybe this is something that has to be done for tea. I don't know, but the bottom is like it's got this hollow section, but Gold Leaf it goes way in. It's almost like it's a trick to make it look like you're getting more liquid than you really are. But I don't know why they have to have this hole at the bottom. I've never was a tea drinker, but I decided I got to stop drinking those soft drinks, man. They're a pure filth. Now, I know that Dr. Pepper is one of our sponsors here on the Grottu Orloff Inspirational Network, and Dr. Pepper is a drink I loved growing up. It doesn't taste the same as it used to, although you can get these special Dr. Peppers in bottles that kind of more taste like the old Dr. Pepper because they use sugar. But man, those soft drinks are not healthy for you. Sean Goris says PIL had a couple of good songs, not as many as the Pistols. Yeah. Yeah, you have to send me what the couple of good songs are. Well, I need to, explore more. But today I'm going to be listening to Christmas music, I think. Did Public Image Limited ever put out an album of Christmas standards? Well, let's go greet the beautiful dawn on a beautiful Sunday morning, November 10th, 2024. Let's see what it looks like outside. Haven't even looked outside yet. Let's take a darn look. Oh, yesterday it was all foggy and rainy and all that. But today we got a beautiful sunrise that, so how about that, ladies and gentlemen? How about that? Dr. Pepper, ladies and gentlemen. I guess I should close the curtains so that I don't create a lot of noise for my wife. We'll be doing this show every Sunday. Perspective. News with a decidedly Christian perspective here from Grottu Orloff Inspirational Network. But my wife is trying to sleep upstairs, so I woke her up yesterday and that didn't go well. So we're going to try to avoid that this morning. All right. Just vinyl, I guess they're vinyl curtains. So John Gora says, this is not a love song, it's the real banger. Oh my gosh. So that Trump offered to pay all of Kamala Harris's expenses for her campaign. My goodness, this cartoon is fantastic. It's the Indians TP. We've made it. I had some Christmas ornaments, and I was looking for them during yesterday's broadcast. And we'll take them completely by surprise. Yeah, they're probably upstairs. If I was a 1950s Christmas ornament, where would I be, man? I lose things. You know what? This tea and horse paste for breakfast is a wonderful nutritional breakfast. Um, okay. So tomorrow's the big day. The shock monster masks arrive at the shock monster masks arrive at Gotham City Comics. Do you understand the significance of that? Do you understand? It's almost it's just an embarrassment of riches. It's just so many great things happening at once. It's just hard to process, man. Donald Trump becomes elected, and then the shock monster mask comes out. Oh, shit. We've only just begun, ladies and gentlemen, finding horizons that are new to us, watching the signs along the way, working together, just the two of us. By the way, it's the Grottu Orloff show, ladies and gentlemen. This is a comic book created by a friend of mine that just passed away. Um, oh, I just found some footage of myself from the 1990s on YouTube. Um, Man, you won't believe it. This friend of mine back in the 1990s, we were fascinated with a guy on television named Robert Tilton. We thought he was just hilariously funny, and we were always recording episodes of the Robert Tilton show. I think it was called Miracles of Faith or Word of Faith. I think that's the name of his church, but he's a televangelist. Now, I'm Christian. I'm not making fun of Christianity because this guy was a charlatan, but it was funny. It was really funny to make fun of him. It's not making fun of Christianity. It's just because we're making fun of a fake Christian. And what he would do is he'd say, if you sent him, say, $100, $200 as a seed of faith, then somehow you would get $400 back. You would get double your money back from heaven somehow. And he kind of guaranteed it. So you'd have to send a prayer request with the money. And then they found all these they'd open up the envelopes, taking the money, and the prayer requests they found them all in a dumpster. Some intrepid reporter or guy that was watching them found that they weren't even reading the prayer request. He wasn't really praying over them. He was just keeping the money. So his ministry went down in flames, but he used to make all these faces like this. And then there was someone dubbed the sounds of farts whenever he'd make his faces, and it was really funny. That VHS tape was traded among many people. And back in the days of the Hypnotic Eye, when we were doing the Hypnotic Eye, this is a different friend that ran the Robert Tilton fan club. It was a joke fan club, and he had a newsletter called Snake Oil, and I still have my Robert Tilton fan club T-shirt upstairs somewhere in the attic, and then we had this show from England came to Dallas called World of Wonder, and they wanted to film a Robert Tilton fan club meetings, which we never really had. So we staged one, and I painted a painting of Robert Tilton's family, of his son and daughter and and his wife, and I drew her like the Bride of Frankenstein, and then I think they had two twin boys, and I painted them as a two-headed monster, and so they unveiled the painting at this, um, you know, and I guess I was on TV in England, but I just saw my friend last night has posted that on YouTube, so I can. As soon as this Go Go Gophers cartoon is over, I'll show you that clip and you'll see what I look like. Damn, man. 95, Jesus, 5, 15. About 30 years ago. What are people writing here, man? John Gores says Obama should produce a Netflix show with Kamala as a real boss HR lady somewhere. That's right. Obama has that Netflix deal where he makes movies about civil wars and things and tries to make people upset. He tries to change, what he does. That placard done in human blood? Well, no, but we wouldn't do that here in the Grottu Orloff Inspiration Network. John Gores says, better value throwing your penny into a water fountain. Yeah, I just found a penny on top of that pinball machine. What do you do with a penny, though? I was thinking, should I put that in my pocket? What am I going to do with a penny, man? Um, anyway, fantastic. We'll look at that in a moment. But we were talking about the shock monster. Important news. November 11th, Monday, tomorrow, the shock monsters arrive in Mesa, Arizona. I'm getting one of them. Meyer's getting one. I don't know. He's getting 5. 3 are already accounted for, maybe 4. You need to call up Kevin and reserve the final one. Because you don't have any. Some of you may not know what the shock monster is. So let's see if I can conjure up a picture of a shock monster. All right, here's an issue of Famous Monsters of Filmland magazine. One of the finest publications ever in the United States. Somebody's still publishing it now. Someone's publishing it now. I mean, someone bought the name and they're putting out a new Famous Monsters of Filmland, but it is not anything like it used to be in the 60s. Plus, it also cost like $25 a copy. And I don't even know where you get it, probably Barnes and Noble. But back in the 1960s, this is issue number 46. The magazine cost 50 cents. And that was pretty expensive back in the 60s. I mean, it really was. A comic book cost 12 cents. This magazine cost 50 cents. But boy, was it worth, you know, your allowance. Of course, this one came out in, what year is this from? 1967. I was a 2-year-old toddler when this magazine came out. So this is not my childhood copy. I bought this later. Anyway, the back of Famous Monsters, you have all these wonderful ads. Some of them were for masks. You know, you can get. Let's see if they have an ad for the shock monster in here, man. The shock monster that's coming out is not the original from the original mold, but it's made to look like the shark monster. Yeah. They always had pictures of readers. Readers would send in pictures. Look, there's actually a girl that would read Famous Monsters. That's unusual. Beverly Ann Truex. Boy, that's somebody's dream date. A girl that reads Famous Monsters. Well, there are girls that they're into this. There really are. Here's another ad for masks. Damn, man. This Phantom mask is $34. The Creature mask is $34. Do you $34? No. $34 in 1967 money. Oh man. You know what you could buy with $34 in 1967 is probably like $150 in today's money. What do you think? I mean I don't know 100%, but where's I'm not seeing the ad for the Shock Monster in here. Don't worry, I'll show you a Shock Monster. Come on, Shock Monster. Go, Shock Monster. Come on, go, Shock Monster. Ooh, more ads. There could be a Shark Monster in these ads.
We haven't been able to get rid of those Gopher Indians. We've got to try something new.
Yes, sir. What would you suggest, Colonel?
A booby trap. That's the thing. I remember one that used to work well in my college days.
It's a sketch for the monster from Jack the Giant Killer.
Tied the other end to a bucket of water and bounced the bucket of water over the door.
I get it, Colonel. Then if anybody opened up the door.
More. Like a whole bunch of Fu Manchu books you can get. It's weird. At this time, they would have ads scattered through the magazine, but traditionally, later on, all the ads would be at the back, and the back part of this magazine would be a catalog of wonderful monster memorabilia you could get. Terror Scope. Oh yeah. Well, we struck out with that one. No, it's a great magazine. I didn't find the Shock Monster. Maybe I need to go back farther in time. What causes my voice to be this gravelly? I never smoked. I guess I did a whole lot of public speaking in my career. I mean, Alex Jones's voice is like this. Some kind of medical thing happened to Robert Kennedy Jr. that caused his voice to be like that. I'm not sure what it was. Uh, um, 107, I noticed his voice seems to be more gravelly than it used to be. I heard him last night on David Nino Rodriguez's show. I don't know, man. Or is there scarring on the inside of your vocal cords? What causes this? I didn't used to sound like this. 46.
We've been trying all day, Colonel. Remember the Army motto, Sergeant. Don't give up the ship.
Yeah.
Now, Sergeant, we'll both pull on the rope, and we'll have the cannon at the top of the mountain in no time.
All right, we've gone back in time. 10 issues to number 36. Still 50 cents. Here's a damn, man. Yeah, these are the professional hand-painted custom masks. See, these are $34 now. The Shock Monster that's coming out tomorrow, I think he said it's 34, maybe $40 now in today's money. But these $34 masks are in 1960s money. Now we're probably back in 66. Let's see what the year is here. Yes, indeed. No, December 65, right? Here's the 1966 yearbook. Best issue ever, it says. Now see that face there? Oh, boy, I'm half awake. See, oh shit. Well, you can't see it. Oh, anyway, just remember that face and blaze. Get that burned into your head. I'll show you. You'll see that face again in a minute when you look in the mirror. Just kidding. Uh, that. Yeah. Never mind. It's gonna tell you a story about that. But, um. Ah, we found the shark monster. But first, look at the big Frankie model kit. Look at that. Okay. Now these masks are not like these are $34 masks. The shark monster is only $1.98, man. He's like, and they don't show you a photograph of them. They always just had this wonderful. Do you see that? This wonderful illustration of the shock monster. Shock monster. I used to have a T-shirt with that drawing on it. It said "Famous Monsters of Filmland." I don't know what happened to that shirt. Uh, oh, these were just these were the bargain basement ones, but they're great. They're from a company called Top Stone. Look at them, man. Look at them, I tell you. Kevin has some of these original masks at Gotham City Comics uh, that have survived from the 60s, or some of them are new. And here's how much are these guys? Okay, so these are like $2 masks down here. This up here, these are the $5 masks, and they actually have photographs of them. And then these are the $35 masks. They're all from different companies. But anyway, oh, and then never forget the wonderful gorilla monster. Now, Mike McCarthy in Memphis, his cartoons, his comic book company was called Gorilla Monster, but he spelled gorilla like a gorilla, like a combat soldier, gorilla, GUE, But he used that monster, that gorilla head as his emblem. Maybe he still does. I need to talk with him again. I haven't had it. He's been on the show before, and um, um, yeah, he's always a hit because he's great. That's great. Look at that, man. Look at that, I tell you.
No, Carol, it was just this mine card on top of us.
Well, it's a special talking head program, but the perspective, but it's really just like every other show I do. Look at this. Your makeup can win you this first prize trophy. I wonder who won that trophy, and I wonder where it is now. You think it still exists? I want you to send in pictures where you alter your appearance into a monster, and then the best one, well, the best several, win exciting prizes.
Never look a gift stream in the mouth. And this is the safest dream I ever saw.
Yeah. I'm going to shave my head so that to fight the patriarchy because men didn't vote for Kamala Harris, I'll punish them. You know who that is there? You know who that is? I'll give you one guess. This is from a movie called The Magic Sword. Why? Interesting. Can you recognize her hand? Anyway, who is this? Bela Nurmi, Vampira. It was the original horror host in LA 30 years before Elvira. Um, well, worked for the same station in LA. Long story there. This special magazine came out from Famous Monsters special issue that shows you how to use stuff in the kitchen and to turn yourself into monsters. And this was put out by all the so you could turn yourself into all these monsters. And this was all Dick Smith doing this. Dick Smith, who was you know, the guy that turned Dustin Hoffman into a 120-year-old man and Little Big Man, and he did the old age makeup when Barnabas Collins aged to actually look like someone that was lived in the 1700s. And uh, oh, and of course, you know him for the Exorcist. Oh, and Taxi Driver. You know, he did great effects for Taxi Driver, but he felt real guilty about him. He was like really ashamed that he had done that because, you know, like you see people's fingers get blown off, you know, when Travis Bickle goes nuts at the end. And, um, anyway, it's a great movie, Taxi Driver. Um, yeah. Oh, this one didn't have a bag. I have two copies of this issue. Should be in a bag, but okay. So you saw the shot. Go, go, go for it. Watch him go, go. Okay. Okay. I told you. Look at the face of the Phantom of the Opera on that 1966 yearbook, and then look at the face on this arcade machine over here, shooting game, electromechanical shooting game that came out that same year, or really just a few months after that magazine was on the stands. You'll see that this is that's the same face basically. Or they were using that cover of Famous Monsters too as a guide for that drawing. Um, gosh. Yeah. Now we put him on edge of cliff and watch Colonel make his flying tackle. Anyone want to come on and show recent acquisitions to your monster toy collection, comic books, magazines, records you bought? Come on. Come on. Let's show the economy is already rebounding after just a few days after the election. The local restaurant, the whole town square, every parking space was filled, people filling that restaurant. Thursday night, which is the first night it was open after, because they're only open Thursday, Friday, and Saturday here. And people just flocking, buying stuff. People see hope for the future. Famous monsters. Listen, Sean.
Now then, there's their campfire, Sergeant. On the other side of the
I
break.
gotta move all this stuff. Is the elevator on this level? No, I don't need to be moving that stuff right now. I'll wake my wife up. Oh, let's take a look at this, man. It's a phone book. I saved this phone book ever since the bicentennial year. Norman Rockwell was still alive, and he did this. I imagine this was on a lot of probably your local phone book too, but this is Tacoma, Washington, which is right outside of Seattle, and he's got all these historical people talking on the telephone. And I guess that's the future of the telephone. So,
With your men on that side of the Gopher camp and my men on this side, we can catch the Gophers in the middle. A squeeze plan. Exactly.
they have a lot of organ companies. If, now, see, this is before the internet, and if you young whippersnappers need to understand how you found a phone number back in the old days. There were the white and yellow pages. The white paper pages listed everybody's phone numbers, his name, address, and phone number. Unless you have an unlisted number, you're not listed. And then the businesses are in the back in the yellow pages. And so let's say you're looking for sailboats. So looking for boats, you look under B, and there's a lot of boat companies, man. Maybe Tacoma was bigger than I thought. Oh, here's the hair places, I need more light in here, man. This one's still using an old style ad, like from the 60s, but some of these are all 70s out. It just depends on how often they update their. And oh, here's Jay. It's got judo. Look at all these karate schools. Of course, this is the 70s when. Now, there's not going to be any comic stores in here because look at this ad for junk. Because they didn't really have them back. It may be in San Francisco, someplace like that, or Los Angeles. You'd have, but there'll be bookstores. Let's look up books. Maybe someone will list that they have comics. We didn't get out much when I lived. I only lived in Tacoma for 1 year. Uh, it was always raining, almost always raining. Oh yeah, look at this. There we go. Look at that ad. Buy your books for half price at Swan's back issues. Books, magazines, comics. 1335 commerce, buy, sell, trade. Man, I should have said my mom didn't like me buying used books. That's good. Book dealers, used and rare. The Bookworm, used and rare books, paperbacks and comics. Yeah. Well, they had two stores where you could get old comics. Had no idea. What else would be funny to look up? Oh, let's look up record stores. Oh, look at this. Ad for Harrison Hotel. The guy's going, sleep at last. Let me get some more light on. What are humans saying in the chat here? Imsh is here. I remember thumbing through the phone book for used bookstores every time I visited a new state. Used bookstores almost always had comics and records. Yeah. 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 Of course, in 1975, 76, I was 10, I wasn't able to drive, so I basically went where my mother drove. Okay, so that disc is over, so I can. All right, I'll show you. I'll show you myself back in the 90s. Should still be in the history because we looked at it last night. Um, oh, there's a song for Peanut the Squirrel. My wife must have been watching this. I was 10 in 76. Yeah. Oh my gosh. That's a little folk song about Peanut the Squirrel. Man, Peanut the Squirrel, I don't think it's just sums up everybody's fears about an authoritarian government. Um, Deranged liberals get instant karma after threats to Trump. Uh, yeah, okay, man. Well, what is it? This is really good. I don't know if you've seen this. Um, it's Trump watching a Kamala Harris speech and dictating. Okay, hold on. And dictating the people to write his tweets for him, or his Truth Social posts. Hold on. Yeah. What time is it? Almost 8 o'clock in the morning. Just a minute. I'm doing something. You guys are gonna have to forgive me here for a while. Yeah, if you want stuff like this, call up Kevin at Gotham City Comics. He's got tons of these facsimiles of 1950s pre-code horror comics and like Captain Marvel Jr., stuff like that. I mean, they're not cheap. Some of those facsimiles can be like $15, $16, but they're really cool to have. And buying the original would cost you hundreds, if not thousands, on some of those books. And that's since they're cheap. IOTV, November 10th. Okay. All right, I'll go and show you this. You've probably seen this already. It's all over the place.
Thank you.
Hold on.
Thank you. Thank you.
She keeps repeating thank you, and Trump says, is she crazy? Hold on.
Thank you. 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 I don't know. Is she crazy? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so very much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Somebody, thank you. Stop pointing. That must be 35. Traveling from India to California with an unshakable dream to be the scientist. How many people are watching? Can we tell how many, Dan? How many people are watching? She's talking about how great San Francisco was before she destroyed it. A lot of talk about childhood. We've got to get to the border, inflation, and crime. Not proposing single policy, not one policy. Ours is biography, won't lower your prices at the grocery store or at the top. Out there putting veterans out on the streets. 33,000 homeless veterans. Okay, say these the things of which she complains. The one things of which she complains. In many ways, Donald Trump is an unserious man. Oh. Good enough for it? Ready? These prosecutions were all started by her and Biden against their political opponents. Hey, get that out right away. We have a caravans heading to the border. People showed up to the border with Biden Harris t-shirts. Everything we have of people swarming the border. She paid bail for rioters in Minnesota Freedom Fund. She paid and raised bail. She paid bail to get the violent rioters in Minnesota out of jail. Put it in there. Put it right in with the stuff, huh? With that post. Yeah. You can do it either that or something. Say more lies, lying about the Project 2025. Oh, lying against Project 25, which she knows, and so do all Democrats, that I have absolutely nothing to do with. He said we all know that term looks like. You can say yes. No inflation, secure borders, best economy in the history of the world. So try to do it for a new way. Charge a new way forward. And nothing but harm. I think we have a graphic about black earnings being down 6%. If anybody hit that, what's about? She's talking about the middle class. And she's the one that broke the middle class and made it unsafe. She wants to give free Social Security and Medicare to illegal bankrupting the system. How about their statements or extremists on the bullshit? You say a woman in Mississippi is having to carry a child to term that has died in the fetus or has a serious fetal abnormality. That's how we're coming in the debate. But it'll be someone in a red state enduring that. We have the exceptions. Right. That's the right answer. The Democrats are extremists. Republicans, liberals and conservatives wanted Roe v. Wade terminated and brought back to the states. Four stories that she is making up that I've never even heard of. I heard say contraception and I heard say birth control. Limit access to birth control.
So it shows how he constructs his tweets. I thought that was interesting. Anyway, let me find that clip that shows me back in the 90s, because I didn't used to be fat. Okay. So it's
Anyone who thinks that televangelists were all disgraced in the 80s is wrong. Rising like a phoenix out of their ashes is Robert Tilton, who leaves Jimmy Swaggart and Jim Baker in the dust. Bill Judkins went to check out Tilton Mania. Robert Tilton, a local Texas kid with no formal education, could have easily wound up.
this is on. The name of this video is Made. Hold on. Made in the USA. Robert Tilton fan club segment with behind the scenes. It's from my friend's. It's called Snake Oil Channel. You see that?
When he's not speaking in tongues,
It's only had 14 views, but then I fast forward. I'm at the end somewhere. Oh, here we go. That guy, that guy that you just saw was the creator of that robot Sophia, that AI thing.
The Tilton family, and I think we're all going to love it. I'd like to introduce the man who made
Yeah, this nut guy, man, he was a nut. Okay. Okay, I guess this is where it starts. Where my segment.
The business we have at this very special meeting of the Robert Tilton Fan Club is an unveiling of the prettiest painting we're ever going to see. I haven't seen it yet, but I just know it's going to be a delight. I hear it's a painting of the Tilton family, and I think we're all going to love it. I'd like to introduce the man who made it. Brother Kenneth, would you come over here, please? Warm welcome. Never seen before. God, Andy looks great. We all named the children together. Big brother John, Hey, Marcus, and Matthew. Very good. Sit from heaven. That's real fun. My favorite Tilton song.
Let's see. Oh boy, yeah, I was a lot skinnier. Oh well, 30 years. What 30 years will do to a person? Well, let's see here. I need to record David Wilcock from last week before he comes on today. So let's get him going. I was recording all these Trump rallies, so I wasn't able to record David Wilcock. Okay, David Wilcock. Okay. This video that's scheduled for today says, how do we get from here to there? 1:00 p.m. Okay, so this is last week's. It's like 5 hours long. Hold on. I gotta go to the restroom.
For the love of God, my son, my goddamn son, thinks he can get on this goddamn show and be entertaining and funny because he's gonna make fun of dear old daddy. I take offense to this character because you turned me into a goddamn cartoon, son. This is not the way I really speak. You've heavily, God, burned myself. You've heavily exaggerated all of these different idiosyncrasies about my voice and personality, and I have had it. Who had purple? All right. They love Angry Daddy. Dude, I got to get the jokes in fast because we've got one hell of a show for you today. My goodness. And if you're ever wondering what I was talking about, $10, dude. And this freaking healed me, okay? It healed me. It's really amazing. I'm not sick anymore. You get this little guy in there. I was just squeezing out little dabs at a time. Oh, dabbing, right? Anyway, there it is, man. This thing healed me. The magic paste. So, I don't know, Chewy or Tractor Supply or something like that. You know, you might be able to get it really inexpensively. So don't get ripped off. That's all I can say. It's not expensive. I bought 4 of them for $10. Hey, get your guitar out. Well, I've just started practicing again. I'm starting to rebuild my calluses. I haven't really been doing that. But yeah, I do want to play some guitar for you in the future. It's just that we're not quite ready yet. But, you know, I'm getting my chops back, as they call it in the industry. Chops means your ability to play your instrument, how well you can play. And I'm actually pretty good. I'd say upper intermediate, not expert, but certainly upper intermediate. So it's been fun. I've had a really interesting week. We have snow that just started happening. We're starting 4 days of freaking snow. Oh, one of my cameras does not appear to be working. The monitor is not working. Isn't that strange? Okay, hold on, you guys. Wonder what this is about. Let's turn it off. Turn it back on again. Let's see what the hell is going on here. Sorry, I'm still here. Oh, there we go. Okay. I had to get in here really quick, you guys. I've definitely been working my tail off. Got a lot of great stuff going on in the world. Ooh, what happened? Oh, there we go. Okay, my tally lights are working. Tally lights you really want to have, and that's something I still don't see. Even the bigger talents seeming to be able to know what camera is on. So what I have here with the BMD setup is the viewfinder, which is above the camera, and it's red when the camera is hot, and it's green when the camera is queuing. So like I can queue my 5th camera here, swap over to it, it was green, and then it turns red. So that way I always know where I am. And then of course the other thing I do is I have focus lines, so I always know I'm in focus, because when you're playing around with big, huge lenses that are this long, you got to have that depth of field. So you set the focus lines on your face to white. That's the way I do it. And then that way, if your face looks really scary and your eyes are all gleaming white, that means it's okay. And you got the good thing. So I had to run down here, turn everything on. I'm 4 minutes late. I apologize. I really want to know what that drug was. No, I am totally sober. That's been a good thing. Kaylin Robinson, thank you, David. I watched last week's show while I was waiting in line for a tea rally here in New Mexico. The energy was epic. Much love to you all.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen.
Guys, we're 2 days away. We're 2 days away from the big decision, or the big indecision. Which
Hey, Drew the dog, can I sit in that chair? Man, you stole my chair.
And it's going to just be easy and quick. There's too much at stake here, and they know that. Wow, we had some donations coming in already. Sungazer 99.
It's hard to believe.
From Australia. Finally,
last weekend we were still on pins and needles about how the election was going to turn out. He's there 48 hours, his last broadcast, 48 hours away from the election, doesn't know what's going to happen. That's where we were at, man. And boy, did we, it's such a blessing that
Dr. Amanda Noel donated $10 for her first super chat. Thank you very much. Yeah, they killed Peanut. Well, guess what? Peanut is in the time loop. He's actually in a dream that I had back on, I think it was January 2nd, 1999. It's perfectly time looped into the present. You're going to see all that. It's pretty freaking amazing.
Peanut is in the time
I'm really
loop.
excited today. This is a very ambitious show. So please, before we go any further, let's do some business. Smash. Don't just tap it with your finger very lightly. I want you to smash that like button right now. I want you to let people know that this show is awesome. We already have 3,000 almost people watching.
All right. I just found this 1985 annual 2000 AD.
Whole bunch of different shifting platforms.
And
This is a lot of material we got today. Tristan Early donated.
England, they like to do these hardcover annual comic books.
Let's spread the word, the truth, and get our friends and neighbors watching. Pump the views up to 10,000. Well, they might already be there, but we would never know.
Nice format.
The best we've done recently is 7,000. I don't even know if we're going to hit that, but we might. I mean, we're so close to this thing, and it's a compelling.
Thar get the printers.
So there you go. Boom. That's pretty on the nose. This is it. This is the cosmic trigger that we're going through, and this is the final.
2000 AD was like a comic book in England that was kind of a newspaper sort of. That's where Judge Dredd came from, and
they even talked about the very last post that the Alliance gave us at the end of the show. When 5 hours from now.
I had a friend that had a huge collection of 2000 AD. He subscribed to it for years.
Named after the 7 dwarfs
usually had to have a comic store order it special for you because that's the way I remember it.
Anyway, those are the names of 7 computers that the company has.
So I'm sure this is something I got at Lone Star Comics back
We're gonna see weird stuff
back in 1985.
No matter
Pretty
what
sure.
the adversary ends up doing, it's all covered by.
How about that?
So no matter what, even if and you know the one big thing I want to tell you is be prepared that it might drag on for weeks.
Oh, see, we were thinking it was going to drag on for weeks, you know, that they were going to take that long to count. I think they're still counting. And I think Arizona finally stopped counting, but some states still counting. And I think they're not quite sure. They're still counting whether or not the Republicans got the House. I don't know. Hopefully,
You know, if you got the cigarette,
we'll see.
probably do pretty good sleazy, you know.
And then there was, I saw someone this morning had posted this article. It was not a landslide. It's like, well, sure, looking at the map, it sure looks like a landslide to me. I don't know at what point something becomes a landslide.
We got a new dwarf, man. That's good. You know, we're adding.
I'm just looking for cool ad graphics in the yellow pages here.
Love you, my soul fam, Helena Zebian. Thank you very much. What's up, Boo Boo? Garfunkel said that. Garfunkel. Charlie Winter says, "Who is Godfather?"
Yeah.
From the posts. 143 is also "I love you." Oh, that's right. The whole sign line. I remember I learned a little ASL when I was working with the same.
There's a great song by.
Well, David, you're so funny. Says Sandra Embleton.
Oh man, what's their name?
14th Amendment. I don't know anything about that. And Sleazy for. You know you're wearing.
They were friends of a friend of mine. This band. There's a song called "My Hometown" about Tacoma.
Today because I just have to keep my.
Oh man.
We have snow outside. They're
a really good band, man. Oh shoot, I can't.
They're from Keens, and they're wool. And then I got my thickest wool socks on. It is kind of cold down here, but then once I fire up all these lights, you know, things get rolling. So again, I believe that as far as the legitimate part of this whole thing is concerned, that it will most likely be a huge landslide. I don't think there's any doubt about that. It's very obvious. They keep signaling us about that. But at the same time, we can expect very high drama and pushback. And like I just said, it might drag
One
on
thing
weeks before the alliance
they would do, because these were alphabetical, these companies would put a whole bunch of A's at the beginning of their names, so they would be the first.
Suggest that some events that start with a T are coming on.
The first business listed in the Yellow Pages.
This is October 29th.
And so there would be, you know, Aaron has 2 A's at the beginning. So it'd be A dash Aaron. So they'd get 3 A's. So they'd definitely be at the very first listing and for whatever. And of course, in San Antonio, almost every business is named Alamo Diaper Service, Alamo Plumbing, you know, because,
These people is done.
Because Alamo starts with A.
I'm just speculating here, but
if you could make it AAA Alamo, then you really got it.
There's reasonable suspicion that this might be.
It's Ray's and Sons Foreign Auto Repairs.
I have no idea, but I try to connect the dots.
We repair Volkswagen, Toyota, Datsun, Opel vehicles. Datsun became what? Datsun changed its name to what? Subaru? I don't remember.
So we're going to zoom in on this. He says, Elon commented under my post about Bill talking about going to.
Emsh would know that. He's a car guy.
You know what the Bay is. That's allegedly where people are going to spend time. And so
I guess Tacoma was a bigger town than I realized, man. I had no idea.
He posted about it as the alliance.
It's Super Dealer. Look at that very 70s illustration. Reminds me of the kind of cartoons you'd see on the Electric Company.
This is the absolute.
Oh boy, Paula would like this. Sport Car Center.
French warfare. Napoleon said, "You cross this line."
Let's see.
And then they did. That's called the Maginot Line. So Elon just crossed the Maginot line, folks. He has just he threw his gloves down on the table. He put his hand in the poker game, whatever you want to call it, whatever weird metaphor you want to use. So here's what he did. Let's take a
Well,
look at it.
the phone book, ladies and gentlemen.
This was the post.
Who did? Wasn't there a comedian that got up on stage and just started reading from the phone book? It was either
Thank you very much, Jim.
Steve Martin or
See why I got to turn because I'm actually
Andy Kaufman. It's either one of them. I could see them doing that.
Where it says, Bill appears to be in a state of public panic, openly expressing fears that the military might target him. He's even suggested he'd rather be at the Bay if it came to it. Why is this box here? Look at this.
Oh, it's backwards.
The magic man of the hour himself, who obviously knows.
Yesterday we were looking at Thor comics.
Says, unlike the gun.
Oh man, we got people leaving in droves, man. We only have 8 people watching. What a ridiculous joke you guys are. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Unlike the gun, he actually did not target his political.
This box apparently starts. I must have some tales. The other Tales of Suspense are in another box. So I know I have earlier issues than this. This is
that he's aware of what the hell is going
Tales of Suspense number 74.
Next slide.
Look at that, I tell you.
Of their hidden coordination together. And, so there was one post showing this weird scaffolding in front of the White House, which would be a good place.
77, Ultimo lives.
The very next post, which they don't want to put on X, it's too hot for X, okay? The too hot for X post is talking
81. I wish I had more of these. The earlier issues, they're just great.
Remember, he was talking about how he didn't want to go to Colorado because you get too cold.
Didn't I just show you that? I guess I have 2 copies of that issue.
Ooh, okay. Ramses, hello, is it possible to be?
This is a really neat cover. Part of what makes these so beautiful is Marie Severin. Marie Severin's obviously not the artist here. It's obviously Jack Kirby. But Marie Severin's coloring, look at the coloring on that vehicle. And she didn't make the colors super bright. She made them subdued. Of course, she's the colorist for the EC Comics line. About 10, 12 years before this issue came out. And she was fantastic. Here's Tales of Suspense number 88.
If I do the black scent, I'll probably be called racist. I've heard that 45 doesn't like to be impersonated, so I have never tried to do his voice.
Here's 93.
Anyway, I don't want to make the boss mad.
Now,
so we got.
What would happen is, see, this comic is split between 2 different heroes, and with issue 100, this comic turned into Captain America, and then it was Captain America from there on, and then Iron Man got his own comic and started with issue 1. But issue 1 of Iron Man is not really issue 1 of Iron Man because he had all these adventures already in Tales of Suspense that were fantastic, and this is the seminal, iconic stories of Iron Man and Captain America that you see adapted into those great Grant Trey Lawrence cartoons from 1966, the Marvel superhero show, were all the stuff from this era. Okay, so next in the alphabet is Tales to Astonish. This is my earliest issue of Tales to Astonish, number 46. I'd have a better collection, as I always apologize for my collection being so meager, but I was buying I bought a lot of different kinds of things, and so boy, some of the things I wasted my money on, I think back, I could have been buying comics with instead of some of those things. Oh boy, I don't like that. There's some. It's dog eared at the bottom. I'm gonna have to take this one out. Do I have two copies of this issue? Yeah, I have two copies of this issue. But Justin says very haunting coloring or foreboding, maybe. Yes, absolutely. Oh, this is done with Captain Strange Lifestyle. Look, he used to teach on his YouTube program to fold the tape over, to you actually fold it up under. So then you can, without touching the sticky part, you just take the top part and peel it down, and then see, and then you take this one and peel it down, and then the tape is still attached, but then you can just open the flap, and then you can reseal it, put this flap down, and then bring the tape back up. It was very brilliant. He doesn't do that technique anymore. Now he uses the self-sealing bags where you pull the little strip off. But anyway, some of these older, this is something I must have bagged and boarded. When did I start discovering all the YouTube people that talk about comics? When was that hurricane that hit Houston? It was before the pandemic. I'd say it probably was 6 years ago. If someone would Google that, then you can look at the dog listening to me. Um, I shouldn't refer to her as the dog. Drew, look, she got upset that I referred to her as the dog. Drew, the lady. Um, yeah, whenever that was, the reason the hurricane matters is my wife went to help out her family their house was flooded out by that hurricane. So she went down to help them, and I um, was left alone for a while, and so I kind of was just a bachelor for a while my wife was down in Houston helping her family, and so I started watching all these people on YouTube and the the comic Crypt of Castle Hills. It's now the memory Crypt of Castle Hills. Because like me, you realize that just you don't want to just talk about comic books. There's so many different things you can talk about, and just to call that's why he decided to change it to memory Crypt of Castle Hills. He's not on YouTube anymore. He's over on Rumble. You need to go there and subscribe to him and Captain Strange Life and um, Dr. Silver Age, and there was Silver Age Dave, and there was another guy that's not on anymore. He retired from YouTube. He was the king of comicdom, and he was really good. Yeah, this one's not in very good shape, man. It's really not. But that's the synchronicity. That's the confirmation. So Joe Mason was really into this idea that Christian ET angelics, humans, but not like us at all. They glow. But these were the beings that were responsible for these crop formations, and the really critical part of his theorem was Stan Lee and Larry Lieber is the artist here. If you develop and practice the techniques. So I did, and the very interesting. Next morning after Joe and I this is kind of the opposite of the way it normally is. Story plot, Stan Lee, and then it's a script and art, Larry Lieber. Usually it's the other way around. It's the artist that does the story plot, and then Stan Lee comes in and does the dialogue, the real script. Oh well, whatever. Anyway, Larry Lieber is Stan Lee's brother. Stan Lee's real name is Stanley Lieber, and so anyway, his brother is a really good artist. He's I don't think he gets the credit he deserves. I think he's still alive too. He's like the last of all of these people that's still alive. He's like with Stan Lee lived a long time. They have, I guess, good genetics. Here you can get adorable pet hamsters, live seahorses, and a darling pet monkey there. Anybody can try to say this is fake, but you can't get around the face. This art is also Larry. Oh, This art's very interesting. It's done, I guess it's meant to look old-fashioned, like for a fairy tale.
He gave people information about their
Larry Lieber, man.
and how to heal themselves, and he ended up.
It's like really strange looking art.
Atlantis was large.
Anyway, these are the backup stories at the back. This is a Ant-Man story.
In the Council of Nicaea, that it was all stripped out of the New Testament, all the references to reincarnation.
You have the secret weapon. Now you'll be able to overcome any attack, win any fight. Lightning Jiu-Jitsu.
Or his parents, that he was born
Wow.
blind. And that's in all four of the Gospels, the major Gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
They're assuming that reading this comic book is going to make you very unpopular, and people are going to want to beat you to death for reading this comic. So you better learn jujitsu, and we'll teach it to you here, by gum. I don't know when it became really uncool to read comics. Maybe it's just an age thing, but I know when this came out, comics were more acceptable for kids, as far as a lot of kids read them. And I don't know that there was the stigma that later came to comics.
Of a catastrophic event that destroyed our
Later, kids just wouldn't tell other kids that they read comics. It would be a little dirty secret you'd keep because it was just didn't go over well.
Not allowed most of the time to think about.
Some things change culturally, like,
and of course, in
the 40s, 50s, maybe it wouldn't be such a big deal to be in the ROTC, but by the time I was in high school, if you were in the ROTC, you were just a pariah. I think it was because of the Vietnam War being so unpopular. The military became something, I guess, square. And a lot of the guys I remember in high school that were in ROTC, they were in Air Force. They didn't have Army ROTC, they had Air Force ROTC. And they were in there, and they joined that so they wouldn't have to go to PE class because.
And we were reading this stuff that was coming in, but the group eventually dissipated.
And other kids would join bands so they wouldn't have to go to gym class, because gym class could be very humiliating if you weren't very athletic.
For 2022, they were written for when
Was that? Oh my God.
Started in 1999, the whole entire year 1999,
Whatever.
into COVID, inoculations, into Trump, Biden.
Giant Man trapped by the porcupine. That is John. Issue 53.
The Ukraine, the Israel. I mean, it's freaking amazing.
I love comics in this time period. I bought like more than a handful of comics that were owned by this particular moron. They're all, you can read them. It's just someone wrote all these weird symbols on the cover.
And that's why Richard Hoagland
79. And then there's a number crossed out, and then there's some other number.
Scientifically verified.
Anyway, that's 55. I guess I could upgrade that copy. And this person, it says number 2 down there. Then something crossed out on the cover and the scribble. So this immediately tells you, when you look at this, again, it's the wonderful Marie Severin coloring, the appearance of Spider-Man on the cover with big giant, you must notice Spider-Man is much bigger than where it says Giant Man and the Wasp. First of all, Ant-Man wasn't selling, so they turned him into Giant Man, trying to make it sell. Still wasn't selling, so then they bring in Spider-Man. Spider-Man is if Spider-Man shows up on your cover, it means that you are not selling. They had to bring in Spider-Man to try to get the Spider-Man readers to read your comic. So that's a bad sign. Same thing happened on the X-Men and Daredevil, the comics that were the lower tier comics that were not big popular sellers. Spider-Man would have to come in and try to help clean up the mess,
Now, what you may not know is that the circle makers came back and they fractalized it. Whoa, look at that. This is the first time I'm actually talking about this with you guys. each of the big buttons, and remember, I said this was like the hand of God pushing the button.
Wait, didn't I just showed you that stupid? Okay, it's not stupid. I just called it. Okay, well, that was issue 57. By 62, they bring in the Hulk. Now, the Hulk in the early 60s started a comic. I think it only went 6 issues and it got canceled. And then he appeared in the Avengers. Anyway, this is when they, some point between 57 and 62, they brought the Hulk back. So this is one of the early Hulk appearances. So he's the main feature now in Tales to Astonish with Giant Man. Well, they still have Giant Man build first, but Hulk would be the character that would take off more in the public imagination. And of course, he was turned into a cartoon in 1966 that would adapt the stories in this comic book from this era.
I think this is referring to the countdown, that we're in the final countdown.
This one is, that was 62. Here's 63.
And that leads to Ascension. We think that we're dealing with a normal November.
No,
No, we probably don't. But,
this comic book belonged to a guy named Charles Harris,
who's going to be in office,
who's now in the Trump administration. Here's one that wasn't owned by Charles Harris, so his name is not on it.
Into existence. We're not just dealing with the November event.
Undoubtedly, Comicdom's biggest double feature value for 12 cents.
Neither of which have ever identified themselves in any public way. We have the BS, which, as it turns out, is much more evil than we thought. This would be the organized negativity on Earth. It's very corporate. It's very hierarchical. And they've been in power all the way since the Roman Empire, even back to Babylon and Carthage.
Ditko doing Hulk, number 64.
They never let you see what they do behind closed doors. That's why one of their symbols is the beehive. Because everybody outside.
Ooh, this one looks nice. 65.
It's one of the classic symbols. They've been here for thousands of years.
They tried redesigning Giant Man's costume. He's a great character. It's just, I'm not knocking him. It's just you can tell that the character is not selling by things like that. Here's another copy of that same issue. This one's got all that writing. Same guy. All the, they weren't very expensive at this comic store. All the books that were marked up like this, and so I got them to read them. And inside, let's open this up. Inside, the books are fine. It's just the covers that, for some reason, he did that.
Revolution, they actually cut off people had to start eating rabbits and snails, which became delicacies in France because they had no other food to eat. And then, of course, it all collapsed. And
it has gloss. It's just I don't understand what he was doing, man. And they all have some kind of number that's in a box, and then some bigger number. Maybe it's some organizing system. Yeah, look at Hulk done by Steve Ditko.
Jumped out of windows, all kinds of weird stuff. So there's a cyclical aspect to history.
Boys, men, I'll help you master Yubiwaza, another fighting martial arts technique that will protect you from people that don't like kids that read comic books.
This entrenched negativity is worldwide.
Here's more wonderful, iconic 1960s iconography. This wonderful flaming skull and the wolf with the tongue hanging out. Man, if I was to ever get a tattoo, it would probably be something like that or the shock monster. Of course, that's not going to happen. Grow 2 living monsters in your own room. You receive all this by mail. 2 botanical hair-raising monsters. So it's 2 little. I wish I could find pictures of what these little monster sculptures look like, and then you just grow some. It grows some weeds from their head. It's 10. Gotta wake my wife up at 10, 15, I think. Without a doubt, the most incredible biological wonder you have ever seen. Each of these 2 hair-raising monsters is completely different. Just place one in a colorful space grotto supplied and watch it come alive. Actually grows for weeks and weeks of thrilling fun. Weeks and weeks of thrilling watching plants grow. That's fun. As these monsters grow, they become so scary that they will make even your closest pals gasp in terror at the awful sight. These spooky, kooky things from another world change your ordinary room into a living chamber of horrors that only the bravest souls will dare to enter. Complete with giant accessory kit, you get a botanical growth control center based upon the same principles now under study for use in real space voyages to the planets. With their scientific set, you will actually control the life and growth of each of these strange cosmic creatures. Now, you're going to get these from Niagara Falls, New York. Please, gentlemen, please send me my hair-raising monsters at once. I understand that if I am not 100% delighted after my 10-day free trial, I may return them for full refund of the purchase price. I enclose $1 plus 25 cents shipping, charges in cash, check, or money order.
There's a big wide shot of it.
Ooh, lovely. Steve Ditko, inked by Dick Ayers, creates this wonderful image. Whoa, it's just so wonderful.
I mean, that's their goals.
So you see, this book inside is fantastic. It's just the cover is so horrible. Look at that monster, the X-ray specs, X-ray vision. Monster fans see living skeletons with these mystery X-ray glasses. This is the thing. I was talking to Paulo yesterday about. You get yeah, I understand seeking out all these original issues might be ridiculous in today's era, and especially if you're living in Europe, getting American comics from 60 years ago. But they're just so beautiful, the ads and everything, and when they reproduce these in the bound volumes, I think they should reproduce the ads. There's just like, here's an ad for the Mary Marvel Marching Society, Stan Lee's fan club, that's making you think, boy, I'm really special. I'm cool. I'm part of a movement, the Marvel Age of Comics, and
Based off of my Dream Voice
the MMMS. And so later they had another fan club.
Didn't make any sense.
It was called Marvel Mania, but then the one that I was part of when I was in elementary school in the early 70s was called FOOM, Friends of Old Marvel.
I just reloaded my page.
But it's just the way, it was just masterful marketing.
Now I see we're only 30 minutes in, basically.
See, the markers don't go through to the splash page. It doesn't run the art there, so
I'm still online. I'm still live.
it's just unsightly, but what can you do?
One of our most loyal supporters. Ask Elon to help you out with finances. Well, I don't know. We've got our own.
Oh man, I'm worried about Alex Jones. That's the next thing that we'll be dancing on the roof if Alex Jones pulls it out. If someone buys his network on Wednesday, because they've got it up for auction, and then allows Alex Jones to continue on, they're trying to run him out of business, man.
I had not read this stuff since I first transcribed it in a trans state. I didn't want to.
Tales to Astonish 65.
So you don't want to analyze your own voice. It's going to sound the same when you're transcribing it as it does when you're actually doing it. So you can't listen to it. That's the whole point. You're not supposed to listen to it.
66. I always liked this cover. I just thought that was a really cool image. You can't even see it, can you?
Subset of paragraphs every now and then, but that was done very quickly and hastily.
And nobody's watching. Everybody's in church.
I mean, in the beginning, I'd say
Oh, well.
96 and first half of 97 stuff.
That was 66. Yeah, I used to get these. Oh, this is a beautiful cover. I was like, that's a great image of the Hulk. This is issue 67, but if you look next to 67 there, I don't know if it's picking up. next to the 7, do you see a little G written in pencil? That's Lone Star Comics writing that this is in good condition. That's something they used to do when the comics were put out. They would grade the comics. They'd write on the comic in pencil what the grade was, and then they'd put it in a bag and you'd buy it. That's back in the old days. They don't do that anymore. MyComicShop.com is now what Lone Star Comics. It's the new name for Lone Star Comics. I think when you get packages from MyComicShop.com, it still says Lone Star Comics. 68. That's cool. All the cast characters. None of which appeared in the Hulk TV show, the one with Bill Bixby and Lou Ferrigno. Only none of the characters. Bruce Banner only, except they called him David Banner, which I always read. They renamed him David Banner, although I think they showed a fake tombstone that said David Bruce Banner. There was a stereotype back in the 70s that Bruce was a name of gay people, gay guys were named Bruce, so they didn't want to use the name. That's just, I mean, that's just, they used to do comedy routines, where they would have gay guys named Bruce. So I think that's actually the real reason they changed the name. Isn't that crazy? 69. 69. Yeah, it's just beautiful covers on these things. And these things aren't as valuable as you'd think. I don't know. People don't like the ones where they're split between. That's like it's not an all Hulk issue. It's half Hulk. It's half Giant Man. So they prefer to get the later issues, even though this is when the really cool stuff happened. The Magic, the mid '60s. They prefer to. Okay, so right. Giant Man got kicked out of the comic, and then Submariner came in. So now it's half Submariner, half Hulk. And at this point, Marvel changed its name to Pop Art Productions. And that lasted for a few months. Instead of Marvel Comics Group, it's Marvel Pop Art Productions. See that? That was because there was Andy Warhol and there was Roy Lichtenstein doing giant panels from comic books blown up, and people were in the 60s. It was just like pop art, things that were considered disposable culture, like a can of Campbell's soup is revered and painted, and they just thought that was ironic, and I don't know. So I have 2 copies of this issue. It's just they were trying to jump on that bandwagon and kind of market these comics more to maybe get college age students to think they're cool. Yeah, that didn't last long. By issue 72, they're back to Marvel Comics Group. So I actually feel great. One of the mistakes that he made was when my daughter passed away. He didn't know. But they were just trying to be hip and catch and ride the wave of an artistic cultural phenomenon. And when the Batman TV show came on with Adam West and Burt Ward, that was part of that pop art movement where they made it really bright and the sound effects appearing on the screen. It was all kind of tongue in cheek. Here's 73. Oh, there's another copy of 73. This isn't done on purpose. It's just I forgot I owned it. This is a great cover. Look at that, 75. Obsessive about my shop. I gotta get it right. Pauline Dowell says, I'm watching. I got kicked out of church today. Oh, really? That's not good.
And then we'll go get more when I do my other break.
This is a great cover also.
So look, I don't really know why this guy is so after me all the time. I mean, I've never
Oh,
met him.
this is 77, right?
Very, very patient and forgiving.
And here's another copy of 77 without the cover.
Like, well, you know,
And then,
I had a co-star who tried to do that and it really didn't go anywhere.
ooh, it's that same clown again, issue 81.
Sorry, guys. I got
And it's got all the writing, the markers on it.
$100. We don't want that. Okay, here we go.
Okay, 85.
Yeah, the police kind of got mad at me. They're like, why in the hell haven't you sued this guy yet? I'm like, well, just, you know, money is tight, dude. So
86.
we're actually working with the lawyer.
Now, what would happen with this comic
And then he just starts making
is,
mistakes
um,
that like elevated everything up to a felony.
I think issue 101, if I'm not mistaken, it becomes the Hulk. So, and then Submariner gets his own title, and it starts with Submariner #1. Even though there was an earlier Submariner comic in the 1940s, they start over with issue 1. So that means in the early 60s, there were like, I think, 6 issues of the Hulk. And then Hulk was appearing in this anthology book, in this split book, Tales to Astonish. And then there's an issue 101, which, so there are no issues. You just kind of have to know of Hulk in between like 6 and 101. They're in these books. But that's not as confusing as the way they do this stuff today. Here's 87. No, I knew that you were joking. I didn't really get kicked out of church. I mistakenly thought you have a sense of humor. No, I know that. But I thought you would run with it and tell me the story of how you got kicked out of church or something. I've, I was, no, I completely understood the sense of humor.
I don't know what he was thinking, but it was.
Oh my gosh.
So the geometry on the two was the same.
Is that tape
Here's
on?
the crop circle, here's the card that I just showed you. That was a very interesting thing because it also gave a shout out to Stavati by showing the template.
Oh, this is not in very good condition. Yeah, there's a lot of tape on this. Issue 90.
And here's Ralph Ring. He was a lab assistant for Otis.
Oh my gosh.
Tesla's lab assistant. And Otis Carr made the OTC X1 flying saucer.
94. I saw a copy of this where the cover was on upside down. I think it was this issue. Oh well. That's, I don't know how that happens at the printer. 95. Go Go Hulk. This world he never made would be later used as the catchphrase on the Howard the Duck comic book. This is okay. Now you're. This isn't just Marie Severin doing the coloring. That's Marie Severin doing the art. Her art is very identifiable, and I love her art.
Business card from the police who now love me and are happy to participate in the lawsuit, which is coming.
96.
You know, we're going to be also making these Tesla turbines in our aerospace body products, like you see right here.
98.
This is the SM39. We got some donations that just came in. We got S North. Donation. Wendy Luce,
Ooh, very nice. Marie Severin. Look at how great Marie Severin's art is.
It turns pink when we get it that way. As you can see there, it's pink, and then the other one is orange. Oh, we're almost up to 6,000 people now. This is incredible.
Everything's great. Just look at the way the lighting on the Hulk, the yellow on the side of his face. It's just all so great. Oh, it's a nice, bright, sunshiny day outside, man.
See that the Tesla formation is
okay. Maybe it was Hulk 103. That's where he starts his own comic. Because here's 101. Maybe it was 102. I don't know. But this is one of the last issues of Tales to Astonish. Okay, then we move to
And that
Teen Titans. Dang it, what times?
and then you have a bunch of them on the sides that create
Hold on.
steering. You can steer it in any direction.
8:43.
When you run and how much it's spinning.
I've got to
And then once again,
watch the
this is
time.
like an illustration of the
Teen Titans. These were the sidekicks of the major heroes. Kid Flash, sidekick of the Flash. Aqualad, sidekick of Aquaman. And Robin, obviously, and Wonder Girl. Of course, and they're up against Big Daddy Roth kind of guy. I mean, basically, the Demon Dragster is basically Big Daddy Roth. This was, the kid culture of the 60s was very much evident in the Teen Titans comics of that time period. Hot rods, surfing, and here's one that's not bagged and boarded.
Suppressed technology.
Number 15. That really should be bagged and boarded. Why isn't it bagged and boarded? I don't know. Here's a model kit you could get of the UFO from the invaders.
So, because
oh my goodness.
Because my work is so groundbreaking, because it's been very, very helpful to the Alliance and to the higher forces. I get haters, a very small number of them, but they're much, much stronger than what most people have heard. And as I've said before, Hollywood has never seen anything like this. The trolling that I've had is literally
3 wonderful comics that didn't really sell, but they're still wonderful. The Inferior 5, Creeper, and Anthro, about a caveman boy. Boy.
On August the 8th, it was very much.
Oh man, you got a bunch of filthy hippies there that.
Recap to explain where we are.
Let's see.
Right before this formation, just 3 weeks before, we had the squared circle.
Will our new Western hero save the West or ruin it? That would be the character Batlash.
The 11th from the previous year. It is
nothing to do with Batman. It was based on kind of Bat Masterson. Here's the Novelty Parade. This is not a Johnson Smith ad. This is from Novelty House.
Formation, crosshair formation of 2024.
You can get a third eye. Third eye.
And it occurred at 6/11.
Look at all these wonderful things you could get
formation was on June 11th,
from
2023, and it looks
Novelty House.
That's really wild. And we had this symbol of NATO.
Oh, I have this comic. It's
NATO is in the crosshairs as well.
Superboy starting the Legion of Superheroes.
6/11.
Superboy growing up in Smallville was, he couldn't, he didn't have any other superheroes to hang out with. So he'd fly forward into the 25th century through the time barrier and hang out with this group of superheroes and then come back,
She was so blown away by it. It's true. There's something very interesting going on here. Even when the next
missile firing tank and a Man from Uncle spy pen.
So this turned into a miracle where they were hoping he would be dead, but then he turned his head.
Cool ones. They call me the poet. On my guitar, it's no sitar. I sing the scene as I know it. Those long-haired chicks and Charlies, those groovy bells, like I say, it's Hippieville, USA. This is like probably a guy my age trying to write groovy dialogue for youngsters. Now, dig those familiar swingers making the scene so cool. And this is supposed to be a song he's singing. Need I sing more? It's the Titans 4. Yeah. Enough of my rock and rhyme. It's time to dig their latest, greatest adventure gig. Captain Rumble blasts the scene.
And then it also had a right next to it, very stylized, but nonetheless.
May, June 1968.
So then this occurred the day before the shooting.
I want Tales to Astonish 96. Only one people want is 90.
It's like, whoa, man.
What is 90? What is 96? Tell. Whoa. Tales to Astonish 96. Okay. Let me see. Do I have 96 or 90? Maybe I can figure out what's going on with that.
But they're coming back. We're not going to be alone in the universe anymore. It's going to be very exciting, very rewarding. I really look forward to
86,
cosmic future. So
94.
galactic DNA expansion that
Oh,
a couple days earlier.
I have 90. People, this is sought after. 90 is the first abomination. Oh, really? Mine is in terrible condition, but I've got a key issue. What is 96? Do I have 96? Oh, yeah. Well, 96. Is it because of the cool skull cover? Is what else is in this issue? Maybe we need to take a look at these books.
And it has some definite shape similarity to Lionsgate.
The first abomination. I had no idea. Oh, that's what I thought. 96 has a great skull. Yeah. See, I know how Kevin thinks there. Let's see the first abomination.
DNA molecule, that formation I just showed you. Again, you notice it's 5-sided, and it's got little DNA
First
on
abomination.
each of the arms on the left there.
Wow, a key issue, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, there's no back cover. This is all taped together. And then look, there's no back cover on it. Whoa.
From the top down the DNA, the axial view is there on the left. It's pentagonal.
But
Look at it as a totem pole from the side.
I mean, they taped it on pretty well. And it looks like this is old tape and it hasn't turned acidic. Maybe they used a type of tape, Let's look at this first appearance of the abomination. Oh, there he is, man. The abomination. That looks like Gil Kane artwork. I immediately can spot him. Wonderful Gil Kane.
Aperture again and say that in the physics that was taught to me by these crop circles and from Richard Hoagland and other sources, I spent many years.
Sure enough, the abomination.
What we actually have is a conscious universe and the conscious.
Let's find the first panel where he first appears.
That matter and energy.
Electronic computer brain. Elon Musk is going to put one of those inside your skull by this time next year.
Which is what happened to Jesus. Jesus became Christ, and Jesus became the embodiment of the universal awareness.
My God.
As it's called in Law of One.
Here he's, look, man, he's turning into the abomination. Can you believe it?
DNA actually fits in with this
yes
hidden geometry. You look at the red line, you watch how it's lined.
Oh, I was opening this. I thought it was going to say betrayed by Oprah. No, to be beaten by Barack. Barack is Barack Obama mixed with Oprah.
Inside the soccer ball.
Oh, wow, man, this is great. They got Bill Everett. Some of you may not know the significance of that. Bill Everett's the creator of the Submariner back in the late 30s. He's a golden age artist, and by this point, he was an older guy. And they had Bill Everett back doing his creation. That's fantastic. I know in the early 70s they brought Bill Everett in, and then he passed away. I remember while he was doing, I don't know if he was actually doing it, redrawing the comic when he passed away, but like he was doing the Submariner comic, and then one issue it said, "We regret to tell you that he passed away." So, yeah, so he draws Submariner a little differently than he did back in the Golden Age. He used to have like a giant top of his head. His head was like a triangle, and he was very strange looking, like a fish. They make him look. He makes him look more human,
Why would that happen?
And the cover there looks like it's man. Does that?
Research of Dr. Montagnier, who actually won the Nobel Prize for delineating.
I don't know if that's Gene Colan or John Buscema. It's a little unfortunate. His foot doesn't look quite like it. Looks like Drew's foot. It looks like a dog paw. It's whoever inked this is kind of scrimped on the foot there. It's a great illustration. Not like I could draw any better, but okay.
So this living galactic consciousness uses sound frequencies, uses vibration.
I ate, but I'm hungry again.
As long as you have water, which is a basic right.
If I need to go get Cleo some more coffee for her, she's working today.
Yes, and now NASA says there's 40 to 50 billion of those in our galaxy alone, like Earth and water. Well, now with this theoretical explanation and Dr. Luc Montagnier's scientific discovery that DNA grows in water, it has nothing else in it, that means everything in the universe is alive. And then the next logical leap that the various esoteric sources and religious sources have us.
The dark maga.
Is that, yes, there's a fluid-like energy in the universe. It was created by vibration.
I don't quite understand though that Elon Musk dark MAGA. I guess it's just like I'm MAGA, but I want to be a little bit goth while I'm liking Donald Trump. I guess I want my Donald Trump ball cap to be more dark. Let's see.
And then what you find out is that the identity is
Seven.
like what these religious leaders, like Jesus, show up as. Jesus was the embodiment of the Lord.
I know they were making fun of Biden, and they were, they called him Brandon, and then they were calling him Dark. No, I think it was them. They came up with. They thought they were funny by calling by. They thought they were trolling the other side by doing these little videos. Dark Brandon, and then Biden was like Batman. He was like a cool dark guy, and that didn't work. Okay, that's Teen Titans 15. Then here's the Return of the Mad Mod is number 17.
You're not here to be able to understand this.
I remember Dark Brandon. Yeah, it was so stupid. The other side, they don't really have much of sense of humor. They interpret things literally. When Trump's is another copy of that same issue. When Trump's talking, they interpret everything literally. They don't understand humor. Oh, he had red Terminator eyes. Yeah.
As expressed to
Imagine trying to market Joe Biden and try to make him appear cool to people. It's really a fool's errand. This is 19 Teen Titans.
And science of reincarnation proves the fact you come back to the same.
This is probably a key issue. Back off, Tigers. The new Wonder Girl is here, and this introduces her new suit that's more like what you'd see all through the 1970s. Yeah, they can't meme well. That just, in other words, they don't have a sense of humor. Yeah, they don't. This is when horror comics were starting to come in vogue, when the Comics Code Authority was relaxed, and they started House of Mystery, House of Secrets, Unexpected, turned back into horror comics, and then all the superhero comics started to look like horror comics too. So
where we are now. So like Hitler,
I've got 2 copies of that.
And he invaded the same lands in the same exact part.
And again, like I said, this is during the horror. There were Wonder Woman covers from this time period that look, you wouldn't even know it's a Wonder Woman comic. It just looks like gothic horror. It's Intruder of the Forbidden Crypt. Oh, it's like a Hunchback of Notre Dame there. My goodness. Oh, I see. Also, what they're doing is the Romeo and Juliet movie had come out right about the same time. Didn't that come out in 1968? So they're it's kind of like Romeo and Juliet there.
So those historical cycles are like a framework for
man, I can't get above 9 viewers this morning. Here's 98, Journey into Mystery. I'm just showing you these, and I'm gonna take this box upstairs and file it away. 101.
You laugh at people who are trying to, who are dying or otherwise.
I'm trying to figure out how to clip last night's stream, but it won't let me take more than a minute. You mean you want to clip it where the first hour is not there? Is that what you're trying to delete, the first hour, so it's just you showing the dolls? Yeah, man. The thing is, because it's done on StreamYard, I don't know how to alter it.
Turned out to have been in something like the Roman Colosseum, and they laughed when they saw, for example, a little girl getting eaten on the side.
It's just in order. What you could do is maybe say go to 1 hour and 1 minute in to see the dolls. There's some dark talk right before the dolls get shown. Yeah, it's 2 hours of dolls, but in order to get there, if they just watch the show, Sort comes on and talks about a near-death experience he had, and he talks about, well, I didn't see Jesus or my relatives. It was just unbelievable horror and pain, and it's the worst. It would be better to be tortured than to be dead. It's like, oh my God, this is the most nihilistic, horrifying story. I mean, I thought he was going to tell us, oh, I was like something encouraging. And then you show up with the dolls, and it's like any any young lady watching that, wanting to look at the dolls, has to sit through some pretty dark shit. Mean for that. It's funny, but it was kind of unnerving. Here's 102, The Tomorrow Man. I love these Thor comics. Yeah, I was going to clip it and do a voiceover with music or something.
So again, this was the DNA that showed up.
Man, I don't know. That sounds like a lot of work.
DNA is a precipitate. Geometry.
It probably sounds like that's me thinking.
The geometry is microfluidic.
I don't know, man.
This formation at Stonehenge also referenced something in 2002.
I don't think we should do the show again, because I think that's pretty weary, tiring. So I know just lifting comic books and showing them, but going through all those dolls, man.
In what now are 6 spokes.
You probably need to take, hate to tell it, but you've already got them all off the shelves. You should take, like you do with the new comic book arrivals, you should take a picture of each one of them and then make a slideshow of all of them with music. And to show 100, that's probably gonna be like a 3-4 minute video. But what you can do is take each doll, take a picture of it, then put it back on that shelving unit. As you're putting them back, take a picture of each one as you put it back, and then that will be the best thing. And then you could say, if you want to see them, and at the end, you could say, if you want to see these dolls, uh, more thoroughly, tune in to this stream of Grottu Orloff and have a link to it. That's what I would do. It's a lot of work, but I think I think that would be the way to go. And then someone could quickly see all the dolls you've got. And then if they want to see it better, they could come over. I don't know. Giants walk the earth. Look at that guy in the background there.
Here's to show chromosomes breaking up, indicating we might be evolving, perhaps. With all the other things very clear. 1996 Eastfield clearly shows the DNA double.
I don't think I paid this much. I think I got this half price, but it's interesting the way they do it. You see the price tag from Duncanville Books. It says 3.5, so they're rating this at 3.5 condition wise, and they had $55 on it. And that's how they do it with their collectible comics. But most of their comics, they just put a little dot sticker. A blue dot is like a $5 comic. A yellow dot is a $2 comic. But when it's an older comic or collectible, they do that, and they actually grade it too. This is Journey into Mystery 107. Journey into Mystery Return to Thor. I forget with what issue. I probably knew that at one time, but that was long ago. Long ago and far away, I had that knowledge. I used to know the names of every Star Trek episode, the order that they aired back when I was in 4th grade. This is another one from Duncanville Books. See, it says 4.0, $55. They'd have half price sales. I probably got it in one of those.
Striking the tower where the evil king and queen are ruling, throwing their crown to the ground.
Here's 111.
But wait a minute, what's all those yellow macaronis in the sky? Those are called yods, and they represent divine.
Sounds like he's talking about this cover. What's all those yellow macaronis in the sky? Well, that's the Rainbow Bridge. What are you talking about, David Wilcock?
Cubical geometric hyperdimensional DNA is what that really is showing us.
Hyperdimensional DNA, ladies and gentlemen. Here's 113. Most of these I bought in the late 70s, early 80s. Some of them I bought during right after the pandemic. Those ones, yeah, here's another one. Oh, it's the origin of Loki. It's a 4.0. They had this one marked at $50.
35 hours of video. You get my entire Sacred Science course with the master class on all the stuff I'm telling you. We have web disclosure.
This one's marked at 4.5. It's $38.
With our CEO, Stavani, and the 7 Michael Prophecies books. You get all of them for only $177 at thedisclosure.com. $156 discount.
Oh, this is when they renamed it Pop Art Productions. It's 119. And this is one of those covers where they just take panels from inside because apparently they didn't get a cover from Jack Kirby in time, possibly.
And some people said this might predict the ETs.
120. I remember riding a bike. No, I walked. I never rode a bike to Lone Star Comics. This would have been like junior high school, maybe 8th grade, maybe about 1978. I walked a significant distance from my house to Lone Star Comics, all the way halfway across town. And I remember buying this issue. I remember there's another one where he's fighting. What was that troll? Ulik. I remember buying this one.
So this was the grand prize.
Then walking home with it.
Season in the UK, Lions Gate.
121.
And it has the 6 style.
Where mortals fear to tread. 122.
DNA, yeah, it's supposed to be DNA. Let me go ahead and fix that. Right
123. Now this era of the comic is what was adapted into that cartoon in 66. I know then they definitely did this story where Hercules shows up. The Greek gods and the Norse gods coexist and meet each other. This is 125. There's a sticker over the 12 cents that says 15 cents. And I'm not sure why that is. It looks like a sticker from back then, from when it was new. Total price 15 cents. Some store charged an extra 5 cents.
Well, that's part of what this is saying.
126.
They want to hit the button. They want to destroy the planet. You got the hand of God hitting the button.
Ooh. And 127. The Hammer and the Holocaust.
We could see these events that are called Black Swan events, which means some sort of catastrophic.
128. Power of Pluto.
Whether it's war or whatever. Look at that. You got the
another copy.
And you got a sideline swan head on the left and a little dot underneath it.
129. I really have a pretty good run of these Thor comics. Also Fantastic Four, but not as much with Amazing Spider-Man, just because those comics were more expensive, even back in the late 70s, early 80s.
They want to press that button and create Black Swan events. Well,
here's a great cover, 132. I think Kevin has this.
There really haven't been Black Swan events. We're now 2 days before.
I think he had it on hold for one of our friends, and then that friend disappeared into the ether. So I think he still has this. I'm not sure.
Yes, things are happening.
This is a beautiful cover. It's got a date stamp, August 2nd. Not a stamp, it's just written in grease pencil. but it's part of the history of the comic. I don't. Some people might consider that a flaw, but that's the way it was, man. That's the way you got it from the newsstand. This one, 134, first high evolutionary, I think. I don't know if it's still, I mean, the character appeared in the third Guardians of the Galaxy movie. And people were really speculating on it for that. He says, yes, still have that. I remember it was a pretty good condition copy. Oh, man. I have two copies of it. Hopefully that's $1,000 comic, but of course it isn't. Always like this cover, 136. Colors are beautiful, of course. 134. Okay, I'm missing 135. That's something I need to get. I wonder if Last Frontier is 135. Oh, this is the one. 137. I remember this is one of the ones I walked across town, and that's probably a couple of miles, maybe 3 miles. I remember getting this late 70s. I would have been in 8th grade. Uh-oh. We have a retro a-go-go package coming Wednesday. Ooh, that sounds good. Yeah, I guess that's going to be a surprise, or you want to tell us some of the stuff that's coming in it? 138 Retro A-Go-Go is this amazing company that makes, it's almost like they formed a store that creates these cool monster products. It's almost like the store was made targeting me as their target audience, and yet I've never actually ordered anything from them. It's really strange. I can't really account for it. It's weird. 140. I have a few things from Retro Go-Go. I have a wallet. I have some cool tapestries that I got from Kevin, but I've just never ordered anything directly from them. This is a great purple cover, 141. Here's another copy that's got a fold in the center of the same issue. Oh, the 142 is a great one. There was an issue of Hellboy that did a salute to this cover that recreated it. Just a great one. 142. This is a great issue. This one was reprinted in the origin of Marvel Comics because they printed the first appearance of Thor, and then they printed a more recent appearance, even though this was, about 6 years old at the time that Origins of Marvel Comics came out. As I recall, this starts with Thor in a like a drugstore drinking a malt, and all these girls are around him like he's some British invasion rock and roll star, all crazy about him. He's just drinking his milkshake or whatever and talking about how great it is. 144. This is a great cover. 145. Abandoned on Earth. My own past life, if you believe I was in case of reincarnated, the faces of the saints. 146. Then yeah, that could very well be. So that's really cool. Jester is David. I did not know this. Thank you. So I learned from you guys. 147. Seems like you see this angry Odin face a lot in that old 1960s cartoon. 147. Ooh, I'm missing 148, 149. Here's 150. It has Hel, the goddess of death. She was really cool in that Thor Ragnarok movie, but I just it's still leaves a bad taste in my mouth how great I thought Ragnarok was. And then the same director makes another movie, Love and Thunder, that I thought was a piece of trash. So the stink of Love and Thunder in my mind kind of attaches to Ragnarok, even though Ragnarok was not a shitty movie. Um,
And the first line of the song is
I
where
didn't
it
think.
after all the jacks are in little boxes, and the clowns have all gone.
David Wilcock, don't try to sing. No, no, no. No, Derek.
It's like pathetic of the fact that this is going to happen. Here's another one. Susie, love David, thank you for being here.
How many copies do I have of that?
This might seem really obvious, but I have a question about the law of one. Are the reptilians?
Oh, yeah, I have 2 copies of that issue.
From the same source? Yes. The cosmic Christ allows for the negative to exist. You have to pay back.
What was
multiple lifetimes.
150? I'm missing 151. There's 152.
You come back and now you got to go through the same thing they went through.
Another copy of 152. I wish one of the 152s was 151. Wouldn't that be great? 153. This is one of the first of the old ones that I bought, I think, when I was younger. 154. Oh, please. Hey, come on, David. You got to stop it, man. You're going to wake up Cleo. 155. Really, he really thinks he can sing is the thing. He's not trying to be funny. Okay, 156. I say that because I really doubt he watches my show. I don't want to hurt his feelings. I think Wilcock's a nice guy. I mean, I'm not saying I believe everything he says, but he seems like a likable enough guy. 157.
This book predates the time of Moses and aligns closely with the teachings of the law of one.
158. I've heard people make fun of this cover. It is a little weird. I mean, you got these Jack Kirby poses and then this weird head drawn by someone else. But it's all right. It's okay. 159.
Also looks like Horus's headdress, right? Check that out. It's like so.
And then 160. And there's more in the next box, but the next box is not here.
So one layer of this
there.
The Egypt level stages are Porchester. They're trying to push the button in the world instruction, create a black swan event, but they are also activating our cosmic trigger ascension. That's
Oh my God.
Michael philosophy. And it appeared at Lion's Gate.
Where's my pen?
Which again is
oh
the Lion's Gate. Judah, Jesus Christ. Here's all these August the 8th, and how to harness his 8-8 power. And then things you want to know from astrology, Hindustan Times, and then your guide to manifestation. So as I just said, Jesus is a Lion of Judah. So this whole symbol, therefore, is the Christ activation and return. And then we have the crop circle researcher in Brazil, Jonas J.P. Passos, who said, tomorrow is 888. They have some local crop circle over the Lion's Gate. And that was incredible because the actual place in the UK where this crop circle came down is called Lion's Gate. And it appeared on August the 8th, the day after Lucas on Facebook predicting
I'll be
what
back.
would happen. He is from.
Gotta go to the restroom later.
His name again, as you can see, is Jonas J.P. Passos. So then he said this, he deciphered the formation. 8 represents divine justice, and 3 of them is the justice of the Father, the justice of the Son, and the Holy Spirit, the Trinity, right? So the Trinity of 8s, it's the justice of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit upon a world that may appear condemned. I don't think it really is, but that's just a philosophical disagreement. Because 888 is the number of the Logos Christ, and the Son is its greatest expression. That's all the law of one, too. The Son is our local Logos. Being that the sign of Leo in the solar regency was placed on the shoulders of Archangel Michael, who's the author of Michael Prophecies, Archangel Michael, the great prince of the army of God, who will sound the trumpet to gather the 144,000, which is really everybody's going to be sending now, just about everybody, to be gathered by the loving hands of the Sun Father. He also mentioned that the 888 is correlated with the stars of Orion's belt. Here you have three, this is a crop formation that appeared apparently in Brazil, where you have three 8-petaled flowers that are also in the shape of Orion's belt in the centers of it. That's where the stars are. Then it was also an emulation of this formation that appeared on 888, which gave it enormous personal tie-ins to me, because I wrote this up in my article, 2012 Politics 5, NWO Defeated in 2008. There was a huge figure eight that appeared on that very day, again, the day called the Lion's Gate. And this is where I was starting to analyze it. That's the copy of the article. If you want to go read it, it's still there on my website. My website is totally fine. It just doesn't appear on search engine anymore. You know which one. So multiple
Okay.
were building up to the date of August 16th, and that was just one of them. Now, I created a very similar illustration the day before. As I said, I did this for Richard C. Hoagland. Werner von Braun, the founder of NASA from Germany, and his 50-year-old secret, which was talked about an anti-gravity effect.
Come on, man.
As a fly away from the Earth to get to the moon, and nobody ever talks about it, and he proved it from NASA data. So this is what we're going to read from here. Richard designed initial graphic for the von Braun article, and when I saw it, I felt it could be a lot better.
Oh, a new message. Good morning, Starshine. The Earth says hello. Yes.
I was working on my upgrade. Let's go back to that. Sorry. I was working on my upgrade to the original graphic. A distinct thought came into my mind. And I said, I wonder if I could choose a particular image, focus on it, publicize it to the world, and then have it appear.
There's a lot of great songs from that musical.
In my mind. At the time, even though this idea came.
Okay, is it cold outside?
I wasn't about to actually try something like this, but there's something from the ancient process.
Yes, moderately.
Again, here's the graphic I finished on the night of August 67th, published on Enterprise Mission later that day on August 7th, the day before 888, with the infinity symbol brightened for emphasis. So there you have it. It looks exactly the same as the shape that showed up the next day. My illustration for Hoagland was about lunar trips. The figure 8 represented a different distance. That's another layer of it. Humanity finally goes into space. Well, then when they did this, you guys, it was one of the greatest moments of my life. I couldn't believe it. And again, the descending circles looks the same as what they just did to upgrade the Lionsgate formation in 2024. We had 3 smaller circles after the big one. Then a very similar image to what we saw in Lionsgate 2024. Here's the day before, August 7th, 2008. It's up there on the top right. It says Sure Hill near Caldy, which also looks like Cain. If the L is an I, that would be Cain. So I think that's part of the symbolism, is the bloodline of Cain is the bloodline of Lucifer. That Eve gave birth to Cain and Abel. Abel was actually, they don't believe this was hot.
Just one lone leaf hanging on that tree. Hello there, Last Frontier Comics.
This weather is expected.
Oh, that'll give me a copyright strike for
Central Standard
that's Pat Boone's daughter.
Now for the
Not strike,
National
but
Weather
a claim.
Service forecast for Corning, Bedford, Mount Air, and surrounding locations.
Oh my gosh.
Partly sunny. Highs in the mid-50s. West winds 10 to 15 miles an hour with gusts up to 25 miles an hour. Tonight, partly cloudy until midnight, then clearing. Lows in the upper 30s. West winds around 5 miles an hour. Sunny. Highs in the mid 50s. Temperatures falling into the upper 40s in the afternoon. Northwest winds 5 to 10 miles an hour with gusts up to 20 miles. 5 to 10 miles an hour. Tuesday, sunny. Highs in the mid 50s. Southeast winds 10 to 15. Prepared with a winter weather advisor on KWMT. The winter weather advisor is brought to you in part by Iowa Land Company, your premier farm real estate service in north central Iowa, connecting buyers and sellers through land. That's Iowa Land Company.
I always thought this house used to be a church, but it wasn't. It just has church style windows.
Transmission parts and torque converters.
Strange.
Service Auto Clinic. Visit fdtrans.com. Shift to the people you can trust today. Spray Tech. Get the most out of your crops with Full Tech Impulse and Full Tech Q from Spray Tech. Help increase your yield and put money in the bank. For more information, call Drew Ewing, 570-2208. Ascendance Truck Centers, selling new and used trucks, trailers, and parts, along with providing exceptional service with a fully equipment parts center. For a list of locations, go to ascendancetrucks.com. For transportation solutions you can count on. Take the worry out of winter with the Winter Weather Advisor.
Oh, there's a Harris Walsh sign. Look at that.
But Progressive's name your price tool is mankind's greatest.
It's all right.
Ever. Even better than the wheel. Or without the wheel, we wouldn't have
Okay.
transportation or funny videos of dogs riding skateboards. But without the name your price tool, we wouldn't have easy access to auto insurance options based on our budget. And well, cars do need wheels. They also need insurance, and insurance never goes flat. Learn more about the greatest tool ever in the name your price tool at progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law. Not available in all states.
Listen to this station anytime, anywhere on Odyssey. Odyssey is your new audio home for all the music, news, sports, and podcasts that matter to you. Odyssey. That's AUDACY.
Not all soils are created equal. To a farmer, that's nothing new. Different parts of your field yield differently. Advertising shares lots of similarities. There are more choices than ever about where to put your advertising dollars. A recent survey shows farmers rely on radio for their ag news almost twice as much as online or social media. To use another metaphor, farm radio is the best soil for planting
Oh my
seeds of
gosh.
advertising. Brought to you by the National Association of Farm Broadcasting.
Here's the AM 540 KWMT weatherology forecast. High temperatures reach up to 56. Today, under cloudy skies, winds out of the northwest 8 to 15 miles per hour. Partly cloudy tonight, lows down to about 38. Tomorrow, daytime highs approaching 47. Mainly
47, what is going on?
50s, slight chance of rain showers Wednesday. From the Weatherology Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Jennifer Lucci. Right now, it's 48 degrees. Put your hand in the hand of a man on the sea. Take a look at yourself and you can look at others. Put your hand in the hand of a man from Galilee.
Okay, great song. They play that's oldies country station. They play great gospel kind of country on Sunday morning. Fantastic, I tell you. But that probably just got me a copyright claim. I'm probably gonna have to edit that out later. Unfortunately, I filter to it. Oh, that's a pretty cool idea.
Acres, Union Township, Union County, Iowa. Full farming rights for the 2025 crop season. Farm has a 66.8 CSR2 rating. For more information, go to riceauctioncompany.com or call me, Jake Rice, 641-202-3315.
Highs in the mid-50s. West winds 15 to 20 miles an hour with gusts up to 30 miles an hour. Tonight, partly cloudy until midnight, then clearing. Lows in the upper 30s. West winds around 5 miles an hour. Veterans Day, sunny. Highs in the mid-50s. Temperature falling into the upper 40s in the afternoon. Northwest winds 5 to 10 miles an hour with gusts up to 20 miles an hour.
Tomorrow's Veterans Day. Are you sure, Kevin, you're going to get those shock monster masks on Veterans Day?
Lows in the lower 30s. East winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. Tuesday, sunny. Highs in the mid-50s.
I'm lying in the car. Hi, Mayor Greenblatt. I'm sitting on with your Jeep. Yes, it's cold here in Texas. It's Apex.
Slight chance of showers until midnight.
Oh, Apex. I didn't know you were in Texas. What
With
part
a
of
chance of
Texas are
showers
you in?
after midnight. Not as cool with lows in the lower 40s. Chance of rain 40%. Wednesday, partly sunny. A chance of showers, mainly in the morning. And
Jesus is my plea. They comes to see. Let it be, dear Lord, let it be. When my feeble life is over, will be no more. With thee. Is my plea. Let it be just
megahertz. Standard Time. Now for the official National Weather Service forecast for Corning, Bedford, Mount Ayr, and surrounding locations. Rest of today, partly sunny. Highs in the mid-50s. West winds 15 to 20 miles an hour with gusts up to 30 miles an hour. Tonight, partly cloudy until midnight, then clearing. Lows in the upper 30s. West winds around 5 miles an hour. Veterans Day, sunny. Highs in the mid-50s. Temperature falling into the upper 40s in the afternoon. Northwest winds 5 to 10 miles an hour with gusts up to 20 miles an hour, becoming north in the afternoon. Monday night, mostly clear. Lows in the lower 30s. East winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. Tuesday, sunny. Highs in the mid-50s. Southeast winds 10 to 15 miles an hour with gusts up to 25 miles an hour. Tuesday night, partly cloudy with a slight chance of showers until midnight, then mostly cloudy with a chance of showers after midnight. Not as cool with lows in the lower 40s. Chance of rain 40%. Wednesday, partly sunny. A chance of showers, mainly in the morning. Highs in the mid-50s. Chance of rain 40%. Wednesday night, mostly clear. Lows in the lower 30s. Thursday, sunny. Highs in the upper 50s. Thursday night, mostly clear. Lows in the upper 30s. Friday, mostly sunny. Highs in the lower 60s. Friday night, partly cloudy until midnight, then becoming mostly cloudy. Lows in the mid-40s. Saturday, partly sunny. Highs in the lower 60s. Again, the forecast for Corning, Bedford, Mount Ayr, and surrounding locations for the rest of today, partly sunny. Highs in the mid-50s. West winds 15 to 20 miles an hour with gusts up to 30 miles an hour. These are the 9 a.m. conditions for the Creston area. At the Creston Airport, it was cloudy. The temperature was 46 degrees, the dew point 43, and the relative humidity 87%. The wind was west at 21 miles an hour. The pressure was 29.83 inches and rising. Looking around the area, at Lamoni, it was mostly sunny, with a temperature of 46. It was partly sunny, with a temperature of 46 at Clarinda and 48 at Des Moines. It was cloudy, with a...
Hey, all right. Wherever you say. Wherever you say, Bob. Damn, that's not what I meant to do. Oh, there's people in my comments. Veterans Day, isn't that the day that World War I ended? Is that what it originally was? Was it originally Armistice Day? Armistice Day, I think. I don't know. People are talking. What? The real, honest to God, mummified face of St. Catherine. You can go take a look. It says breakfast pizza, yes. Hey, Apex. Says Meyer. Gotham says it's FedEx, so it says 1 a.m. It says I am. Okay, yeah. Enjoy your breakfast burrito. No, it's not a burrito. It's pizza. The pinnacle of food science, yes. 82 and sunny here. I'm going swimming. Betsy Klein on the radio. Is today Veterans Day? I don't know. It's Apex, and I think Veterans Day is Thursday. Well, I don't know. It's tomorrow is when they're celebrating it. Yeah, no Veterans Day is tomorrow. Yes, I think you're right, Grottu. I don't think we get mail, but I guess FedEx doesn't honor holidays like that, so that's good because Shock Monster. I don't know. Why do they have a holiday honoring veterinarians? Why don't they give a holiday to other kinds of doctors too, like pediatricians? Yeah, I don't think people should be allowed to have holidays and they don't even know what they mean. If someone could tell you what a veteran is, then they're allowed to have the holiday. That's my philosophy. Get you to wake up in the middle of the night and go over. You did. So then for several years, he and I started doing. I'm gonna be back. I gotta change my shirt here. Spilled pizza on it. Kinetically control where it landed. We would tell it to point somewhere after we threw it up into the air, and it would always work, almost every single time. We were actually able to influence clouds and get clouds to show up and wind to show up, that kind of thing. So this was really, he got blown away by this. We actually did psychic experiments with my own type of Zener cards in front of our second grade class with Mrs. Steiner. That's true. So I have a long pedigree of being a psychic. And then, so 1980, the 600-year anniversary of her death is exactly when I used ESP to wake him up. And then a year after that, I marked the book that I was now studying and practicing in detail in 1981, exactly 601 years after Catherine's death. So this is Harold Sherman, one of the founders of the remote viewing, how to make ESP work for you. And in the chapter on healing power, as I showed you last week, there's my sticker from the American Lung Association from the year 1981. So all of this seems highly relevant because this crop formation showed up. And then Jonas J.P. Passos points out, by the way, it's the Star of David. King David, which is apparently Casey's past life was King David. I'm apparently Casey reincarnated. Therefore, I'm King David reincarnated as well, if you believe all that. And I think it's true. So the King David symbol is implied in here, and it shows up in Armenia. Going from the top left now, I'm just going to read through all of them. Armenia, these are in Brazilian, but do it in English. Armenia, Ethiopia, Rome, Phoenicia, which I guess is Egypt, Hindu, India, Mesopotamia, and then you got the Brazil one on the bottom left, and then you got Egyptio, which I guess is Egypt, and then Japonais is Japan. All of these illustrations are the same exact geometry all over the world, the Star of David geometry. Somebody else, this is Red Kali, said, hey, look, there's also a weird red line where there's this red clay road next to the crop circle. And it seems to indicate that, again, the Maginot line, the red line is going to be crossed, that we are at the point where the negative is going to cross the line, and all these very interesting things are going to happen. J.P. Passos also connected this formation to the prophecies of 2025 that Michael has given us. It's fascinating that he did this. So again, you can go and read this on Crop Circle Connector. It's there right now. He says the Crop Circle 888 Lions Portal has had new elements added. They added a group of 6 pairs of 3 circles. 6 times 3 is 18 on the 6 ends, forming a perfect vortex. This is an important detail. Privately, for a larger publication, I have been researching the code number 18 from crop circles in the year 2007, which created repetitive sequences on the number 18. The number of years that will reach us in 2025, a year full of singularities, such as the great astrological sign of Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, Pluto, will all be aligned in zodiac degrees. So we've got some major astrological conjunctions happening in 2025, apparently, making 2007 plus 18 years. Again, the year 2007, there were multiple crop formations, he said, encoding the number 18. 2007 plus 18 is 2025, the year of the portal. Holy crap. A powerful study
that I've had in my hands. I've been developing it for a long time, since 2007. And I was waiting for a crop circle signal about the number 18 to confirm it. And then it showed up when they rewrote this thing, the Lionsgate, because 888 was called the Lionsgate Day. 2025 has everything to start spiritual harvest processes on Earth. I'm sure he's watched my videos, but nonetheless, this is amazing that he said this, through portals and other forms of access, because the crop circle message is ending. And I called this crop circle on day 888 a symbol of spiritual harvest and also solar activation. Yeah, that's the teaching. There's going to be a solar flash, but it won't destroy the Earth. It's just going to make us ascend if we're ready for it. Everybody else will be okay. If we consider the 6 previous circles already present in the original formation, this generates the number 24, which is the last digit of our current year, 2024. This reinforces a location in time, a temporal location, all of this, our current location. I will soon present the complete study. You will be surprised by what I discovered. So it appears that Archangel Michael created all of this deliberately to reach into Jonas J.P. Passos' mind, to give him a crop circle in his home state, his home country of Brazil, in the state of St. Catherine, in this little town of Ipuachu. That means, tell me the truth. Tell me what's going on. St. Catherine is just like me. She writes the dialogues with God. She's got this concept of a universal Christ, which is exactly what Awaken Now was. I'd already titled the show. Then I found this. So this is very, very exciting time loop kind of stuff. The 600-year time loop between when Catherine wrote the books and when I had my OBE, and when Catherine died and when I started to practice ESP. It's incredibly fascinating. And in my own life, I am involved in politics, just like St. Catherine was. J.P. Passos had predicted the Lionsgate formation the day before it showed up on Facebook, and then they responded and they printed that formation in a place of England called Lionsgate on 8/8. It ties into me with the Hoagland thing. It ties into von Braun. And what did von Braun warn us about? He said the final play of the DS, the final cosmic trigger they're going to try to push, is the fake alien invasion. And that same formation also indicates the arrival, the tentacle at the bottom of the foot, the idea that ETs might come back, and they may cross the red line, and they might show up here. The pushing of the cosmic trigger. As the negative tries to destroy the Earth, the divine comes in to rescue us. So this is very, very exciting. And not only has Michael guided me into making political commentary of a very specific and very exhaustive nature, 7 books, and now 21 new tapes that I only just discovered, and I've already transcribed them in 2006, but I've never read them until now, and I'm still stuck. I haven't gotten past January 13th. We got the rest of January, the rest of February, and the rest of March still to unseal in coming weeks. So be here every Sunday, no matter what you think. Unless like my leg got chopped off or something, I'm going to be on the air every Sunday. So I will be here for you. Now, another really cool thing is that Stavati, my aerospace company, is very close to victory. In the military terms, there's something called an RFI, which is the request for information. And so this is one of our aerospace prototypes. This is called the SM-100. It is 3D printed off of the completed model. The completed version of it is in the computer. This is called a digital prototype. We've already flown it in the computer. We already know that it has incredible flight performance. This unique patented tail design means that it won't go into a tailspin if it starts sinking. But with this, you can fight fires. It has a scoop capacity. We're going to build it as an anti-gravity machine, so it'll go up and down. It'll dip into a lake, and it'll scoop up water and then rise up and dump it on a fire. We also have a green foam that we're going to use that's totally non-toxic but works as well as Corexit, which is very carcinogenic. So this is the SM-100. It also can be a transport aircraft. It has more capacity than the C-130 or the C-5 Galaxy. It's incredibly fuel efficient, and it costs very much to make one of these in the C-130. We can get them in there for $25 to $30 million. The maintenance costs are a third as
Do you
much.
have some dummies?
And
Some
the U.S.
dummies.
military came out with a request for information of RF,
Ventriloquist dummies?
and we submitted the
Where to get down in the
F-100.
20s, got down in the 20s last night here.
Very important.
Apex UFOs will protect Earth from human destruction, according to the host.
Come up with a better design than this right now, a brand new design for a cargo aircraft, and that means we're going to win the contract. And I don't know if we're going to ever win a contract until back in office, but this will all line up the right way. So that when he does this, you're going to start seeing a lot more of these because this is something real.
I think that he believes that,
So
may be mistaken, that some of these aliens are actually angels and some are evil.
There is a deal that we have that is not military at all. It involves
His worldview is kind of like a Jack Kirby comic. Okay, amazing.
Want us to release it in America. We can't change the design, but we're going to put the Sabati name on it. And we're going to be exclusive distributors for this in U.S. and Canada. And we have a proprietary battery technology.
Okay, incredible.
With that company.
What else do I need to do here?
And battery technology has 6 times more life.
Is it 10:30 yet?
The typical batteries they're using in cars now.
Almost.
They can get it up to 30x.
No, it's just a wake up. Is it 10:15? Or is it 10? I think it's 10:15.
345 mile range sports car. I just looked at the page yesterday. So imagine 6 times 345. You're looking at 1,800 miles on one charge. And if you imagine 30 over 345 miles, now you're looking at what? A lot of miles, like almost 90,000 miles on one charge or something. It starts to get crazy, or at least 9,000 miles, 9,000, something like that. Anyway, the point is, even on the low end of what the batteries can do right now, 1,800 miles of driving is phenomenal. I'm doing just back of the envelope. I'm not getting really granular on the numbers. So we have yet to put these batteries into this car. We've yet to prove this is going to work. We already have the batteries. They've already been tested. We already fixed that thing. Nobody else
Okay.
got that. In fact, the guy making these batteries got in real deep trouble with the DFs and a major battery manufacturer.
All right.
Buy them out, put it on a shelf. It's what they always do. They don't want you having this type of technology. They don't want you having a smartphone.
Yeah, I need to get more ventriloquist dummies. I just have Jerry Mahoney. Let's take a look. I do too, actually. Everyone could use more ventriloquist dummies.
One 15-minute city with an electric vehicle.
I just have this.
You can barely even leave.
These 3
That way you're
guys.
safe. If you have 1,800 miles on one charge, you can go just about anywhere. And there's chargers in various places.
I think that's
And
it.
these batteries charge really fast too. Plus, we have a lithium sulfur technology.
Yeah, that's an important goal in life, to get more ventriloquist dummies. I totally agree with you.
But our company will be the first one to come out with batteries that have this much range. The car will be drivable. They look great. The pickup truck looks like a Ford F-150. It's great. So
It takes some of these boxes upstairs.
they have officially named us as the distributor.
Ah, good. Elevators on this level. try. All right. Oh, shit. Oh, fucker. Ugh. Okay, what are these humans saying here? Grot's building a wall? No, I was loading some comics, taking back upstairs. Kevin says one of my favorite episodes from HBO Tales from the Crypt, Don Rickles and Bobcat Goldthwait. Ryder says he's moving again. Going up? Moving to where? Penthouse. Okay, I'll fly to another house. Hello. Top ventriloquist these days is Barry Obama, master of puppets. Yes, that's my. Okay, I'm inspired to move some stuff around now. Dark Brandon dummy would be good. Life size, Weekend at Bernie's style. Trying to get all these things together. This is another one of those Novi Stars dolls. I need to. If I put everything together, then it'll be impressive, right? No, I was taking some boxes up, and then I'm bringing a couple down and trying to. I don't know what I'm doing, honestly. Okay. So apparently they have these little bases that they stand in. I don't know why a lot of these don't have the bases with them. So I've got some more of those things down in the basement. I probably should bring up. Okay. Say, gang, have you tried Red Devil's lighter fluid? It's only 47 cents. 47. 47. Anyway, danger, flammable, harmful, or fatal to swallow. Who would have thought lighter fluid would be dangerous to swallow? The more you know. And knowing is half the battle, right, troops? Don't be guzzling that lighter fluid, man. I don't care who dares you, man. Got some TV guides we can look at. Yeah, I was fading fast. I had to get some pizza for lunch, even though it's not really lunchtime. I just woke up my wife. For January 1st, and right after this dream I'm about to read you, so I did that. I ate, woke her up, and but now we have this incredible dream that was prophetic of the shooting against 45 in July, and it's prophetic of the squirrel we just saw get lost. So clearly, I was meant to unseal this now. I skipped over this dream and this reading in previous weeks because the reading is very long and it's very high octane Christ consciousness. And I just said, I don't have enough time to get through this. But then when I came back to it, I wondered what the squirrel was about. But then it's like, oh, that guy who just had his squirrel get killed. That's why they put the squirrel in the dream. So this is really weird. So I want you to be thinking about the squirrel. I want you to be thinking about other metaphors we've talked about. And I want you to be thinking about the shooting, which the crop formation's already described very precisely. So here we go. Let's have at it now and hit the dream. So, of course, he goes on golf courses. One of the two shooting attempts was on a golf course. The guy had an AK-47. At the very end of the stream, we were walking across a golf course, but it had tons and tons of holes you could hit the ball into.
Well, this would be the idea of maybe symbolic of bullet holes from the AK-47. I don't know. It's possible. A friend of mine had this rifle. It had pellets that didn't seem to do too much damage. They traveled slowly and they were rather large. So I made the note. This was the prophecy of the shooting. And then the guy who was trying to do it on the golf course. Now, think about this. The pellets, as it says here, didn't do too much damage and traveled slowly. It already knows in 99, January 1st, 99, that it wasn't going to kill him. Even in the dream, it hits him in the back of the head. An old man with, with whitish hair, obviously supposed to be him. It hits him in the back of the head, right near where the ear would be. So the bullet travels slowly and doesn't do too much damage. And it's on a golf course. Wow. Right away, it's like, what? January 1st, 99, as soon as I read this, I'm like, man, this is amazing. He was trying to shoot squirrels that were popping in and out of the holes. They just they just shot the squirrel that this guy had as a pet. They shot it with an injection and euthanized it. And in the dream, it's on a golf course and he's trying to shoot a squirrel. But then it gets even weirder. The squirrels were called koi in the dream, which is actually the name for the fish that my mother had in her pond when she lived in Florida, which is actually where, oh, that's right, it's where 45 lives. So they're referencing the state that he lives in, because at the time in 99, my mother actually lived in Florida and had her own koi. And she would sing to him just like I sing to my turkeys. As he ran along and tried to shoot this thing, which started out as a squirrel, the squirrel actually turned into something more like a dog. Well, this is also really weird. We'll explain why in a second. So, as I said here in the note, fish is a Christian metaphor, and this was the prophecy of the murdered pet squirrel in New York. So let's look at that first before we talk about the dog. It says this is some article out there, how a squirrel became the rallying cry of the far right after the lawful removal of an illegal pet in New York. Right-wing activists have called to arms. Yeah, they don't give a crap. And then it says here, them. So how did you get radicalized? Me. I watched the NIDEC murder a happy and healthy pet squirrel named Peanut for no reason other than some useless apparatchiks had too much power. And there he is with his little country hat. I mean, admittedly, this is very, very sad. We do not advocate any violence. This is just what Zero Hedge put up. RIP, my best friend. Outrage ensues after beloved rescue squirrel seized by New York and euthanized. Thank you for the best 7 years of my life. So then we got this scene from none other than John Wick. And remember, the whole entire shooting spree this guy goes on was because enemies killed his dog. Oh, that's right. The squirrel turned into a dog. We just saw that in the dream. So again, violence is not the way to handle anything. I am a pacifist all the way. Please do not do anything stupid. Stay in your house and let the people in the alliance handle this lawfully and legally without violence. That's what I want. Nothing else. I've always said that. But isn't it weird that this major website compared it to the death of the dog in John Wick, and in the dream, the squirrel they were shooting at turned into a dog. It's pretty weird, but it gets even weirder. Okay, the golf course, all this stuff. So then there was this old man who I was talking to. One of the bullets landed in his back finally, or I guess it was still a dog at this point. And then I saw longer hair. It was more like a medium to long-haired dog. Well, the dog's about to turn into a human being who becomes 45. So his longer hair, the way he combs it and everything, is depicted after metaphors of the golf course, the shooting, and the squirrel. People have called him a dog and far worse, so that could be part of it. The next part of the dream makes clear that this animal is the symbol of some people's projections. So the bullet landed into the dog, and then it becomes a human. Then I grabbed the gun to make sure the job got finished. I cocked it, aimed, and fired. Without even realizing it, as I aimed and fired, I was firing in the general vicinity of this older man. It looked like one of the guys from the Edgar Cayce Center ARE from a party I attended last night. Now, why in the world would I be the one shooting? Well, this is prophetic of the mass mind consciousness. Everybody has the same consciousness. So some people within the mastermind did want to do this or did actually attempt this. And in one case, they succeeded, but they only clipped him in the ear. So I want to be very clear. I do not want to do that at all. It's just that the dream put me in this awkward position where I'm reading the
Where's my tea?
and so sometimes in the dream, my character will act out what the negative does, or what the negative is trying to do. So in this case, I was the one who actually did this. Now remember, we had a whole dream about the shooting that I had before it happened, that we talked about right after it happened. The very next day after the shooting, I had a huge show where I read from this prophetic dream where I steered the bullet. I apparently was involved in this on some higher level. I appeared as Neo from the Matrix, and they were talking about how I could bend bullets. And then there was an attempt made on his life in the same dream. So I was, I don't know whether that's true or not. You can decide what you want to believe, but it was a very, very interesting dream, suggesting perhaps that on some astral level in my higher self that I was helping to make sure that this didn't hit him. So this is a very strange time loop, wouldn't it be? Yeah. So here we had a donation. Francine Erdman donated $10, and she says, I don't have much to give right now, but I want to help. Thank you again for everything you do, celebrating your first super chat. Well, yes, thank you, Francine. We really, really appreciate your help. My picture of the video is very, very low resolution. So I don't know why that is, but again, I'm doing this whole thing with snow coming down, so maybe that's why my picture is so grainy. Hopefully you guys have a better picture than the one I'm seeing, because it looks like crap. But that's also my preview window. It'll probably sharpen up soon enough, but the algorithm doesn't really seem to like camera changes. I don't think it's made for this. Hardly anybody does this when they're live streaming, so maybe that's why it's grainy. But anyway, I've got a really good high-resolution picture of it, high-resolution copy of it that I'm recording. So if it does look bad, we can re-upload later on once these things become extremely famous in the future, which I think they will. This stuff is all true. Okay, let me keep on going. Get the thing going again. Picture looks great here. Okay, great, thank you. Everybody says crystal clear. My picture is good. I got sidetracked on the car wax commercial. LOL. Your picture looks fine. Looks good. Picture is fine. Okay, I'm the only one that sees it looking bad. That's all I need to know. Thank you guys very much. Okay, so, now we're directly into this gun shooting at him, but the bullet just sailed through the air, and I could watch the arc. It landed perfectly in the back of his head and made a little red spot about an inch wide. He fell down. People were horrified, but they brought him back, and he did not die. And as I say right here, this is exactly prophetic of what actually happened. Remember, at the beginning, we said that it was little pellets, and the pellets didn't do too much damage, and they traveled very slowly. And in my prophetic dream from like a month before the shooting occurred, I was bending the bullet's trajectory to steer it in such a way that it wouldn't cause damage. That was the implication. Because at the end of the dream, there was an intent made on his life. So this is like, wait a minute, you got golf courses, you got the dog metaphor, and let's talk about the dog metaphor a little bit. I have a new neighbor who is a fan of mine, and she has tried to convince me that I need to let her dogs run loose whenever they want, despite the fact that we had a FedEx guy named Raphael who was terrified about the dogs being outside, despite the fact that if I get another dog, it's a security attack dog, that it would kill those dogs if they were loose on my land. And I finally have had enough, and I said, look, I'm trying to take care of these turkeys here. You're putting loose predators out on my property. The turkeys are terrified. They haven't wanted to show up. Thank God they came back yesterday. But the turkeys got really freaked out by the loose dogs. So I don't want to shoot those dogs, but I got mad at them, and it was certainly on my mind. And so the dog was another one of the metaphors in this dream. I'm definitely not shooting anybody's dog. Don't get me, that's not what I'm saying. I don't want any violence to occur, but I don't want the dogs on my property. And she and I have already started to talk about this, like, this is not going to work for me. You can't just let your dogs take over and start pissing all over my land, because I've got 15 turkeys that are freaking terrified of these predators. And I have created a safe space for them, and I need it to stay that way. That's part of my business. So therefore, if you're messing with my turkeys, you're doing tortious interference with business, and that's criminal. So, yeah, the dogs are not going to keep coming on my property. If I have to involve the police, I will. But we're going to make sure.
Okay.
And I apologize to her.
No, I can't find my tea.
She really, even though
Yeah, man.
mountain lions and moose and bear and
My tea. Oh shit! Did I leave it in the car? Possibly. I don't think so. What you doing over there, Alan? The cat. Move your tail there, Drew. I mean, Alan. No. I remember bringing it in. I just don't know where I put it. Oh, I set it on the floor. Who would do that? I guess some kind of barbarian. Okay.
I've been here since 2012. Celebrating the first. Thank you very much. And then we have Alive and Thriving. I too helped steer the bullet.
I guess this is a keychain. It's
very, very cool. Is that
it's supposed to be.
When you start to be part of the mass consciousness, I think we all.
I guess.
This is a miracle built by the mass consciousness. Catherine Machete says.
Help me with it. I mean, is that supposed to be?
The picture looks great.
What DC character is this supposed to be? I have no clue. I'll throw it on the Christmas tree anyway. This little shit that I was hanging was goddamn. Anything with a hook, we're gonna hang it, man.
Send love to both candidates. It's from Tiger Cat. Kareen Ka says, my name is Kareen. I live in Santa Catarina. Wow. Okay, the exact place I was talking about. I see all your videos since 2017. I channeled the book too. Thank you for everything, David. Your 20 super chat. Kareen Ka.
All right.
What if they were pit bulls, some of the most dangerous breeds? Judge Judy talks about them all the time. You can't even get insurance for that breed.
Here's a Mexican wrestler. I think there's another Mexican wrestler over here. Yes, I'm trying to put things that are alike together to create the magic of multiplicity. I don't know.
Two of these dogs, one of which is a husky, basically like a wolf, the ears that point up. Those dogs want to kill. It's a pure white husky. So, I'm very concerned about that, and I do not want this to continue. So,
Okay.
the Alliance actually messaged about it in one of their posts. It's really funny that they did that. So anyway, this is a weird shooting metaphor.
All right. Sorry for that interlude. I took some boxes up to the comic room. I took some boxes back down because I got to file some Archie comics and some Classics Illustrated comics.
Remember, I read the mass consciousness.
Probably comics that you're not interested in.
Some of the people that consciousness on Earth wanted this to happen, and they're terrified about getting caught. So then I have to dream their karma in my dream. That's what this is about, folks. I was seriously worried about what was going to happen to me if people were going to tell me I was accused of attempting to murder this guy. I didn't actually know if he was dead. The bullet traveled very slowly, and he wasn't dead, as I just said.
Actually, this is.
I was in big trouble. There was no way around it.
I brought some other stuff too. Now that I think about it.
Well, he doesn't usually wear glasses, but I'm sure sometimes he does. So they know they're in big trouble. That's the main.
Oh yeah. So the risk of actually writing on boxes is there are many risks. Like here, it says Harvey Comics Box 1, but then I crossed it out and put DC War and Humor, Weird War Witching Hour. But it's confusing, so I got this sticker. I don't know where I got the sticker. I missed the America I grew up in. I'm going to put the sticker, I think, right over that. And then, it's like it'll correct that mistake. See, intelligent comic collectors use like post-it notes or something. They don't actually write permanently on the box. But hey, man, we're crazy here in the Grottu Orloff Inspirational Network. Oh, I haven't put the link here in a long time. Nobody's coming on, probably because they're busy. But if you like someone won't come on, I'll put the link right here. Basanta Basoto Malagato Soto Batata Bulugada Batata Bulugada Jib 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 Bulugata Ramo Marusoko Bulugada 47 47, ladies and gentlemen. Right. I missed the America I grew up in. Everyone was very angry at the other side. That is the present. Now, here's the dramatic cover up. Now, my eyes will be directed to DC War and Humor. So, what's in here? I'm trying to think what humor comics there could be from DC. Binky, Plop, something like that. I keep losing my tea. One of very many strange karmic ties between us. This magical elixir is all that helps me to retain my sense. Ladies and gentlemen, I could have covered it with this communist sticker from Arizona. They were pretending they were worried that the Republicans were going to steal the election, so they put out little comic books and stickers that showed how evil Republicans are and how the Democrats need to watch out for them. And this was the sticker that came with the comic book. But Kevin got the comic books dropped off at his store, propaganda, and I said I've got to have one of those because I love propaganda comics. So the sticker came with it. See, that can cover up mistakes. Clean elections, azcleanelections.gov. See, they have .gov websites for their propaganda. So it's paid for with your tax dollars. Okay. So wait a minute, we're right about to expect. Well, maybe this isn't humor. Is there humor in here? Weird War. There's no humor in here at all. My God. Okay. Well, so that other. So I need to cover everything wrong on that. And if I turn it over to the other side, it's already got like stuff written on it, So. Oh well. This is exactly what happened with Catherine, St. Catherine. Why, this is not old. This is a recent thing. Recent meaning. I would say this is the authentic. It's very likely the authentic. Recent meaning. Telling us the same thing Catherine was saying. Come on, man. 2004. To me, that's recent. I guess it's not. It's 20 years old, but it reprints Golden Age origins of man, the Enchantress, Dr. Fate. This is really good. Metamorpho. All these heroes that you love. Catholic saint that channeled that message in the 1300s, but we didn't listen, even though she was levitating and doing miracles. Oh, that's when Ethan Van Sciver was drawing Green Lantern. I missed that whole time period. Reading is beautiful, and I'm just going to read it. I don't mean I miss it. I mean I missed it completely the first time. So I don't know anything. I don't know to miss it because I was not there. I'd been driven away from the comic book industry far earlier. Here's Weird War #1. The logo, the letters are filled with dead soldiers. Okay, I don't have the second issue. Here's #3. And do a really nice narration. So let's proceed. Here we go. Awaken now. #10. There is no need for any more wasted time.
But you have been writing so nicely.
And then 15. This is my time period. Now, none of these are comics from my childhood. Uh, when I get to one that's from my childhood, I'll let you know. I think it's going to be the next one. Actually, yes. Yes, this one I bought off the newsstand. And this one is the only comic I ever saw that from my collection. My dad picked it up one day in the living room and started reading it. I guess he was fascinated by it. I've never seen him read another comic book. This one is from my childhood as well, number 22.
And this is a question that you must ask yourself in this moment as you read or hear these words. Who am I? Now,
this one is also from my childhood, number 23. This is just a terrific comic, Weird War. And this one is too, from my childhood, I mean. This is 24.
What was your first
Now, this one is one I got later.
Did you think of your name?
And you can see the original owner was rough with it. There's
Let me just stop on
stress, tears where the staple is. There's creases. This kid was not that careful with it. But, and this is also not a childhood copy. I think I have another copy of this in better shape. It's probably coming up next. Yeah. Let's see.
Let's just go back. I didn't want anybody to get freaked out by that. I just realized that, so, some people might get freaked out. Let's just go back to that slide that we don't have anybody freaked out. Okay, so here we go. Who am I? Now just think about that for a moment, allow it to sit through your thoughts, flipping the pages of the cookbook from one to the next, discovering what it is that you created.
And yes, I have several copies of this. In fact, here's another one. It's really one of the great covers. I mean, they're all the covers in Weird War are great, but this.
And what are you creating?
I don't think any of these are childhood copies. I don't think so. This one is also in lower grade. So I have 3 copies. I noticed that.
Did you think of your name?
Slight difference in color in the covers. I don't know if it's picking up on StreamYard. StreamYard's very inferior video quality. 26. Here's 27. All through my life, whenever I saw a copy of Weird War, I would buy it. So this is 50, more than 50 years worth of buying Weird War. And now, I know there's some of you out there that have a complete run because you go to mycomicshop.com and click buttons, but this is all being in the trenches, so to speak, no pun intended, finding these things. There didn't used to be a way to just go on a computer and press buttons, believe it or not. And so, 29. This one I got from Kevin. I had no idea this issue existed. It's a giant size, number 36, with a caveman fighting a GI.
Unfolds on the stage before you. Remember, they're building a stage in front of the White House.
That's so great.
Is like the plan. Okay. You it. This great play that unfolds on the stage before you is the summation of the play itself. No.
These are still great. These comics are, they don't have the barcode yet. When the barcode showed up, that really degraded the whole comic book experience. I mean, you may think it's silly, but I just think the cover is really marred badly by that. I mean, I consider it a flaw. It's like a big chunk is torn out of the cover, seeing a ghastly collection of lines. Here's number 32. These bags probably need to be changed out. That someone wrote 15 there over the. It's not, you can barely see it. So I guess someone was selling it for 15 cents because it was used. That used to be the philosophy. Something's old, it's worth less money than something that's new. That was the philosophy of my mother's generation, but not.
Are you aware, my
Um,
as you sit in your
Here's number 40 in a better quality bag.
sorrow, wonder
This one
again,
I've had since I was a kid. You know, you recognize the ones that are your childhood comics, right?
many of you want to ask me why you are here.
I know why I've always been so fascinated with skulls and skeletons. 43.
The only question that I ask is what happens
45.
what holds you back from reuniting with one self that is inherently your self.
I'm missing issue 47. Oh, I was going to make a big deal of 47, but I don't have it. Next one I've got is 48. Oop, there's that thing I was talking about. Wouldn't that cover be so much better without that?
Each and every moment
And then
comprising of those most intimate portions,
another copy of that.
strife, sorrow, and anxiety. As you look back to the past, the emotion that often dominates in this construction of self
Oh,
is guilt.
I thought this was the same comic. Look, it almost looks like I've got two, but then you pull it out. Oh, it's a different issue.
Were you to really understand completely?
Yeah, this is 51. This is 53. The background colors would never be the same in a subsequent issue. They would always, if this one's reddish, the next one be yellow or blue. And then they could go back to this kind of color scheme the next issue, because that way you can more easily distinguish, which issue is what month. Anyway, 48, 51. I really would like to fill in my holes in Weird War. Will that ever happen? Maybe I can fill in a lot of holes in my comic collection as the economy gets better, and as Trump takes over. I saw these weird.
As I say here,
Man, I was reading some people on Facebook. They just think Trump's going to destroy the economy. They just think the world is over. They think they're going to be put into camps. It's unbelievable how terrified they are, man.
simply states
It's so strange how completely differently people look at the world.
so too must they come
Those Craig Yo books, the really nice coffee table comic book books. I mean, they're beautiful. They're great. Craig Yo is a genius as far as packaging old comic art and stuff, and old books devoted to certain artists, and he's just brilliant. But he's got a bad case of Trump derangement syndrome, and it's like every one of his posts going back days and days is just like so
again, here we go.
hate. I just couldn't believe it. Anyway, he's that guy with a big white beard, and but he makes great books. But I mean, I disagree with him politically.
Or in this field of beautiful green.
Oh my gosh.
Rolling meadows.
He's up against the abominable snowman. And look, it says on the back, this man is an American. His safe return will be rewarded $1,000. I've got several copies of this. Two copies, rather. That's not several, it's a couple. They had this, you could be in the Superman movie. And whoever won this contest, I think they're in a crowd scene, looking up maybe at Superman rescuing Lois or something.
In those moments where you
I read somewhere about that, but I don't remember, honestly. That's 55. The Superman the movie came out in 1978, so obviously these are before that.
And the ascension.
Most haven't left their houses or gone to work since Election Day. Really, there are people that have not been going to work for 3 days.
Since I am one.
How do you do that?
I exist in each of you, identically and equally. And David's note.
Yeah, there's a lot of people in the comic industry
I exist in each of you.
that are really scared by Trump. I don't know.
is something that you feel you need to
Weird.
worry about. Something that you feel
Weird war. Here's number 58.
Save for the violent illusion of separateness.
The dictator lives again.
Instead of feeling separate, feel united with me, your true self, right now. Do not wait.
59.
Because you will find that it never arrives. It will always be another moment in time after the moment you are in.
This
now.
one's a
And your mind
novel length chiller.
about the previous moments of time, all of which existed before the time in which you exist
Now,
right now.
this one's
So
interesting.
why do we wait?
War in a far-flung future, sensational science fiction issue. They go forward into future war with this issue.
Fear the future. There is no need to feel guilty about the past.
And
I exist.
62.
I am always there, patiently waiting for you to roll back the scroll of space and time.
Okay, I'm supposed to wake my wife up at 11 now. She wanted to, okay, I've got 12 minutes.
Reconstruct your reality in every moment. I wait for you to let down.
They can't cope. Wow. Then how do they cope with living? Last Frontier Comics, the comic industry is so tied into Hollywood that they have the same political views. Yeah, I guess. But it just,
Perhaps food, perhaps new cars, new places.
they're saying, how can people sell out everything just to pay 10 cents less for eggs? It's like, it's more than 10 cents. And
on the very same day that we got these greetings unsealed, and he was signing a deal
they just think,
for new cars. And I am hoping that once we
they just think it's now Nazi Germany. Yes.
the South.
Oh boy. What was going on here, man? Suffer the same canceling if they don't.
And they let their guard down. They brought it
Yeah.
to a gigantic room and tried that. So that's another time.
Well,
There he is.
63, another science fiction issue.
There is a lot of commotion going on in the meeting room of your mind, of the ego. Many different fragments of yourself, all of which claim
64, but I guess getting comics through mail order is really the only way, because most comic stores, they're not going to even have any issues of Weird War. They probably don't think they sell.
Would you give me the
65.
Or rather, would there be some other aspect of your finite
66.
claiming ownership of the infinite?
Meyer says the left have deeply damaged art and entertainment with constant political pandering and emotional manipulation. Yeah, they have. I mean, I don't have any interest in comics or new music or new movies at all. And these were things that were huge in my life. I never would have dreamed I could move to a little town with one movie theater that only plays one movie. It's like I love movies, but no.
Not realizing,
You know, the one movie they play is a movie I'm not interested in. And it's like right now they're playing Venom Unchained or whatever. I no interest in that. Oh, this is a great cover. 67.
Recognizing your own self in that moment. In David's note, there were several more loud cracks from the Warren series. As you inhaled the strength, vigor, and vitality of my presence. And as you exhaled, you released the limitations that have held you back.
68.
The undulating rhythms of the waves created by your breath ripple through.
Another 68.
In that
It's like he's reading Harlequin romance there.
Which sound like the pitter patter of
69, man. How about that?
Instead,
Um,
flowing, gurgling sounds of the river.
70.
I am the river, and you may indeed choose to align with me.
71. This is really a comic no one else has ever thought to make a horror comic set in war, you know, in combat, you know.
Suddenly, have expanded. New vistas and heights are visible on the clouds.
They were doing that for a while. I mean, they'd have Weird War, Weird Western.
Spiritual energy that is becoming us.
Here's 72.
We travel under the magnificent bridges.
It's kind of a brutal cover. Oh, it's like a
And indeed, as they are magnificent,
demonic spirit of death
or hinder us.
behind the
Do
German.
we need to create bridges to traverse over ourselves?
Number
Bridges that
74.
will try to close the gaps that I will inherently fill.
We just make our own entertainment up now and watch old movies. Yeah, really. Is it a surprise what you're getting from Retro a Go-Go, Kevin? Or can you share a little bit about what you're getting? 76. It's okay if you want to keep it a surprise. 6. 77.
Big stuff's about to happen after November here. We're 2 days away from it. The troubled waters will not remain that way forever.
The number gets kind of cut off here. Look, I think it's 79.
You do not surrender.
This must be one I got from Kevin that looks boop like his price tag.
That you have been hurting. I know how much
41.
you suffered. And I know how you long to be back in that state where you know that we are one. Take my hand and walk for a while with me. The garden pathways that we have walked.
Oh my gosh. Here's number 82.
The multi-leveled tiers of rose gardens have been built into infinity. And we may ascend
85.
going to greater and greater heights. As we ride together in our river of freedom.
Oh, two different Prince and Uncle Creepy and Cousin Eerie ornaments. Oh, okay. What are the Prince Spook Show posters?
When we own our feelings and emotions,
87.
we have become whole and pure.
Yeah, I've seen those ornaments. They did ornaments of the
You have to own your emotions if something
Hoarder host from EC Comics, and now they're doing
and that's how you become whole.
Uncle Creepy and Cousin Eerie,
You do not want to forget about your past. It has to live with you in the present.
who are,
In those moments,
descendants from the EC. This looks like Iggy Pop there, doesn't it?
Of the pain that we have felt.
It's amazing. Iggy Pop, Keith Richards, nothing can, are they immortal?
Walking side by side.
Number 90. He can't remember what Prince he ordered. Myers says, I'm still not acclimated to small town life, so I have weapons hidden in every room in case of home invasion.
Fused together.
Oh my gosh.
To construct reality. Day-to-day basis. As we understand
Star Trek phasers.
Without any separation, we walk together, go together, speak together.
$4.99. No, I'm reading the price instead of I'm loopy. It's number 92, not issue 499. That was the price.
That you possess.
95.
Times in your life, in those moments when you have felt the most proud of your accomplishments, when your true creative spark.
96. You may love it, you may hate it, but your promise you'll never forget it.
Beautiful form. It can be in your conversations.
That's something. You may love it, you may hate it.
When you tear down the bridges.
Wonder why they chose with that. Stan Lee tried that once, where he's kind of like, yeah, I don't know if you're gonna like this story in this issue or not, and that's because he was pissed that Wally Wood wanted to write his own story and get, and get paid and be credited as the writer, and Stan Lee was kind of jealous of Wally Wood's talent because he was and probably didn't like that he was an alcoholic, so he was real snarky, and then Wally Wood left pretty quickly from Marvel. 99. Another copy of 99. Here's issue 101. My Buddy the Robot.
Layers of roses, of which we can ascend through as a spiral staircase awaits you. And David's note on
beautiful art. This just doesn't have a bag and board. I'm not sure why.
Perhaps you have felt me in those
July of 81.
the deepest, most intimate moments of your life.
Beginning of the 80s were still okay.
The deepest love,
Um,
admiration.
this is 102.
I might have
It's the beginning of the well, it's not the first Creature Commandos, but it's an early appearance of the Creature Commandos, and
since I am
because there's this evil ruler with the mustache that we probably can't mention the name of on YouTube. It's more valuable issue because people pay more when he's on the cover.
In that moment of union with another self, you may indeed have found.
Let's see.
We talked to each other. We laughed.
104.
We cried.
See the film Superman 2. So that's, I know what point of high school I was in when this was out. 104, 106. Basically, after high school, when I was started college in the 83, 84 school year, that's kind of when comics started to decline. 107. So this is real close. Here's 108. Now that's not a very good drawing of the H guy. It just doesn't really look like him much. It looks kind of like some guy on TikTok that would vote for Kamala Harris. He just does. It's just the face. I mean, I see the mustache, so you need the hair, so you know it's him. But it just facial. You know, they need to use some photo reference.
You think that you saw someone else?
Oh, another copy of the same issue. Here's 109. This is a good one. Frankenstein's monster is riding a bomb down. Doctor Strangelove style.
Physical goal, such as a better house, a new car, more money, a more fulfilling job.
So at this point, Weird War Tales has become small, and the Creature Commandos is larger.
Once I have this and everything, once I have this, then I know that I have arrived.
How did that Creature Commandos wind up being? There was a second issue. Kevin, you were going to take it home and read it. Was it any bit of an improvement over the first issue? The new Creature Commandos comic. They started a new comic because there's a cartoon coming out soon of Creature Commandos, part of James Gunn's DC universe. This is a Weird War Tales story of just G.I. Robot in this issue. And then I'm missing some issues. I have all of these reprinted in a book that prints all the Creature Commandos, but I'd rather have the original issues. This is a great Gil Kane cover where they're bursting through. 118. How World War II's strangest heroes won their medals. Ooh, is it 11 yet? Yeah, I'm supposed to wake her up now. Creature Commandos and the G.I. Robot. Then we're going to move into Weird Western Tales. I gotta go wake up my wife. I couldn't read it. Yeah. Yeah, that's not a good sign. It's so bad you can't read it. That's the way it is with most comics, unfortunately, today.
There is nowhere else I can be, for I am you. I am the room. I am all the people you will ever see or interact with. I am the animal. I am the sky, the trees, the earth, the clouds.
I am the walrus.
The stars, the galaxies in the universe, so innumerable that to try to count them would be to try to count the grains of sand on the beach. Sure, you might be able to look out and estimate how many there are based on calculating pound per pound, how many grains there would be, the relative size of each unit of 1 pound, and so forth. But do you really know? The answer, my friend, is
Low and
no. And so it is done. As the giant river flows back into the ocean of all beingness, so too may we reunite and realize that we are the galaxies. We are the universe. Together, you and I. I will always be there, waiting for you, wishing for you to choose yourself. instead of the self that is created from anxiety, guilt, and worry. I am all the purest and most wonderful things about yourself. All those things that make you so special. And in you, I have an opportunity to create those things in a way that no other individual entity around you can produce. For as we are all one, so too do each of us possess our own innate gifts. When you use those gifts to the fullest of your ability, you and I have taken down the walls and we reunite in joyous harmony. Peace be with you in the light of everlasting love. I didn't cry, I almost did when he was carrying you. Oh my God, whoa, okay. I've only processed this so much, these teachings, that I didn't cry at other points. Because, having been through divorce and everything, it's really hard. You have to learn, okay, I'm still okay. There's something else beyond me. There's this greater identity. Well, another thing came in the very next day, July the 2nd, 1999, and it was a dream. And I didn't realize how important it was because the dream was about garbage. And it was only last week that good old Uncle Sleepy made this comment about all of the people who might not vote for his side being floating pieces of garbage.
Did she wake you up?
So then I went back into the file that I created from these time loops transcripts and I typed in garbage. And sure enough, the very next day after this reading, there's a whole dream about garbage. So now we're going to read that dream.
I don't know what that was about.
This was 9:05 a.m., January 2nd, 1999. I was navigating a lot of trouble. There were all these cops driving up and down the road in differently labeled vehicles. I saw what looked like real pandemonium on the highway. This is prophetic of rioting and all the scary stuff that we're expecting is going to happen, but we'll be stopped by the lights. There were 45 18-wheeler cabs, and the government...
Monster on the Campus is a good movie, says Myra. That is true.
The very next day, they have a whole dream about garbage being dumped into trucks. And he just made that garbage reference. Isn't that
Man alive.
This is an incredible time loop about the labeling of supporters as garbage. The morning after, a dream predicted the shootings and the
Wait, what a wonderful couple of weeks we lived through. We were called garbage. That was really funny, and all these funny things that they did, man.
This is a time loop illusion.
And then the
wants to do with its quote unquote
what else was great?
Namely, dump us all into mass graves and a mass casualty event. Except in this case, instead of
Who would have thought a squirrel would be a major factor in the election race? Well, I don't know how much of a difference it made, but it sure made the other side look bad, man.
Even though there were obviously people working right in front of us.
Okay.
Showing us right in front of us. They don't want us to see what they're doing, but it's obvious.
My oldest issue of Weird Western Tales is number 13. No, that's wrong. I think I have Weird Western. What did this start as? Did it start as All-Star Western? This is going to be the first 20-cent issue because of that banner. All new stories, best in comics. So, and it says now only 20 cents. So the previous issue would have been a quarter and it would have been thicker. And earlier issues I'm going to have in my Silver Age boxes. So this is my first Bronze Age issue. Here's number 14. Great Jonah Hex cover. You could probably put a whole row of comics on your comic book wall of guys chained or strapped down in a desert to be. There's one like this with Batman and Neil Adams cover from about a little earlier.
Alien now. Let's move to the most present realm of focus. Well, then I realized when I was unsealing this, the 61 camera angle could refer to the overall advantage.
Number 22.
He is at least at 61%, if not higher.
Oh, that's really interesting.
A prophecy of having 62%, which is only one above 61.
It shows there's a photograph of him in the Civil War before his face was mutilated. Look at that. I don't know if that agrees with the. They later did an origin story where he was mutilated by Native Americans. But I thought that that happened when he was younger, like before he fought in the war. And this is showing that he was not, he did not. It was better when they didn't tell his origin story, where you don't really know what happened to him. Was it an injury from the war? Was it some something that happened from some demonic encounter? It just you never knew, and that was more fun to me. I like I said, it's the mystery is what's fun, and then you take away the mystery, it's you rob the reader or something.
Wow.
That's why I thought it was not wise to go back and tell Darth Vader's origin from when he was 5 years old.
Looking super alien now.
It was better to be left as a mystery. But nobody listens to me. I tried to tell George Lucas. Actually, I didn't, but you'd think someone would have more common sense. Here's number 25.
Add water and mix.
Oh man, they got him strapped down again.
There's people who are really afraid of this.
Maybe that's how he gets a tan.
Then they say, let's move to the more present realm of
The girls in my high school used to call it laying out. I'm gonna go lay out this weekend. 29. This one feels, yeah, it's got a little bit of some weird buckling there. I don't think it's moisture damage. I think, yeah, it could be. I don't know. Well, then he got his own comic. He got his own comic that started with issue number 1. And Weird Western Tale. Man, I don't know. Here's 29. Then the next issue I have is 59. What was in Weird Western Tales between 29 and 59? I remember really liking this character, Scalp Hunter, but I thought I was into Scalp Hunter from the beginning. And this is weird, strange. I can't account for that. Unless I've got some issues of Weird Western Tales with my Jonah Hex comics. Oh man, I shouldn't have this stuff set.
We heard that and we started to go wild saying 280, as though that was some sort of a wonderful thing. And what's weird about this is that 280, I believe, was the code number.
Yeah, that's nice artwork.
Secretary, who was also supposed to
Alan Weiss. Alan Weiss. Well, it's the W in German is pronounced Va. Alan Weiss. Very nice artwork there. Incredible. Yeah,
the lady was actually being
these Weird Western characters were a lot of fun. Jonah Hex, Scalp Hunter. Then Batlash was an earlier character from the 60s that's come back here.
And I never bumped it up to 280. They might have been trying to tell me to do that.
46.
At one point, when the cops were interrogating me, they had this plastic shoved in my mouth as well as over my nose, like they're trying to kill me. And this is, again, what they're trying to do to everybody. This is what you do to garbage. Put it in the bag, right? That's the garbage metaphor. Again, we are the garbage in their ideas.
We are the garbage. We are. Okay, 47. Oh, 47. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that, man. 47. Ooh, someone's trying to come in. Who could it be now? Paulo, the stage. Hello, Paulo.
Hello. Who can it be knocking at my door?
Yeah, really.
Then you did answer, go away, don't come around here no more.
Right. Did you ever read Scalp Hunter?
No. Although, for some reason, a couple of issues of Firehair were published in a Portuguese anthology in the either in the late 70s or early 80s. I guess it was the late
Huh.
70s. Firehair was where did Firehair appear?
Fire here, wasn't she in Showcase like maybe around very late 60s? I'm thinking. I don't even know. I don't have any Fire Hair comics. How about this character, Cinnamon? I don't think anyone remembers her. Looks like a. How is she weird? What is weird about Cinnamon? I mean, Jonah Hex, Scalp Hunter. These are like killers, and then this is just some character looks like a stripper. Cinnamon brings spice to the West. Oh well.
I'm
Okay.
so tired of being admired. She could
Yeah, I mean, she just
she
looks
could
like
be played by Madeline Kahn.
looks like a Barbie comic. Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh my gosh, what is going on? Okay, well, Scalp Hunter. I doubt they would ever do reprints of Scalp Hunter. I think the name would offend people now.
Yeah, kind of ridiculous though. But still,
At last, Scalp Hunter finds his long lost sister. I haven't read these since they came out, so I guess Scalp Hunter is part white man. I just don't. I love these things, but man, I need to probably go back and reread them. Oh, Missing Mars is wishing you a happy sun. Oh shit, was it? Whoop, whoop. Come on, man. Happy Sunday.
cool. What's up, Missing Mars?
Do you know the details of this? Who was the winner in the Superman contest? It's that you have a lot of obscure arcane knowledge. I used to
Uh,
know this. Someone told me the scene in the movie where the whatever kid that won this contest appeared, but I don't remember. Some crowd scene, 58. I talked with you yesterday, didn't I?
yeah, I
Okay,
was there
that's right.
yesterday. Yeah.
Right. I was trying to remember if I've talked to you since the election, and yeah, I had. Yeah.
Hmm.
Well,
Yeah, we did talk after the election when the first show you did on the following day.
oh yeah, okay, yeah. I don't have no memory, man. I can't remember back 2 hours. But it seems like just anecdotal evidence, just talking to people on here that talking to Last Frontier Scott, who says his business has jumped up, and Kevin at Gotham City Comics, the last 3 days, huge business. It seems like it's encouraged people to go out and spend money. People, and the restaurant we went to uh, Friday night, yeah, it was unbelievably crowded. So I think maybe things are getting better economically, at least. Okay, so I'm trying to remember why is this here? I have this copy of Weird Worlds here, but my other
Mhm.
issues of Weird Worlds must be in the other box. Okay, so I guess with issue 8, it no longer became an Edgar Rice Burroughs title, because this is an original character, Iron Wolf. But the earlier issues of Weird Worlds were all, it was John Carter of Mars, it was Carson of Venus, it was the other characters that weren't Tarzan. Oh, wow, I have Witching Hour #1. This is not from my childhood. I got this later. I just don't remember when or how.
that have characterized the past have been dealt with and appropriately studied.
Just this surge in comics, horror comics at that time.
Unfiltered access to
That's when I became aware of comics, and almost every comic on the rack looked like this. Even if it was an issue of Batman or Teen Titans or Wonder Woman, they all look like this. Everything was horror for a while because they were just all jumping on the extra freedom they had.
that precipitate the behavior.
And
As now,
so that's what imprinted me as a little kid is that comics are horror.
Precipitating negative behaviors. You want to stop. That is why so many of you
Now this
of the past, when attempting to meditate,
is one of the oldest comics in my collection. This is one I bought as a kid. 21. Before comics went, before they went back down to 20 cents. And this is one I bought later because this is my childhood copy would be a little rougher because this is probably first grade that I bought this. Anyway.
And all are equally visible in certain senses.
I need to get more of these, but will I ever? I don't know. Here's 27. It's got a great train cover.
In the energetic sense, your past can be changed. This is an important point to consider. As the alligator in the
Did you see when I was going through that phone book? I don't know how long you've been watching.
About 15 minutes.
15 minutes. I was going to show you. When I went through this, I was saying Paulo would be interested in this. It was like, where was it? It was like,
and they said we have to be very careful.
You know how American phone books work, or
Mm-hmm.
the yellow pages and all that? Is it the
Yep.
same? Was it the same way in Portugal?
Yeah, we did. We did have the yellow pages as well.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know if that was an American thing, but there was a.
Somebody had a patent on it, I think. And
Oh, really?
yeah.
Look at this vacuum aid of Tacoma. Look at the little ferry that you can get to vacuum your house. No, there was an ad for foreign cars, distributor, or repair. What would that be under? Mechanics? I don't remember where it was. Let me see.
Isn't that interesting? Third eye.
Maybe automotive repair shops, maybe.
Probably, yeah. Look at some of the ads. Eurasian steam bath. We
Yeah,
combined personality, friendliness, and skill and called it the Eurasian. We hope you will find what the hell does it say? Results restful and relaxing. This is, by the way, the bicentennial year, 1975-76. Norman Rockwell did this painting of all these people in American history on telephones. It's so this came out when I was in fifth grade, living in Tacoma, Washington, which is right near Seattle on the Pacific Northwest. And yeah, okay, I'll find it.
This higher aspect of your being exists in all of those realms.
It would be more fun to have something from the 60s. I just
all different phases of your life is specifically because it does not perceive linear time in such a manner as no, it's all simultaneous. Hence, they're proving it with the time loops. This is fascinating. Let's continue. Therefore,
did Howler Mouse do a show today?
No, Howler Mouse is celebrating his wife's birthday, and the present he gave her was a trip on a cruise ship. He's been posting some pics. Yeah, he's been posting some pics on Instagram.
Oh, okay. Well, that's cool.
Direction of the attainment of true freedom and liberty.
And
then I had loud cracks on the walls immediately after I decided to cut the reading from here. And so we all have to diminish self.
Has there anything else been interesting happening on YouTube? Have you found anything, any other interesting shows?
No, I've been catching up. A lot of people are still doing analysis of the election. So
Yeah.
most of still the Patrick Bet David sidekicks have another podcast called the Unusual Suspects. So that's the next one on my to watch list.
Are they? Is there a? Are they all pretty single-mindedly happy about it, or are there some that
Oh
are
yeah,
horrified by it?
completely. Trump went on Patrick Bet David before he went on Joe Rogan.
Oh, I must have seen it. Patrick, yeah, he's the guy that's where what he has an accent. Well, from what
Yeah,
country?
he's Iranian, but
And
he's of Armenian origins.
okay, yeah, I saw that interview. Yeah, and I was told that he's a famous guy, but I just had never heard of him. But I was impressed with him. Okay.
Yeah, I only discovered him relatively recently. I mean, less than a year, definitely.
But Joe Rogan is like the guy that's just huge, and the
Yeah.
fact that both Trump and Vance went on there, and then she was squirrely about it and said, "Well,
Yeah.
you'll have to come to where I'm at, and I'll only do an hour and all that." That's
Yeah.
part of what helped her lose.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, Trump did a series of podcasts, which is not normal for candidates. I think that Kamala has no idea of what's actually going on on the internet, because a bunch of people came from the Democratic Party went there. I mean, journalist Barry Weiss was a guest a couple of times before she switched sides. Tulsi Gabbard was a regular guest. I think she went there 4 or 5 times. And Joe Rogan even interviewed Bernie Sanders once. Bernie Sanders went there, and like before Trump's first win. I think so if Bernie Sanders, who is 500 years old, knows that getting on the internet is good for his image, didn't anyone tell Kamala? But then again, Bernie Sanders is not part of the whack job team.
Well, Bernie Sanders can think on his feet and actually speak, and she wasn't really allowed to say anything that wasn't put into her ear, so she wouldn't be able to be spontaneous with someone like Joe Rogan. She wanted people in the room with her. She didn't want to be in there alone with them. It was all kinds of weird conditions she had. Just a matter of she wouldn't have been able to handle it. So going on Joe Rogan wouldn't have helped her. It actually she realized it would probably have hurt her, because she would have just been exposed as a phony.
Yeah.
That just couldn't have,
ultimately, yeah, her team understood what would happen, and then let her go. But because if they were serious about anything, they would have told her to go. But they're not, so she didn't.
Yeah, I mean they're just all these people here are just saying it's just men just don't want to vote for her.
Yeah, a bunch of the guys, a bunch of them, not only Bernie Sanders, Andrew Yang went on Rogan once because Rogan likes the idea of the minimum guaranteed wage, or whatever they call it.
Yeah.
And Yang said if normal, the idea behind that is that if people are taxed according to the value of their labor, machines should be taxed according to the value of their labor. But if they all decide to move all the factories abroad, so ultimately having Trump as president would actually make it easier for the government to tax machines.
Yeah. I have no idea where I found that ad. It was maybe it's under F for foreign. Maybe that's. I bet it is actually.
Don't they keep all the automotive businesses together?
I don't know.
We
It
did.
seems- Okay, so you're thinking it would be under A for automotive?
Yeah, or C for car. Although I think automotive sounds more serious, or automobile.
Yeah.
Your wife says she needs help opening a bottle.
Oh shit! Thank you. I was looking at the comment.
Yeah. Better go upstairs.
Very far away. I think we're really close to this. Without further ado, here's my lead in. We're at the 3.5 hour mark right now. It's perfect timing because I need at least an hour to get through this, maybe an hour and a half. So let's do the posts, the latest posts from the.
What's Grottu listening to?
First of all, we have Taylor Swift, who is describing a certain individual as her dream prom date. I want us to hear this on October the 27th. Resurfaced 2011.
Going back to the Last Frontier comics, the Fire Hair from Fiction House is not the same as the one from DC. There was a DC character named Firehair, and she was a female cowboy as well, but she was created by Joe Kubert, and she appeared in a few issues of Showcase. She appeared in Tomahawk, from what I can see here. Then every time they needed to mention, they did a time travel story. They would mention she would be one of the Western characters on a montage. So I don't know why the Portuguese publisher bought the rights to that specific story. They had run a few Warlords and a couple of Green Lantern, Green Arrows. They did Khazar stories from Astonishing Tales, Deathlock as well, which was not normal because the only American publishers that appeared in that Portuguese magazine were the comic strip characters. So there was the Phantom and Mandrake were always the most popular ones, but there was Johnny Hazard.
What was the real purpose of this action?
There was Rip Kirby.
Who is the primary person particularly?
Secret Agent X9. That was a favorite back then as well.
On Twitter, effective in mid-December. Would he be?
And then the rest were Europeans.
Maybe not. I don't know. You got to figure out this for yourself. I'm not going to explain everything. I don't know all the answers. Define the known action. Why is the media ignoring this? What transpired?
Until the mid '80s, trying to publish American comics in Portugal wouldn't work. They'd get canceled in 2.5 years tops. So in the 80s, we started importing Brazilian leftovers, comics that weren't sold. Instead of being destroyed, they would be put up for export, and the Brazilians would dump their unsold comics here, relatively cheap, and we would buy them. And all of a sudden, we had a whole new style of comic that we weren't used to. So there's this, my generation and the previous generation, there's a divide between them preferring French characters, and when it comes to American characters, they liked the comic strips. And then there was us who read the Brazilian comics, and we were more Disney and superheroes.
Protest against her earlier this year. She cluelessly danced along.
Meyer says Barron having a teenage son really helped Trump to get connected and understand the landscape, I think. And then she asks,
Yeah, I guess Dana White also may have mentioned Rogan to the team. Vivek probably because he also went on Rogan, and Elon.
Yeah.
First time Elon went on Rogan, Rogan got him to smoke a joint, to take a hit of a joint, and but he was like, no, Elon.
Oh well,
but Elon was like,
yeah,
he didn't even inhale. if in the following day the Tesla stocks took a nosedive. Oh no, our CEO is on the drugs.
Yeah, well, yeah.
He's injected the marijuana.
Yeah. Well,
It is our hope that this message will
gee.
be
I'll try automotive, then I'll find it at some point.
Yeah, probably 2 weeks from now when you're looking for something else.
Well, yeah, someone will be watching the show and they'll see that segment earlier. Oh, here's automobile. Action auto wrecking.
They're going after are within. The primary targets are in DC. Remain at the top on both sides. Yikes. Okay, there you have it. Any spillover in the streets will be quickly shut down. Remember what we just saw? Something's being built in front of the White House. Primary targets in
Pretty
DC.
funny,
On
yes.
the top. Whoa. Look for more of these dark false
Auto
trends.
upholstery.
Stay alert, be vigilant, and above all, please pray.
Yeah, this might be the area.
For God so loved the world that he gave his one and only Son, that whoever believes in him shall not perish, but have eternal life. Love is patient, love is kind. So they are definitely biblical, the alliance is. God bless you, my fellow Americans, 41020, which of course adds up to DJT. You do that.
This is the ad I remember, but it's Foreign Auto Clinic. Um,
Nice. It's a repair, but it's a repair shop.
Yeah. I don't know British Leyland. I've never heard of that.
British Leyland was a conglomerate. They owned for a while they owned practically every British brand. So they had Austin, Morris, MG, Triumph, Jaguar, Rover.
And post number 14, which we've read many times, and it's long.
Yeah, this is for it.
It's a little confusing.
Volkswagen, Toyota, Datsun, Opel.
We've done this week after week after week. So
okay.
What did Datsun become?
Nissan.
Oh, that's right. Why did they make that change exactly? What was the purpose behind that?
Well, they wanted to use the same branding everywhere. So the first cars that were built by the Nissan Motor Corporation were sold in Japan as DAT, and then since the logo kind of looks like a sun, they became known as Datsun abroad. But then they started using the name Nissan in Japan first, because they bought a couple of competitors like Prince Motors and an LCD manufacturer that I can't remember the name. So they were all Nissans in Japan, and then they started exporting the Nissan Patrol as a Nissan, but then they wanted to make sure that everyone it was the same brand everywhere, so they got rid of Datsun. And it was better because at the time Datsun still had a reputation as cheap even after the 240Z.
Yeah.
And
there
was a shift in quality as the 80s approached, and they wanted people to know the difference.
I wonder why SO. Maybe someone told me. Why did SO become Exxon?
Well, the company became Exxon. There was a merger between two brands. SO used to be Enco before that, but the SO name continued to be used in Europe after the company became Exxon.
That was the first word I learned how to read, because we were
SO.
always on the road and I'd see the SO.
Mm-hmm.
So as a little kid, then it became Exxon. Oh my gosh.
There's a Spanish oil company called Repsol. They're the merger of three different companies. Like Total Elf, the Total Energies is the merger of Total Elf and Fina, which was a Belgian company, and for a while in Germany, BP kept having the name of one of the subs of a company they bought because that company was more famous in Germany. I can't remember the name. Let me check. So BP in Germany. BP in Germany. BP in Germany. Previous name. Previous name. BP in Germany.
While you're doing that, what is this creature, the Bugs Bunny Thanksgiving diet? What is that? What is this creature there, guys? Is that a that's a fat rabbit? Is that what is that, man?
I have no idea, man.
I don't remember a Bugs Bunny Thanksgiving special. But anyway, I'm looking at an old TV guide here.
Oh,
I think these guys are all dead now, or aren't they? I don't know.
I think one's still alive.
Okay. Anyway, sorry. Keep going.
Yeah, though the BP brand in Germany was still called Aral for a few years. It was more famous there.
So what are you up to this week?
Well, NASCAR finish. The NASCAR series ends this weekend. In Phoenix. So they have a playoff system now, which is kind of ridiculous because imagine that you have playoffs, but all of the teams are still playing, but only two can become champion. And it's similar kind of NASCAR. You still have 40 car grids, but only four drivers are allowed to become champion because they pass a threshold. The ones that are up top or with more wins get inflated points, so that nobody can catch up to them. And then on the final round, the final four are fighting for the championship.
Oh, wow. This is one from when I was in San Antonio. So this was August 9th, 1975, Saturday morning. Sigmund and the Sea Monsters. Wow.
So now we have 86 seconds, which leads us to this. So
wow.
Here it says Hillary in the Amazon thing. Finally, correct reference.
Deputy Dog and Friends.
Alice in Wonderland signatures. So again, she apparently is Alice. And so she has with sound.
Shoot. What else has been interesting on YouTube? The comic book type people. Anything?
No, not really. They're usually talking. So the return of Ultimate Marvel, people have now forgotten about it. So it's the new Absolute DC line that got people interested. So I think they're gonna wait. I still have to say, I'm not sure if Superman came out already because
it did. Yeah.
Okay, so they should be talking about it, but I haven't caught up yet.
Well, wait a second. Yes, I think it did. The Batman one came out. I need to get it in my next order from Kevin at Gotham City. He has it pulled for me. It's sold out, but he's got one pulled for me. And then the Wonder Woman came out, and it was a very slow seller for him.
Raising alarms about these extremists.
And then I think he had the Superman one because he was flipping through it on the show. It must have come out last week. But I don't think people are as thrilled with. I think people like the Batman one, and the other two are. It's like Marvel doing the same thing, and everyone liked the Spider-Man one, but not the other ones, I guess. But I don't know.
You can say yes. There's going to be some type of operations on the.
Have you seen or read the Batman one?
No.
Myers says Sigmund is a great theme song. It really does. Yeah, all of those Sid and Marty Krofft shows have great themes. The Lost Saucer theme is great. But you know what's really great? If they had the theme to Land of the Lost is great, but the closing title song is just fantastic. But it's only about 30 or 40 seconds long. If there had been 3-minute song recorded. I think it's the kid that plays the teenage boy in Land of the Lost. They were trying to market him as a teen idol because he was just billed as Wesley was the single name. It's like he's uh, and I think and that's him singing the song. I wish there was a longer version. It's just a fantastic. Yeah, all of that stuff. It's great. The music from those shows. Did you get those shows over there, Sid and Marty Krofft stuff?
No.
Gotham says, hopefully Scott Snyder doesn't F up absolute Batman with his politics. He went on Instagram to tell everyone to vote Harris. Oh, really? Well,
Well,
yeah, he probably will because that's probably why Batman's so violent. It's going to turn
Hmm.
out he's like a Trump type person. I guarantee you'll be before the third issue, they'll be bringing in these Trump because why else are you portraying this hero
Hmm.
as this completely violent guy? You know.
Also, you can tell that he understands absolutely nothing of economics because Batman still has a Batmobile, which probably costs upwards of $1.5 million, but it's supposed to be poor now. So where did he get the $1.5 million? Probably
They'll
from Russia.
probably show that
Yeah,
Batman's being financed by some billionaire that looks
yeah,
just like Trump.
or, or from
Watch.
Russia. He's,
Yeah,
this
yeah,
one is a
yeah.
Russian bot.
What is your opinion of Russia?
Never trust,
Currently.
never trust Russians for any reason whatsoever.
So you're just making a blanket statement of any Russian,
We
or
have 1,200 years of experience.
okay? What all have they done to Portugal? I mean, I'm
Nothing,
asking
but they never got here. But the thing is, they always let the Mongols through to invade Europe. So you can't trust them.
But couldn't people judge Portugal for what, you guys being imperialist and I mean, if you're going to judge a culture or a country by things that happened half a, 500, 600 years
No,
ago.
no, they do that every time. They always do that. What was Stalin's problem? Stalin wasn't Russian; he was Georgian. So he was a guy so he was another barbarian from the steppes. It's always the barbarians from the steppes that come through Russia and invade civilization.
Okay. But has Russia changed? I mean, when I was growing up, it was this evil communist country.
Mhm.
They had gotten rid of all the churches. Now it seems like the churches are all open. And
The churches were opened in the 16th century,
yeah, but I mean after
and you
the communist revolution.
yeah, but it doesn't matter. Russia set itself up as the new Roman Empire after the fall of Constantinople, and yet they were even less civilized than the Germans were 1,500 years ago. And the Germans were the ones who let the Muslims invade Europe 1,500 years ago. That's why they're doing it again.
Well,
you have to be Roman or Greek to understand the concept of fighting foreign barbarians.
Yeah. Yeah, I just don't know. It just seems like yeah. I don't know how much we're being lied to about the Russians. They seem to be the boogeyman. That's what
Here's
the
the thing:
media wants to tell us.
Russians are not interested in individualism. They never
Mhm.
were. It's not. They will follow a strongman, which is a pre-civilized attitude. It's like follow Og. Og hunt great woolly mammoth. And that's Russia.
Yeah. Well, I wish I saw more individualism here in this country. Seems like.
12 of them.
But
12 of them actually filmed. You can
A,
watch
fu- a functioning democracy where everyone can where everyone has the freedom to pursue their dreams requires individualism, requires individual autonomy, that you are able to follow your own way and not be constrained by what people in power can do to you.
Do we have an hour
yeah,
advance notice like that other post said?
well,
Can we run into these helicopters and get the hell out of here? I don't think that's going to work, folks.
I just
I don't think that's going to work.
I just think that I can feel a difference, just the feeling of relief in the last few days since the election. So I think,
So we got a 30-second video leading us from
you know, I know they're going to rally and try to do something, but who knows what. But
so that might mean that, they're never even going to be able to get to the helicopters.
I mean, they could.
But see, it's already working out. We're already talking about buying your gas.
Who is you guys are?
Yeah. Instead of buying Russian gas, we buy your gas. So
Why
yeah,
weren't you doing it
drill, baby,
before?
drill.
What was preventing you? Because we weren't drilling it.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
I mean, if you guys were buying Arab oil and we were buying Arab oil, what?
Yeah, and that was done by Biden. It wasn't done by Biden. Biden was told to do that on the first day he was in office, was to shut down that pipeline. Yeah, and that's when everything went bad. Just like from day one, it was like open the border, shut down the oil pipeline, everything. You know that.
By the way, the companies that sell Arab oil around the world are American, so they always wanted to be the go-betweens in buying oil, and it's Arab oil. So there are American companies, Amoco, Chevron, who benefit from not drilling in America.
Yeah.
Because every time the OPEC decides that they're going to cut down on production and raise oil prices, part of that profit goes to Moco and Chevron. So they don't care if nobody's drilling in the U.S.
As president, he plans to seize their assets and those of drug cartels.
Do you have? Are there certain parts of Portugal that people look down on?
These assets collected will be
Yeah.
into a compensation fund.
There's always rivalries are crossed. So you go everywhere in Portugal and people will find a reason to fight you over something. But ultimately, we all get along. We'll settle our rivalries in soccer.
They're beginning to understand.
Let's dig up this book from 1976, Southern Sayings for Yankees and Other Immigrants.
Yeah, we do have two main dialects between the North and the South.
It's printed in North Carolina, and it's just
yeah.
Then I guess the artist here was the artist of Dumb Dora. So it's just showing but it's just this little joke book you get in a little gift shop, just like when you're traveling, at a gas station. But stuff that they would never, do today, probably. I don't know. I just didn't know if there was yeah, so.
Some of our rivalries you can see on the way that we talk. Like people from the North, they have more open vowels. They put vowels inside words that aren't there. They say the time differently from from the way I do. And they have a weird name for apricots.
You know what? It's a Japanese restaurant. So maybe
we eat our vowels. We so if we speak fast, we sound Russian, not Latin.
Yeah.
That comes from French, actually.
Huh.
And 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 we eat more hot sauce than they do.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they also because the restoration 1,000 years ago, when we were kicking the Muslims out of the Iberian Peninsula, the conquest of the territory of Portugal was from north to south. So to them, we are Moors, and to us, they're Galicians. Galicia being the other autonomous region of the Kingdom of Leon around the year 1000, they were our biggest rivals at the time. But then Galicia, in Spain, they still have a regional language which is the closest to ours, and the rivalry was transferred to Castile, and from Castile to the whole of Spain.
Yeah. Scott, last frontier. Do you have any Archies for sale from this time period? Just wondering. But yeah, man, I don't know. I just wish. Pennsylvania on October the 29th is what we see here. That's sad. We don't want those things to happen, but sometimes they do. Reports are trying to file some Archie comics. Manipulated in favor. Gee whiz. What? How many little kids reading Archie really have a need for a wall safe? What are you gonna keep in there? Oh, it's hidden behind this picture of a car.
Yes, a car that kids in the 1960s
Yeah,
would be happy to have on their wall.
Well, this record hits. None of these are actually by the recordings that you heard on the radio. They're by some man. There's a record that's so funny. I've got on the jukebox. It's there used to be this label called Hit Records, and they would have all the popular songs, but they were not versions by the Beatles or the Beach Boys. And there's one.
We had guys like that too. They'd say they would have all of the. They would do a replica album, and so and so sings the songs of the Beatles or the.
This one is. It's I think I Get Around by the Beach Boys, but it sounds like a bunch of 70-year-old men saying it's so funny. I mean, I guess the Beach Boys are that now, but actually it's probably more like 80. But oh man, it's so bad. It's hilarious. I could probably play it on here because I don't think it would have any copyright claim from it. But it's weird, I Town Square, there's some cover band playing, and I recorded it, and the AI on YouTube thought it was the original recordings. I guess it was close enough to the original, thought, it's like, man, oh well. Okay, I don't know why I'm going through all the. I'm trying to file these. Let's see. This is some new Archie comic, but I got it because I just like the hot rod theme. So I guess this would go in the first box. So you don't have to wait in lines. Come on in, everybody. This is people have to be careful. This is not Betty and Veronica. This is Archie Giant Series magazine. So this is Archie and Friends. A is before G. So this would be, oh man, Archie's Pals and Gals. Oh, it's so confusing. It's not as bad as the X-Men. I'm trying to file X-Men comics, but oh boy. Okay. That's the day before, which was the day I made all these slides. So we're going to have some big news by Friday. The Christmas issues are always beautiful. There's a secret that we're going to find out about after the election. that
interesting. Very interesting.
First, when Batman was on TV, they would always follow crazes with all the sound effects and everything, and
what she was up to.
superheroes.
They obviously know this for a fact based on listening to calls and things like that. And then we have 16 seconds. And so look at this. Once again, immediately again.
Okay, so
whatever the secret is, they might be leaking it on Friday. That's my implication. Get the popcorn. Friday and Saturday, they can deliver on the promise. He knows he must.
okay, so we got these two recent issues. I call them recent because they're 50 cents to recent, meaning probably 1980. Yeah, 1980. To me, that's not old. Arch, let's see, Giant Series.
He's 100% insulated. There's zero risk of impeachment. But we know.
Yeah, what time is it there? Like 5 o'clock at night, maybe?
6 now.
Okay.
You can't go in on January 20th because we're putting you in prison first. I mean, expect them to do everything crazy you can imagine. It's going to be delayed. They're going to say we can't
194.
yet. That's probably what's going to happen. You know, unrest on the day.
Witches celebrate Christmas too.
We just don't know what's
Bring us Christmas magic.
The donation here.
They went crazy with that Netflix series where they're going, "Hail Satan!" It's just like, and they're having orgies. It's like, are you out of your mind? What the fuck are you doing with this? Okay.
Somebody said the last E was on 11. I didn't know that. So
yeah, this is some free comic book day, and they have it just looks so, and it's like all hail Satan. They give this away free on free comic day. It's just the lunacy of today. Oh, it's a witch character. Let's no, you just don't get it, man. Who is this shit for? Just come on, man. It was something that was just this cute, innocent thing, and you have to turn it into this shit.
Besides, it just looks highly derivative and
Yeah,
childish, to be honest.
yeah. I mean, the real Sabrina was more, like the TV show Bewitched. There was no satanic element. It was just witches were just like they were born witches. It was like it was just their race. It wasn't a religion. It was,
Mhm.
it's just.
Yeah, they were there as Jewish stand-ins.
Oh, do you think that's what they were doing?
Yeah.
I greatly respect him. His physics is
And
amazing. We haven't been in touch for a while, but I would gladly talk to him again.
yeah, that's an interesting way of thinking it. And the same thing with I Dream of Jeannie.
But it has its limits.
It was just about interracial marriage, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I never really thought of it that way. It's kind of a interesting way of looking at it. Ugh.
There's a crap happening in there.
Yeah, there's another free comment. I mean, I file it. I mean, I could chunk it in the garbage, but I mean, it's a comic book, so I'll file it in here. It's kind of an interesting thing to be able to compare the way they were with what they
Some
became.
people who have comics always throw those free comic book days in for Halloween for the kids to pick up, and then and then I can just picture some of those kids going to a comic shops saying, "Oh, I got a comic here to sell. How much are you giving me for this?"
But why would you want to piss kids off? Kids want candy, man. That's you give them a book. They don't want to see
Yeah,
that
I don't want
shit.
to read. I don't want to read Archie free.
Well, they don't want to read anything.
Yeah, reading. Yeah, reading. That's
Maybe.
what you grown-ups do.
So this has been a major psyop. We're also
Yeah.
trying to make sure they can.
My God.
People are being that they can actually go in there and cast. You know what I'm saying? So, no, they don't get to stay here. You did it illegally. And we need those jobs going to people who actually are here legally. So that's what
Speaking of something that you don't need to read, you can just look at the pictures.
needs to happen.
Would you like to see a photo book about Formula One?
Yeah.
It's not meant to scare anyone, merely to inform.
So this was by one of the greatest Formula One photographers, Rainer Schlegelmilch.
What's the
And
name again?
Rainer Schlegelmilch.
Sounds. I feel like I should say Gesundheit.
Yeah. So this book, I used to look at it in a supermarket and one day my uncle bought it for me on my birthday, and it's a collection of Formula One pictures from 1969 to 1989. So
Is that a German name? That guy's name?
yeah. The guy's he's German. Actually, let me see.
Watch for confirmations tomorrow. And again, weird.
Gotham said some guy yesterday asked me for old X-Men. I showed him the Soul Rage issues I had, but he wanted the Jim Lee. Can you imagine what next year's Free Comic Book Day is going to have? Myers says the Monsters and the Addams Family were about integration. There goes the neighborhood, etc. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
So these are racing cars from the late 60s.
Man, I thought
The
that was a girl doing the splits there.
the orange one is a
I must have a
McLaren.
dirty mind.
Yeah, the orange one is a McLaren. Around the back on the left you have a Lotus, and the other one is a Matra, I think. Actually, no, it's not. Actually, it is. No, it's a Brabham.
Am I the only one that saw a girl doing the splits there?
Yeah.
God almighty, what's wrong with me?
And these cars are Formula One cars, but they're jumping.
We do want transparency. But things will be
The blue one is a Matra. This is Jackie Stewart. Here's a Lotus again. They were sponsored by they were the first ones to introduce tobacco advertising to Formula One.
Oh.
Here's the STP March.
STD.
STP. So yeah, Andy Granatelli wanted to go into Formula One, so they were sponsoring the March team. And you have the Gold Leaf Lotus again. And the other one is a Tyrrell.
Do they still use that original logo, the STP logo?
Yeah. If you go to a parts shop, they still have this.
Yeah, I always loved that as a kid. I wasn't really sure in third grade what that meant, but it was just cool looking, you know.
Okay, so let's jump to the 70s now.
It says repost lost. Various types of law declared in this country.
Actually, I'm going to jump to 70s, 1978, 1978. Oh, yeah, 1978. It's got some nice pictures.
This country donate to the foundation. How much do they donate to McCain, Pelosi, to others?
So on top you have the Renault Turbo, the first Formula One turbo car. The Ligier is the one sponsored by Gitan. The Ferrari, that's Gilles Villeneuve. Over here you have the Wolf, which was a car sponsored by a Canadian millionaire. The first Williams, sponsored by the Saudi royal family. The arrows here in gold, sponsored by Warsteiner Beer. This one's the Shadow. The Shadow team was American. This is the Tyrrell and the Chesterfield McLaren, which was a very rich guy was paying to drive a Formula One car. And over here you have the cars seen from the front, all of them from the same angle. So Wolf, Ferrari, Shadow, ATS, and Tyrrell again, and Renault. So this guy was a good photographer. These are in the Monaco Grand Prix.
Plans. She will be campaigning, sharing a stage that did happen. She was all tearful. I don't think it worked.
Oh.
But I understand why she's tearful.
Okay, so the top picture is in the Monaco Grand Prix, and they're going around a restaurant where I had dinner once when I went there for a media presentation. And this one is the start of the Long Beach Grand Prix in California. And Mario Andretti was racing.
And then invited comes out on the night of All Hallows Eve, when all the darkness slithers out of the night. Here he is.
Here, this one, the photographer managed to capture a continuous shot of a crash. So you see the car going off,
Just really, really.
and here
And
crashing
Oh
it.
boy.
Yeah.
There's so much car wrecks on Instagram, and that
Yeah.
they got upset because I put a picture of Shemp Howard on Instagram, and the AI thought it was Hitler because there was a shadow under his nose, and he was petting the dog from the Little Rascals comedies, and they thought that was the Hitler's dog Blondie. And then I go on Instagram, and some guy's going along on a motorcycle with someone on behind him on the motorcycle, and he falls over and goes right under a truck's wheels. He's this big fat guy, and the wheel goes over his belly, and you see it pop, and you see all his guts fly out. And then he's squashed, and the other person somehow magically didn't go under the wheel and comes over to him. And I'm thinking, how is that on Instagram? I just saw guys get squashed and get popped like a mosquito all over the street. And because they thought one of the Three Stooges was Hitler, why can't? What if you want to do a historical thing on a page on Instagram?
Yeah,
You can't post a picture of the enemy leader. It's that
yeah,
bad just to show a
history
picture.
history groups on Facebook and the historians on YouTube are always complaining that they can never do anything on World War II. Okay,
What
so
is that?
this ones are the racing drivers. The guy on the wheelchair used to be a racing driver at the time this photo was taken. So this is 1984. He was a Swiss guy called Clear Regazzoni. The one with Rothman's sponsorship was considered the greatest up-and-coming driver that season, but he died a year after in a different motorsport.
Um,
And this is when Niki Lauda was a crowned champion for the third time. His teammate Alain Prost at McLaren won the race, but Lauda was champion by half a point. Lauda was he doesn't have most of his hair in his ear because of the crash he had in 1976, which is where they based the movie Rush.
What about the racing? This is the American racing where it's like what was the girl racer in the 60s and 70s? What was her name? She had it was like maybe a husband and wife team, and she was always showing her cleavage. It was like Jungle Jim and
I have no idea what that is.
but that's probably considered like very I mean, you're looking at the classy. This is probably more like pro wrestling. Like you guys. It's not I mean, are there going to be pictures of like Linda Vaughn, the Hearst Shifter girl, in any of these books, or is that kind of lowbrow?
Well, we do have grid girls, but they're more like swimsuit models. They're not they don't show cleavage like it's Hooters. Let me see if we got some grid girls around here. Okay, yeah, here's grid girls.
Yeah, the one played by Bonnie Bedelia in the movie, I don't know. I'm not sure what movie it was.
Grid
Yeah,
girl.
And everybody called me teacher. So this is why they're going to get
yeah.
The drivers used to take their girlfriends and wives to the races as well. So
Well, there was a female racer, but she kind of dressed with hot pants, and it was she really played it up.
Yeah, there's a series here of pictures which I can't show because algorithm. There's a woman lifting her top and exposing her boobs, and of course, it's in one of the U.S. races, not in Europe. It's in
Yeah.
Long Beach, so Californians.
Oh my gosh, those evil Californians. I'm
This one's fun. This one's fun. When Sega sponsored the Williams team, they did this thing with with Sonic the Hedgehog.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. So these are more normal grid girls in the 70s. Then a few years ago they banned grid girls because it was misogynist. But the women who did that, they liked doing that. It gave them some exposure. They were paid for that, and now it's one less source of revenue. So congratulations for empowering women feminists.
It's like when they let's do away with the freak shows at the circus. Well,
Mhm.
what exact employment do you expect them to move on to? Well, I can't be in the freak show. I guess I'll become CEO of Xerox
Yeah,
Corporation.
the, this one's in. So car sponsored by Camel, and there's the camel.
Yeah. My gosh.
And this was fun. And in a lot of cases, this was the first time I saw pictures of a bunch of cars from the old days, because I didn't have access to the internet yet, and I wanted to know more stuff. I have a book which was published in installments in the newspaper I eventually wound up working at, and that's the first time I heard about the history of racing, going back to all the way to 1894.
Oh, really?
Mhm.
I didn't know I had a Frankenstein. Holy shit. Shit,
You can put yourself. Yeah.
I've got a Frankenstein Classics Illustrated, and I had no idea I owned this. That's interesting. This is one I was about to file into this Classics Illustrated box. It's Wild Bill Hickok, which it looks like he's like, oh, I'm sorry. It's like he's sheepishly got the sheepish face as he shoots you.
Mm.
It's shitty condition. I don't know. I've got these Classics Illustrated, or I can't believe people. Well, they're great. I shouldn't knock them. 26. But this was always a problem because uh, the well, teachers, when you did book reports, they didn't want you to do a book report of a movie. I remember I wrote a book report of The Hobbit, and the teacher said, well, normally I don't like to have students read books that movies have been made, because there had been the cartoon, the Rankin Bass cartoon had come on to, this is in the late 70s, and it's like, well, I read the book. It's like if every time a movie is made based on a book, then it's that book is forbidden. It pretty much takes away a lot of great books. But Classics Illustrated are famous for kids just reading the comic instead of actually reading the book. This is I'm trying to remember, man. What is this? This one's like what is this? Matt Baker, I think it is. This one's got some significance. Okay. I don't know what book. Was there a book? Wild Bill Hickok? I don't think this is. Sometimes they cheat. It's not really based on a book.
Well, Bill Hickok was a real character, but
Yeah.
none of the stories were based on the actual person.
Yeah.
They just made them up.
Yeah, probably so. And then this is sometimes they would just have historical books. That's probably what Wild Bill Hickok is. This is just the story of the Civil War. Okay, so, but this is all like very this would be a ridiculous thing to really try to collect because all the different editions of them. Um, and it's really not. Some of them are great. Some of them, the artwork is pretty crummy. This is World War II from Classics Illustrated. Well, you don't. The Classics Illustrated. They hide the Classics Illustrated on this one because I think they. This looks a lot more attractive to a kid when you see the Classics Illustrated. Over here,
Mm,
it looks.
yeah,
Oh, that's the comics my grandmother wants me to read.
yeah,
So you hide it down here. It's like, God damn, that looks cool. Oh, and it's hidden.
yeah.
We're embarrassed that we're Classics Illustrated, and it looks like Bing Crosby there
Mm,
with a giant explosion
yeah.
happening around him while he's singing White Christmas. Oh my gosh, there's the bad guy that you're not supposed to show on Instagram. Oh my gosh, what? Look at him there. It's like they're in love, but he's a little mad at him. Yeah, this look. I haven't read this yet. Interesting. Yeah, well, they're educational comics. Why anyone would want to read about the Royal Canadian Mounted Police? I don't know. Maybe it's
Not even in Canada.
rockets, jets, and missiles.
Mm,
Okay, so what am I trying to do? I'm trying to file in some recent. This one is like, this feels brand new, glossy. Um,
mm,
this came from a third grade teacher, had a whole, in the 50s, had a whole classroom library of these. One of the teachers that wasn't averse to these books. This one has good art in it, actually. Some of them, the artist looks like it's done by someone with a. This one's pretty good. Um, but I don't think any of the kids ever read the comics. They were like not the type comics kids want to read, so they stayed on her shelf and then I guess they got handed down to the teacher handed them down to her daughter who became a teacher and then wound up selling these to Kevin at Gotham City Comics. Let's see what people are saying here. Uh, I'm thinking of Shirley Muldowney. That's not. I don't think that's who I'm thinking of. It's like Jungle Pam or something like that. It's more sleazy kind of. I'm thinking of. I'm not thinking of NASCAR. I'm thinking of. Remember the commercials? Sunday, Sunday, Sunday. See the. It was like a freak show ads that would appear on the radio. That was not. It was funny cars. See the funny cars. See the Batmobile race the Dragula. That kind of stuff. The more sleazy racing, drag racing. I guess you'd call it drag racing.
mm.
NASCAR has a more high class image.
No, it
I
doesn't.
well, than what I'm talking about. They don't say Sunday. I don't know, doesn't it? I see
Yeah,
when I
yeah,
went to there's a super fancy NASCAR racetrack over in Fort Worth. They built about 15 years ago. It's like
yeah. Texas Motor Speedway.
yeah, yeah. I would go there. They would have something called the Pate Swap Meet in the
Hmm.
parking lot of it, and it's a giant parking lot, and all these people selling memorabilia would show up, and it wasn't. Some of it's car memorabilia, some of it's signs,
Hmm.
magazines, comics. They had all kinds of stuff.
Here's the thing. Although that type of drag racing is usually equated with street racing, the people who founded the National Hot Rod Association, they were the children of rich people. The
Yeah.
guys like Dan Gurney and Mickey Thompson came from there, and and NASCAR was founded by a bootlegger.
Okay. I think that, weren't you saying the Charlton comics were pretty realistic in their depiction of cars? The answer is
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. Jack Keller used to work on hot rods and racing cars, and his cars, you can recognize the real models. The guy who drew most of Diabolic's stories in Italy, Sergio Zanioni, he was very good at drawing the Jaguar that Diabolic drove. And in Europe, we had the Michel Vaillant comic, but the guy who was actually good at drawing the cars was the assistant. What was the guy's name? He had a cartoonist nickname.
Yeah, I don't know.
No, I used to know and I forgot, and so I'm looking it up.
Holy crap. Posted before is always the mic dropper. Like, oh, wow. Okay. It's coming. I mean, I'm glad that I'm not going to have to keep making videos talking about
All right.
I'm glad that we'll get to see the results of all of our hard work. We've all worked together on this.
1980s.
Bring it on. Then good old Kin models is nothing other than a white reptilian.
Belgian artist called Clovis. He was the one that knew how to draw the cars with the sponsors on, because he had a good photographic collection.
Huh.
Like a reptilian alien. Why?
I like when the mother writes, Stevie, Christmas Eve, 1961. I've got a bunch of comics with that written from the same mother. She wrote like when the kid got the comics on and where he was at when he got the comic on every front cover.
Remember, they've had all the stuff about 11.3. That's tomorrow. No, today's 11.3. Tomorrow's 11.4. And then, what's going to happen on 11.5 is obviously what we're all waiting for. Notes there are.
What you can tell the good Dennis the Menace comics. When I was a kid, I realized this. See, this is a later period Dennis the Menace. See how his hair is not over his eyes? This is the more kind of, but when the hair covers his eyes, then he's really evil. See, this is where he's like someone that like burns your house down, as opposed to someone that just shoots slingshot.
Eight different celebrities that are now.
See, here it's kind of in between. This is probably okay, but the stuff from the 50s is better. See here, the hair's completely out of his eye. This is a childhood copy of here, but the older you get,
celebrities were involved.
yeah,
Provided by his former.
You can just tell the difference.
It's all building up to something. 91 seconds.
It's another comic I traded to that kid in third grade to get it because I was so excited because it was a 15-cent comic. It seemed like it was so ancient to me.
You're dealing with pure evil.
But
why wasn't she prosecuted for her emails? And again, this was done by BO. He had an alias along with each of his staff members. Remember, he lied about knowing.
Dennis the Menace in Washington, D.C.
Snow White, Godfather 3.
Now this.
And we have 6-hour lines for voting happening. That's in some places now.
I'm pretty sure these two are staff. They would reprint the same issues. Tell this is older, and then this is more. This is the one I bought as a kid. And I got this one later. First of all, let's see what it looks like inside. This is kind of older. It's kind of in between. You can tell by the lettering that it's going to be a kind of a good one. The art is more dense. It's just better. Oh my gosh.
Going to win no matter what.
I really loved Dennis the Menace as a kid.
Source claims that they're entirely
Let's see.
they could disregard everything that says otherwise. She reportedly has a transition team already in place.
Yeah, this is hold on.
They have so much certainty that
Yeah, it's the same
they have to do is to make it too big. They already have
glasses.
plans on how they're going to decorate. I hope this isn't true. I don't think they said many of
this is
they do believe that. That's probably how they're keeping
August 69, but it looks like it's no, this is actually they've reprinted this so many times. This is 19 probably done in 63.
And it says the Fed and the IRS at the bottom. That's important.
And then this is a reprinting from 69. And then this one is probably a reprinting from about 72. They would just keep reprinting this stuff. But
it says right here that their Democratic Governor Jay,
it would teach you a lot about.
If the order beyond the fifth.
Yeah, the artwork was really good in these.
So everybody's expecting something to happen.
It says reprinted by popular demand. Yeah. This is 70, 73. Yeah.
We actually watched this movie. It was originally the part of the sea monster, but it just looks like cannibalism. It's really, really disgusting. She's just avidly eating into.
Got two copies. This is where he goes to California.
She shared the
video. Look, number 47. See, 47 appears all the time. I keep trying to tell people that. But I didn't realize that until the 80s when a friend of mine pointed it out.
32 seconds on that.
You're a Star Trek guy, right?
Yep.
Is it true that in the Next Generation, from like the second season on, that they went out of their way to put the number 47 in every episode? Someone will say the number 4, or somehow it'll pop up.
I think they tried to put, they were trying to make sure that the star dates were more realistic because they were always all over the place. So for a few seasons, all the star dates started with the number 47.
But there's a reason for that. There's some.
There was I have it in I have it in the book there. They explain it, but I'll have to go through it because I don't remember the exact reason. I think it was somebody's birthday, but I'm not sure.
I think there was some university where it became like a running joke. It was some Ivy League school, the 47. They had a 47 society, and then all these people that graduated from there went on into film industry in different places, and they wanted to always put 47 in there as kind of a wink, nudge, nudge to their other fellow alumni. And then before long, you just see 47 or it might just be that it rolls off the tongue better than other numbers, but it is everywhere. And of course, now it's, Trump is president 47. And so I don't want to keep bringing that up a lot. Yeah, so he goes to California. I wonder if he goes to where Meyer is. Let's see.
Shout out to all people like who are doing this work for the Alliance, despite the threats and the ridicule, mocking and heckling.
Things are jumping in Angel's camp.
Whatever.
Sutter's Fort, California. These were really done, I think, so Hank Ketchum could write off family vacations, write it off to taxes because he was doing research for the comic books, which of course he wasn't drawing. But I heard that somewhere. It sounds completely like something. Why not? If you can go and do sketches of different parts of the world with your family and then bring them back and give them to a ghost artist to draw a comic book, and it's like you can write off the whole vacation as research for a comic book that you don't do. I don't see why that's a problem.
So all you have to do,
people do worse things.
UV purifier, and the water is fine.
Okay, this is going to be one where he's more evil because it's only issue 23. It's early on. So, and it's a 10-cent book.
So always you want to have the cleanest water you can
Man, David Wilcock went on this is from last Sunday. I'm recording it. And he went on a long time. Ooh, this has got a bad spine roll. Damn. This is weird. It's only certain number of reps. November 2019. Penalties up to 7 years. They're obviously talking about the school. Oh man, he's dreaming about when he's older and he looks like that. His arms are longer is the only difference. What was interesting was the timing of when this happened. Yeah, the artwork when it looks. I think the way to tell the good Dennis the Menace comics is really the lettering style, which is very different from most comic book styles of lettering. It's a very unique. This is the 50s Dennis the Menace, and it's better. Yeah, what he's got the hair over his eyes. That's the way you can. Okay, what are people saying? I completely ignore these people. I shouldn't do that. Oh, there's a whole bunch of stuff in red. Okay. I read that. Oh yeah, crazy. The assistant did all that heavy lifting, like in Cerebus and also in Japanese manga. All the technical background scenes, buildings, etc., was by an assistant.
In Europe
Clovis is
as
a
well.
great, huh?
In Europe as well, the main artist always lets the assistant do all the backgrounds.
Well, I don't think Hank Ketchum even touched any of the comic book
Uh,
art. He just did his daily strip.
yeah, and even then
Heading,
he had an assistant. They all did.
yeah, heading out soon to a local small comic show. The great active meditation of hunting sheep, obscure gems. That's cool. Library 88. Yeah, Hank Ketchum's early Dennis was so different, a really crazy style. And he says, yeah, the print runs of Dennis the Menace must have been huge in the 60s and 70s. Yeah, they were everywhere. It didn't used to be just Marvel and DC. There was a lot. They were just part of the spinner rack. Angel's Camp is not far. Sutter's Fort is in Sacramento. Oh, okay. I should go back and look at that though and pay some attention to it maybe. Um, and you might even have that issue. I imagine you have Dennis the Menace in California. All your years of collecting, you would have probably gotten that. 20. Anyway, this box has some of my Dennis the Menace and his Classics Illustrated. 48 hours before this happens, and he's issuing a bold warning about this network and says they are guns in the sky. So I got a little more filed. I'm still needing to file these Archie comics. And I can't believe how many people just trust them and think so. Turn on the TV and watch is any good. It's not. Don't be surprised. What is this here? The really early Dennis the Menace were the really early Dennis the Menace were reprinted by Drawn and Quarterly or Fantagraphics, and the first volume Dennis is shockingly different artwork. I think I have that. I wonder if I have that. It's crazy. So yeah, we're gonna see probably. I think I do. Who knows what's gonna happen? Look. Of the Red Mirage. Oh my God. I was. Oh, wait. So Meyer says Hank Ketchum lived in my area as a kid. I lived in Pacific Grove. The Ketchums lived in Carmel. Yeah, yeah. I think you told me that once. That's interesting. The result should be finalized by 9 to 10 p.m. If it's enough of a landslide, it won't even matter. Let's hope all this stuff might go nowhere. But they want. Little beach towns right next to each other. Genius who came up with this, millions of dollars in think tank. Oh yeah, it's all the Red Mirage. I don't know if about a year ago, Meyer was telling me about this amazing basketball player and they get hundreds of copies of these magazines about her here, and but I don't know if these are distributed all over the country or if they're regional, but this one just came out. It's really hilarious because this girl comes out and just is like astonishing. And I mean, even if you're not into sports, it just makes the other players so mad. It's funny because it's like it's like she's a space alien. And so there, these two have been out, but that one with the white cover just came out like last week. Okay, man, there's not enough light in here. I can't see shit. Okay, so Three Stooges reprints, Flash Gordon, Thunder, King of the Congo, Dr. Solar. Um, you know, it would be helpful if I put these in alphabetical order. There's Dennis the Menace. Yeah, this is probably what they're talking about, possibly. Let's get over here in the light. The cult classic comic books by Owen Fitzgerald and Fred Toole. Okay, so they've discovered who the artists were. Yeah, it's the artwork I'm talking about, but it's the reproduction isn't perfect. It would be better to own the original comics, but you know, you can't always do that. But you can tell that this has been cleaned up. It's been shot from a comic book, so they must not have had access to the original art, which is makes sense. Um, yeah, it's the early stories. Um, yeah, it's it's the good stuff. He just always looked meaner. He always had his his eyebrows furrowed and hair in his eyes. What is this book? Oh, this is the Babysitter's Guide by Dennis the Menace. This is an old book. No, um, it's just actual Hank Ketchum newspaper strips. See, in the early Hank Ketchum newspaper strips, he was the more mean-looking kid,
Mm.
and then later Hank Ketchum started drawing him a little. They kind of followed the comic book the way that Hank Ketchum was doing it at the time. Um, yeah. Yeah, this is supposed to be actually written by Dennis the Menace, and it's supposed to be some help with the pictures and spelling by. Okay. Uh, Craig Yo has been going ballistic on Facebook about how much he hates Trump. Where are my Craig Yo books? Maybe over. I don't know where anything is, man. Oh, I don't know where anything is. But yeah, so I do have that Dennis the Menace book actually. Man, is this considered a firearm? You're allowed to show this on Instagram and whatever we're on YouTube? It's a squirt gun. I better be careful because they're insane.
It doesn't look like one. That's okay.
Yeah, well, I was showing squirt guns before and it got me in trouble.
But that one looks like a snake, so no. So I guess it's not going to activate the algorithm.
Hey, look at this. This might be interesting to you. Um, it's the plate
Uh-huh.
for the Indianapolis 500.
Yeah. Is that a list? Is that the winners list?
I guess. Uh,
Does it go
it
back to
looks like
1911? Does it go back to 1911?
1911 to 1962 is the most
All
recent
right.
date. So that
Yeah.
dates it, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
There's Spider-Man hanging. There's the Green Goblin up here. I don't have that issue, man. I wish I had this issue of Spider-Man where he's being dragged behind by the.
Yeah, the winners of in 1938 and 1939, their car was owned by a known mobster.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was the president the president of the International Brotherhood of Steel Workers. So and he was connected with the mob.
Oh my gosh. Um, well, that's probably the case with a lot of. People would be surprised how many people are connected with
Yeah,
all that.
the guy was called Mike Boyle. He was known as Umbrella Mike. Eh, of course, he was not the first. He was not the first mobster in the Indianapolis 500, and he was not the last either.
Hmm.
And there's rumors that they want to do a movie about the IMSA race car championship. Uh, During the years where a bunch of guys were running around with their paying to race with money from drug dealing. And there was a joke at the time that IMSA, which means International Motorsports Association, actually meant International Marijuana Smugglers Association. And a bunch of those guys, the Whittingtons, John Paul, and his son John Paul Jr. and Randy Lanier, all went to prison over it, and a few of them were trying to establish actual racing careers, and there it went.
Myers talking about this Dennis the Menace statue
Hmm.
at the park, where Hank Ketchum lived, that was stolen and then later returned, and that reminded me. I was told yesterday that apparently Trump said that he's going to restore all the statues that were torn down that summer, several, whenever that was, that summer where every city was on fire and they were tearing down statues. Most of the statues were of Confederate heroes, but some of them they just tore them down because they looked like they were old statues, and so it must be someone bad if it's old. But maybe all those statues, some of them have been taken. Some of them were removed and put into storage somewhere. And yeah, so you
They
just
can
tear
just
down history. It just makes no sense.
even with that, they can't just throw them out because they have to they have to take account of what happened to the statue. So they have to explain why it was removed and where it went. So either they put it in. So if they were to destroy it, there should be consequences over it.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, some of the statues that they were removed like overnight by the local town, and some kids went out and pulled it down. I saw one come down right on top of a kid. I don't know how
Hmm.
bad. He probably it didn't. I don't think he was. I don't know how he wasn't killed, but I'm sure he's got some memory problems now because that thing hit him on the head.
Hmm.
And I remember Nancy Pelosi saying, "Well, I don't see any value in statues. I don't keep photos of my parents, and why do statues?" In other words, it's just the idea of the past doesn't matter, you know.
Hmm. Well, if you have somebody say, "I don't keep pictures of my parents," you sound like a psycho.
Yeah, she is, she's nuts. They're all nuts. Okay, so David Wilcock's doing his mass meditation. That means this episode's almost over. I wonder when the new one's gonna start. Probably in about 10 minutes. If it hasn't already started. So, my gosh. So, oh, there was a comic I was wanting to talk to you about. Is it called Jodelle? What do you know about? It's like a Barbarella kind of thing. Do you know about that?
Jodelle?
I think it's Jodelle.
I don't know it.
This healing made me slide a huge
So let's
Okay,
go
I'll
to
get it.
our.
It's one of those things where I've got to be real careful what page I
Hmm.
turn to because it's
Ah,
one of those kind of French things. It's like but it's
okay.
really cool, bright pop art, 60s stuff. I mean, it's just like,
Yeah,
I,
it's a one shot, and it was not published by a. They're actually very. Yeah, this is not a mainstream comic in France.
yeah, I don't know. This may have been just something put out like in a book form, like an early graphic novel. I don't know. Maybe it wasn't like a periodical.
It,
It's just a book called The Adventures of Joe Dell, and it might be
yeah.
like, um,
Is it a collection of short stories or one pagers?
I don't know. It's here somewhere.
Okay, so Les Aventures de Jodelle, April 1966 in France, 68 pages, and this
Where is?
was not available commercially in mainstream distribution. So
Oh, really?
the publisher is one guy called Eric Losfeld. So it's not an actual publisher.
I remember it doesn't
Uh,
have the sleeve,
hmm.
so it's maybe is it this one? No, I know it was here.
Yeah, that appeared in the magazine that became Charlie Hebdo.
Oh, okay. That's the one that they got attacked.
Yeah, it was
Yeah, I could see how um it could be considered offensive. I just don't. No, I'm not seeing it. What?
yeah. The artist
Oh,
is
here it
named.
is. I'll take it upstairs. I lost the
Mhm.
uh, cover at some point. Must have been torn up when I got it.
Well,
Um,
trying to find a page that
have
that would
you
trigger.
have you heard of Phoebe Zeitgeist?
Yes, but I've
I
never
think
seen a book.
I've got that book somewhere. That was like I think Michael O'Donoghue from National Lampoon and later
Yeah.
Saturday Night Live.
Mhm. Turns out that the French edition of that book was published by the guy that published that Jodel, the French Phoebe Zeitgeist.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's very similar, subject matter. It's like probably both kind of inspired by Barbarella.
Hmm.
Um, just a moment. If you could just cover for a second, I got to run to the restroom.
Hmm.
I don't want to take the camera with me.
Yeah, Phoebe Zeitgeist. Yeah, the more erotic stuff gets forgotten, and it's a shame that it does. Especially if you try to make something funny with it. It's like they're telling a joke and then you forget about the joke. But the guys who usually do that art are pretty good. So like I don't have any Sally Forth. I wouldn't mind having some. I have this massive collection of Canon strips by Wally Wood, and there's always naked women all around. And I never actually got around to finishing the book, although I did get to page 100 and something. It's an ongoing story, so it is an adventure story, but because that thing was published in an army newspaper, it it could have all all the nudity and violence that Wood wanted. It was being read by soldiers only. Although I think Wood used some canon stories in one of his magazines. Not sure if it was Whitson or not. Heroes Inc. Yeah, there's canon stories in Heroes Inc.
You're talking for Heroes Incorporated? Yeah, I've got that comic.
Yeah, because I was talking about. I would say shame that that heroic comics don't get the same credits that some other stuff does.
Yeah, Heroes Incorporated. That was a pretty common book. I mean, because they printed millions of them. Okay, the first page is acceptable viewing. This says copyright 1966, printed by Fratelli Spada, Clampino, Roma, Italy. So translation copyright 1967 by Grove Press. Originally published in Paris, France by Eric Losfeld, editeur. Oh yeah, so it has a real pop art look, like it's kind of unwieldy. But there's a lot of inappropriate images in this book, so I have to pre-screen the pages. But it's cool looking. Oh boy. I guess this is all okay to see. It looks like this, just bright, colors. It
is an
really, what it
interesting.
looks like? It looks like pinball art. It looks like the back glass of a pinball machine, is what it looks like, doesn't it? It looks
Yeah,
like.
yeah. No,
I
even
mean, it's
for
not.
something
It's
alternative, it's not the type of aesthetics you'd usually find. I don't, not even heavy metal ended up using that color palette anywhere.
Yeah. This is strictly right on the pop art wave. Batman, Lichtenstein, Andy Warhol. That's what this is writing, and most of this is kind of. This is more kind of like it doesn't look like it really goes much further than a Warren magazine or Barbarella. Really, this isn't like a Tijuana Bible. It's nothing horrifyingly. It's just the occasional. Yeah, a lot of this could be with just a little bit of touching up. That you see, there's a little bit of there, but it's just super bright and you know it looks like this, and it's the Adventures of Joe Dell. And there was a slip cover, but I maybe I didn't have a slip cover, but I don't know. If I had a slip cover, it was so trashed that it was just like falling apart. But I've had that for years and didn't really know much about it. I mean, I could tell obviously that it was a French thing, but I don't know if is it famous? How famous is it? I guess I could look it up online. But
I don't think it's very famous, but people in the know would be looking for it. So, Bedetech as the estimates that a copy would go between $75 and $100 for the French edition.
well, what about an American edition? I'm not that I'm selling it, but I'm just curious.
That I don't know. If you can find it on my comic shop, probably not. It's not something that a lot of people will know it exists.
Probably $15, I'm guessing, without the slip cover. I don't think it'd be worth anything really. $10. That's probably what I paid for it.
Okay, so they have a Fantagraphics edition.
Oh, was there later?
Yeah, the Fantagraphics edition. My comic shop doesn't have it. They would sell it for. Actually, they would sell it for. There's an eBay listing where they sold it for $97 for the Fantagraphics edition.
Okay, yeah, you're smart enough to look at completed listings, not what people are asking. Yeah.
That's what appears here in my comic shop because they don't have copies for sale, but they don't have that one from Grove Press. So, Jodel, Grove Press.
Is that the one I have is from Grove Press?
Yeah, that's what you said when you were reading
Yeah,
the.
okay, I don't remember my
Yeah.
mind. What is Grove Press known for anything? Is it a publisher that does stuff like this generally, or?
I don't. They do have some comics, but I don't think they were specialized in it.
Okay.
Yeah, they tried. I think they tried doing comics around that time. They had a book, they did Barbarella and Phoebe Zeitgeist, and did Jodel at the same time. So it's quite possible that the reason that Phoebe Zeitgeist ended up in France was probably a rights exchange. So you give us Barbarella and Jodel, and we'll give you Phoebe Zeitgeist or maybe something else. They published an Emmanuel comic in 1980, but it was the Italian one by Guido Crepax. Evergreen Review. So this is a magazine. Frustration. What is this? Can't even find. Yeah. Oh, and they did a lot of Crepax in the late 70s, early 80s. Grove Press.
A lot of what? What do you call it? A lot of
Guido Crepax is an Italian artist, very well known for doing erotic stories.
Okay.
His most famous character is Valentina.
That sounds familiar.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, they're not a comic publisher, but they did that type of comics.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
All right, 8 books in the UK are listing the Grove Press edition for about $75, I guess. But it would have to have the wraparound cover.
Yeah, that's missing.
So if you ever wanted to sell it, you could probably try asking 40 and go down to 30 or 25 if it had to.
Oh, I'm not.
Yeah, of course.
I don't sell anything, but
yeah.
Here's the Frank Frazetta ad in the TV guide for the premiere of Battlestar Galactica.
Nice.
And they made the cover of the guide, and it was a 3-hour broadcast, and they even have an ad for the soundtrack there.
Mm-hmm.
And on the other network, they have the premiere of the lousy 76 King Kong movie. That was about 2 years old at the time. And then the other channel's got the Emmy Awards. Those award shows used to be a big deal, but I think anyone cares about the Emmys or the Oscars anymore. Yeah, this used to be a big deal every fall when all the new TV shows started. My goodness. New season of Charlie's Angels. This is what's going on here? Oh, it's I guess for the first Farrah Fawcett Majors guest stars. I was wondering why there's 4 of them. She's already quit, but she comes back, I guess, for the first episode of the season, maybe to introduce her replacement. So, which was Cheryl Ladd. My gosh. So, what are the most popular American shows over there?
Right now, I'm not really sure.
I mean, like classic shows, like traditionally
classic
that have been loved by,
classic shows. Knight Rider, MacGyver, the A-Team, for some reason Dallas.
Okay.
Before that, some people watched Bonanza, but we didn't have most of the stuff from the 60s and 70s.
Okay, so you didn't get much of the old, I mean, the classic
No.
days of television, though, the 50s and 60s.
Yeah, my parents did not watch American television. It's my generation, the first ones who were exposed to mass media, who had a constant constant presence of American shows on TV.
But were they aired
No.
at the time?
Bonanza was aired. The Saint was aired.
Okay.
I Love Lucy was only aired in the 80s. Nobody in
really?
Yeah, nobody in Portugal knows what the Brady Bunch was, nor the Munsters, nor the Addams Family.
Really?
Yeah.
What about the movies, Addams Family movies from the 90s? Were those brought over?
The Addams, yeah, the one from the 90s was shown here, yeah.
Okay, so when did the original Star Trek first premiere in Portugal?
Around 1979, I think.
Okay, 10 years later.
Yeah, when the movie was when the first movie was about to come out, that's when they would get the show.
Okay, how was it received?
People were not very much into space stuff.
Okay.
The first first space TV series that people liked was Space 1999.
Okay. Well, when they're shown, are they dubbed or they have subtitles?
No, they're subtitles. Dubbing was not really a thing back then. They dubbed some cartoons because they were for the 3 to 5 year old age bracket, because supposedly 5-year-olds can't read. But I always everything that was actually good cartoons I watched with subtitles. Then around the mid 90s they started dubbing every cartoon, and I was not into it. But I was a teenager by then, so I didn't care.
Okay. So, do you think it was because people didn't like to read the subtitles that the American shows were rejected, or just because they were foreign?
Combination of factors between just the general mindset of the average Portuguese in 1968. A lot of people still came from the countryside, so people from the countryside had no idea what outer space was, or they wouldn't think that monsters could be cool to watch. If you showed a horror movie to my grandma, who was born in 1922, if you showed it to her in 1952 when she was 30, she would be scared out of her wits, and she would wonder why anyone would want to watch something like that. And access to, so people didn't really, a lot of people were still illiterate. All of my grandparents were illiterate. So my parents were born in the second half of the 40s. They went to school. I once asked my dad, because my dad really did come from the countryside, and he came to the city when he was 10 to extend his extended studying beyond the 4th grade because you only had to go up to 4th grade. And my grandfather had to be convinced that it was worth it. So my dad would go to, instead of going to high school, he would go to a trade school because then he could start working with it.
Mm-hmm.
So my dad doesn't like fiction that is not realistic. So
Okay.
a movie set in World War II, he would watch. A cop show, depends. He wasn't really much into them, but if something had monsters or aliens, he would think that it's completely useless to even know it exists.
Okay.
It's for people who like fantasy, and people who like fantasy are not productive members of society.
So how many? So a community of people that you can relate to there is pretty small, and are
Yeah.
there people that you know in person? Or are they in other towns? Or
Yes, most are around here. So I'm in the Lisbon metropolitan area. I'm 25 miles from the capital city. So I do know people. Growing up, I never had more than 2 friends at the same time who read comics.
yeah, that's about how it was for me. Yeah.
But people watch TV, and when I was, and we all liked watching liked watching the A-Team and Knight Rider while I was in elementary school. Not everyone liked the same shows. For some reason I always hated Miami Vice.
I did too. I thought it was ugly looking. Just the way they dressed, the music. It was horrible, man. It was worse than the bell bottoms in the 70s. I just thought the 80s, that time period, had an ugly, ugly look. So,
But science fiction was not for everyone. People, when Star Trek TNG premiered, nobody was excited about it. And they put it on a daytime time slot. They only showed the first 2 seasons. Then my building got satellite TV, and I started watching Sky One, and that's where I saw everything. They were showing the Star Trek. They were always repeating Star Trek TNG. That's where I found out about the Brady Bunch and Different Strokes, because we didn't have it. We didn't have Different Strokes, but we had Maude. So yeah. The first success of an American TV series, also from around that time, would be in the late 70s, early 80s, when they started showing All in the Family for the first time. So we were like 5 years behind.
Yeah.
But before that, you would not. So even today, people who watch American TV shows, they are wealthy enough to want to pay for subscription services, because you can't find them on TV. You can't find most stuff on TV. Maybe on some cable channels, but not all. I mean, I'm always getting Disney Plus ads on the Fox channels. The Fox channels are open on cable, but Disney Plus and the other subscriptions, I would have to pay for them, and I'm not interested in paying extra to watch more TV. So
Yeah.
because if you subscribe to those shows, I mean, just to watch that show when it's on, when it's new, you're not gonna pay $20 extra to watch one show. And here in Portugal, it's even worse than in the US with subscription services, because we get like 10% of what you have available all the time, and they there's some movies and series, they leave them on for 3 months and then they get rid of them and then you'll never see them again. They don't bring them back. And I don't get the how the policy works, how they do those choices. And if it's really, if they're making it hard, if I'm paying extra, they're making it hard for me to watch something. There's really no point in spending money there.
I think that's very, very unlikely.
Yeah.
But like, if the baby's already a baby, and then you're like, well, yeah, I know.
Oh gosh.
This whole baby thing, yeah, I kind of changed my mind. I know it came out; it was the last minute, but I kind of not feeling too good about this.
What about
Just kind of like pretend this never.
what movies and music are from the United States are popular there?
Pop music.
It's pretty.
Yeah.
It's up to the states, and very, very few states.
The new kids, they don't know what rock and roll is. And there's a generation of people who are not even getting into metal. And right now, what's popular are African rhythms.
Interesting.
There you go. That's the boxing thing. You can handle it. You want to clean that sucker a lot. Maybe every time, just soak it in bleach or something. But you don't need toilet paper. I mean, you figure that out pretty quick.
But personally, I don't really follow what's going on in music. I haven't listened to a new band for like 12 years, so I don't know.
Really?
Yeah. And I don't listen to pop, so.
I don't either. Modern stuff.
And why would you stop them from enjoying the lives? They're just trying to enjoy the life.
The last new things I saw probably from the UK.
So yeah, I want to start out.
I think Russian Murphy from Moloko was working on with those guys that I last saw, and I can even remember their names. Let me. Discogs, if I can find it.
I just found this magazine. They used to give this away free at the supermarket. NASCAR Texas pole position. I guess that's probably at that Texas Motor Speedway.
Yeah.
This is kind of the type magazine you would write for.
Well, 45, 47 has been using that.
Not like that.
Says love is a wisdom lady. Thank you, lovers.
I mean, I don't know. I guess it seems like a pretty slick magazine to just be giving away free.
Well, that depends on how much advertising it's got inside.
Well, I mean, it's got some, but yeah, there's genuine dog chews.
Because a lot of people are all feeling.
Yeah, this is when is this from? It's from.
Has been studied by various scientists, and we know.
Okay.
For example, with the work of guys like Dr. Gene Reagan, that random number generators inside computers.
Pretty good photograph there. Let's see, man.
When people
okay.
Emotional events. They measure that they have this thing called an egg, e.g.
Man, they don't make it easy, do they? Where's my magnifying glass? Isn't here. When would you think this is from? This is probably 10 years old.
No, well, it turns out that the electrical.
That's a fusion, yeah.
Is to some degree.
Oh wait, I could look at the copyright date on these ads, right at the bottom.
That was the Penske Fusion, so I'm not even sure. I can't remember if it was Joey Logano wasn't there yet.
Of the person who's having those thoughts. And I'm a lot of different studies together that, of course, I wrote about in source field investigations up here, my first New York Times.
Oh boy.
So it would appear that when we all start grieving, that there starts to become like a wave
in
electricity.
It's an ad for Walther. I don't want to show guns on YouTube, man.
Because now it's pulsing through the chip. It isn't going.
Who is Natalie Decker? Her love for animals. She must be this girl here. She must be a driver.
Doesn't that have the cover date on the cover?
No, I mean, there's not that I see.
What about the spine?
That's what I was looking at. No, yes, it does actually. March 2020.
Okay.
Oh, it's during the pandemic.
All right. Okay. So
I
that picture of the Penske Fusion was not recent. Yeah, but yeah, those are more recent. Yeah, so Gen 6 cars.
Yeah. Well, I probably just, I just have it in here just as a buffer for the magazines. Um, then I have this Atomic Ranch magazine about mid-century furniture and houses and stuff. That I think my wife bought this one. It's cool. But then I have all my Warren Spirit magazines in here,
Mhm.
and then
So we're all becoming more telepathic, we're all becoming more psychic, and we're all going through a great initiation experience. The title of today's talk is
I found this at a
Density Yellow Ray.
at an antique store. It's Confederate Veteran magazine from 1932, September, October 1932. So, man, how old would you have to be a veteran in 1932? The war ended in 1865. In 1932,
That would
that
be almost 70 years later. Yeah,
so you'd have to be maybe
80.
approaching 90. Well, 80 if we're 10. I mean, there
Yeah,
were kids that went in at 12, 13, probably, that looked older.
the youngest drummer boys would probably be in their early 80s by now.
So I think I have several copies of it. It's just, I wonder when they published the last issue. Um, it's
Confederate Veteran Magazine. So let's see if we can find some info on that.
it's not a magazine you probably find in Portugal. Were there
No.
ever civil wars in Portugal? Were there ever?
Yes.
But not close enough in history where there'd be magazines in existence,
No,
or have they been?
the last time we had an actual civil war in the Portuguese territory ended in 1826.
Okay, yeah.
Then we had the colonial wars, but those were fought in the colonies for the colonies' independence
Yeah.
in Africa. Uh, and
There's
we still have veterans of those living.
they're showing this colonel later in life, but listen how they write. Colonel Oswald Tillman in mature manhood. Who
Hmm.
says that? In mature manhood.
Okay, so the
Instead
Confederate
of in
veteran.
later years, in
Yeah.
mature manhood.
So there's a Wikipedia article. The
Yeah.
Confederate veteran was founded by S.A. Cunningham in Nashville, Tennessee in 1893. Initially, it began as a fundraising newsletter for the construction of a monument in honor of Jefferson Davis. The first issue included several articles about Jefferson Davis written by Cunningham, Abram Joseph Ryan's poem entitled The Conquered Banner, and an article about the town of Lexington, Virginia, written by J. William Jones, a Southern Baptist minister. The magazine became the official organ first of the United Confederate Veterans and later of the United Daughters of the Confederacy, the Sons of Confederate Veterans, and the Confederate Southern Memorial Society. Over the years, the magazine became one of the New South's most influential monthlies. Through it, Cunningham became a leader of the Lost Cause movement. It had a readership of over 20,000 by 1900. After Cunningham's death in 1913, the second editor was Edith D. Pope. The magazine ceased publication in 1932. Came back into publication in 1984.
Mm.
Although I imagine that by that time it was written in a completely different style. So 1932. That's yours is from 32.
Yeah.
So it's probably one of the last ones.
Well, yeah, this is a magazine that's imitator of National Lampoon, International Insanity. There was another one called Apple Pie, but that also was an imitation of National Lampoon. Neither one were anywhere close, but you can tell just the way they have the titles up everything's swine flu invades U.S. That was September '76. That's the one of the first times they tried to push a flu scare, and they lied about it, and and then they said everyone was going to die, and they scared me in fifth grade, and then it never happened. So, but I'm Kevin might be interested. I'm sure he'd be able to tell what manufacturer made that creature from the Black Lagoon mask they've got on this fake ad on the back. I don't know if he's watching, but
We still have 12 people, but we haven't had a comment in a while.
yeah, they're probably all asleep or dead. This is a parody of Space 1999. It's Space 1959. So, and it's um, I've got it's done kind of Mad Magazine style. Um, I don't know. I better be careful because on National Lampoon style magazine, there's no telling if I'm just flipping pages what could appear. Um, it's but yeah, this isn't okay. There it is, comic parodies, like National Lampoon would. Sometimes some interesting artists will appear. I mean, National Lampoon had Neil Adams and all kinds of artists doing comic parodies. This is it's Neil Adams working for them. The Panoscopic Man in Operation Falling President, because it was a running joke about Gerald Ford always falling down. So I guess he's falling, and then I guess they're going to turn him into like the $6 million man. A
Okay.
bunch of references to everything that was popular in 1976.
Oh, Kevin is saying that mask was done by Don Post, and he
Oh,
has one.
yeah. I just scored one too. Yeah. Now you got to get this magazine. I'm just kidding. Um, I'll teach you to master transcendental meditation in a single evening. This is actually a real ad, but it's almost so ridiculous that you think it was because I have taken the mystery out of transcendental meditation.
Yeah. So how long would they have to read it till they figured it out that it's not a joke?
Yeah, well, that ad is probably funnier than anything that's supposed to be funny in here. Shoot. Oh, did you see that?
What?
Did you
No, I
the
guess.
pic? You saw it?
No, I didn't.
Oof. Yeah, it was some nudity.
Uh,
This is Hitler's Kitten, The Fuhrer and His Feline by Richard Smith. He's uh,
yeah. If we were on Rumble, I think you could show boobs on magazines.
yeah, you probably can. I don't know. Oof, shit. Did you see that?
No. Or if I did, it didn't register. You're not
Well,
putting in
this
front of the camera, so all the details pretty small
well,
from here.
there's some. It's pretty dirty, but it's a superhero comic, and it's illustrated by Mike Nasser and Joseph Rubinstein. Are those
Huh?
artists you know of?
Yeah, yeah. Though. So Mike Nasser used to draw the Spectre, and Joe Rubinstein inked everyone at Marvel
Oh,
and
okay.
DC.
Because this looks like good art. I got to cover up this nudity here, but it looks like good art. Yeah, it does look
Hmm.
like the Spectre. Yeah, but boy, boy, they go pretty far. I guess they're trying to be like national. This page, it looks like you can show.
Hmm.
Um, Man, yeah, yeah, they've got some good artists in here. I don't think this lasted more than a few issues. This, oof, man, I better be careful with that magazine.
So it's International Insanity.
Yeah, International Insanity. I think I have another one here. Is there some? I'm sure there's something on the internet about it.
Okay, one. So we
Here's
don't have issue numbers, but
Here's January '77 Turkey of the Year awards. So I guess
that's issue number 4.
is it?
Yeah, my comic shop has listings for 6 issues.
Okay. The last 3 movies, which were actually the first 3. Oh, this is
5 Publishing. Which
this
one's 5
is
Publishing?
the what? Where did that happen? The incident with the plane crash and the soccer players had to eat each other.
Chile.
Okay, there's a parody of that. Um, First, the best-selling book, then a major motion picture, now a new brand of frozen foods. It's not that funny, but I mean, it's National Lampoon was funny. This is trying. They're trying to be funny. It's um,
Does that thing have an editor? Say who the editor was? Because the company doesn't seem to have published anything else.
um, it shows the first issue, and then it shows like a girl. It looks like Creature from the Black Lagoon hands around her. Oh, you want to know who the editor is?
Yeah.
The publisher is Paul Hirsch, editor Bill Skursky.
Never heard.
Art direction, oh man, Michael Sullivan might have been someone that worked on the National Lampoon. There aren't any names I really recognize. Contributing artists, this one has more Neil Adams, Bill Dubay.
Yeah, for some reason they did this magazine with a bunch of comic book people, and
It has inspiration, Harvey Kurtzman,
Mhm.
but he had nothing to do with it.
Okay, Bill Skursky has a page on Lambic. Okay, so the guy probably had a falling out. No, you from there you went to. No, that was before. This was before. Yeah, he probably had a falling out with the National Lampoon guys because Bill Skursky was art director there.
Yeah. Yeah, it must be. Yeah. It's but
Yeah, there's like issue number 1 as a story by Mary Screens and Dick Giordano. There's art by Carl Potts and Terry Austin there. The second one, Judy Brown, Mike Nasser, and Joe Rubinstein. There's the Neil Adams story, more Carl Potts. Issue number 3 isn't here. Issue number 4, the one you have. Oh, there's Frank Chirac with Bob McLeod.
yeah, I'm just looking at the name Frank Scirocco and Bob McLeod. Yeah, I was wondering who. It almost looks a little bit like Neil Adams art, but not quite. It's Single Woman versus the Bionic Housewife.
Yeah, McLeod made he kind of looked like Neil Adams, but he had a very distinct style that you can pick up. And when he inks instead of drawing, he makes all of the art look like it's his art.
Yeah. So yeah, let me see where I can find the Neil Adams art in here.
Oh, issue number 5 is a Mark Wheatley piece about King Kong. Yeah.
It's not on any cable television or network television channel.
Yeah.
And it involves the U.S. military working behind the scenes for the better part of 70.
I mean, that's not Neil Adams.
Some type of peaceful.
Yeah, I don't know where it is, but it's not anywhere close to National Lampoon. It's a pale imitation. But Neil Adams would probably work for anyone that let him keep his art. I guess is how it worked. Oh, it looks like I have another copy of that NASCAR magazine, the same issue at the back of this box. I'm using them like just little cushions for the box.
Really hard thing to live with. Wait a minute, World War I, they set up the assassination of Art Train Steve Ferdinand. Okay.
There's an issue of Weirdo that Now,
If,
cr-
if somebody
cr-
wants to come in, please do, because I probably have to leave in 10 minutes or so.
oh yeah, you can leave anytime you want. I'll just keep going on my own. Don't feel like you have to be here to. This is Crumb. You know, he's trying to introduce Oh shit! I better be careful what I show. God damn.
You better read the things first.
Uh, yeah, man, I didn't expect. Well, yeah, I forgot how far he went with this. He has new artists, from the '80s. He's trying to move forward. All of this. Oh yeah, man, this goes pretty far. There's a Mickey Rat story. Shit. I don't know. Yeah, weirdo. I've got a whole bunch of these weirdo magazines. You got to make dinner.
There's it's the leftovers. On Sunday evening, you eat leftovers.
Oh, is that a traditional thing or just in your
It's
family?
Yeah, most people do it. I mean, people usually on weekends either we have a it's if we get together with family, we have a big feast, and then there's leftover food, or if we weren't home during the day, when we go back, when we come back home, um, we don't nobody wants to cook, because tomorrow is Monday, and we all want to go to bed, and we'll just
Right.
eat something that's easy to make, so some leftovers, or
Oh, okay.
just a soup and a piece of cheese and bread.
Oh, that makes sense. So, when is the night of the big feast on Saturday night?
No, it's usually for lunches.
Okay.
So
So,
Saturday for lunch or Sunday for lunch.
okay. And then in the evening, you just eat leftovers.
Hmm.
Yeah. Um, wow. Yeah, I think everybody's pretty tired. I don't think anyone wants to come on. I'm just kind of hanging out, trying to keep from annoying the wife who's upstairs doing her. But I could go up there and quietly watch David Wilcock with the door closed. But yeah, I probably should do that. What are you up to, Kat? Yeah, we need to get another cat or two. Oh, that says Myers says, "Do you drink wine with meals regularly?"
Yes. Yeah, I'd like, if it's a feast, we're going to go through all of the bottles of wine. But on average, I usually drink two glasses per meal.
Okay. What brand of wine do you prefer?
Uh, we so I'm in wine country, so we have a lot of local stuff that we can choose from.
Oh, okay. Oh my
But
gosh.
if you want to look for Ermelinda wine, that's a local producer who has won a lot of medals in international wine tasting competitions.
Okay. Is any of the stuff that you drink imported over here?
Some might be, but I don't know which ones. It'll depend on what's available. Then who has contracts to get by the FDA, and I know that wineries in California, most of the owners are Portuguese. So
Oh, really?
yeah, because they're the ones who know how to. The California is the place in North America which has the best climate to produce wine. And the Portuguese who immigrated to U.S. who stayed in California, they would be familiar with the weather, so they would get some grapes and start producing.
Okay. So wine is a big part of your culture, huh?
Oh yeah.
See, I don't even know that. I'm pretty naive.
Wine consumption per capita in Europe. So let me, because we're the biggest ones.
Oh,
Yeah, so the average Portuguese person will drink 68 liters of wine per year. And that beats Luxembourg with 49, France with 47, Italy with 43, Slovenia with 37, Germany is only 27. The UK doesn't even register because people in the UK don't really drink wine.
Myers says my grandfather always drank a short glass of wine every meal except breakfast.
Yeah, we no longer drink wine for breakfast, but 100 years ago, a lot of people did.
Breakfast.
In fact,
That's pretty great.
breakfast for children would be you would dip day-old bread in a watered down wine and give it to 8-year-olds. It was called. I'm not joking. It was called tired horse soup.
Was that the? Yeah, was I was thinking, is that to calm them down?
No, it was to brighten their spirits.
Wreck their spirits.
Brighten their spirits.
Oh, I thought you said wreck their
No.
spirits. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Well, gee whiz.
Because now they're checking if they're on that side and think they lost. They think that there was a war.
Well, I guess I'm gonna head on up and see what's going on upstairs. But tomorrow I'm gonna do a stream when I get home from work because I mainly just want to see these shock monster masks. So if those show up, Kevin's not open tomorrow, but he said to go ahead and keep the stream, so I could, we could see those masks. So that's something I'm looking forward to. It's this mask from the 60s called Shocked Monster, and someone's made a new version of it. And so just, I know that's the kind of thing that it makes me excited, like NASCAR to you. um,
I get tired. NASCAR's been doing a lot of bad stuff that I really don't like. Right now, they have 500 lap races, and only the last 20 matter. And they tried to make they have halftime point scoring to make sure that we pay attention to the whole of the races, but it all sounds so artificial. I don't like it.
let's see. Kevin says there's been a lot of wine drinking this past week with all the meltdowns going on.
But we don't drink wine when we have meltdowns. We drink wine when we're happy. When I have a meltdown, I drink bourbon.
Meyer says, is playing cards and gambling popular in Portugal?
No, not really. We do have casinos, but and people in rural areas they play cards or domino, but nothing serious. It's mostly because they have nothing to do. But people don't go out and play cards, and we don't get together with friends to play cards. Besides, it's the type of the Catholic thing that gambling is considered evil. So what we do is we play the lotto, which is owned by an organization that was formerly part of the Catholic Church.
Lotto's probably even more evil, actually. Yeah, ironically.
That's right. No, here's the thing. When the Lisbon casino opened about 15 years ago, they were claiming that they paid out 40% of the money that came in, and the lotto in Portugal pays out about 10% for betting. So for each bet that comes in, so lotto is definitely more evil.
Yeah. What is he saying there? Boca Bali? Boca
Box
Ball? Basketball?
watch ball.
Pokeball? I don't know what
There are clubs dedicated to playing it, but basically they're for nerds.
Myers says, I'm related to a lot of old Azorians, did I pronounce that
Yeah,
right? Who loved gambling and Boca here. Bosa. How do you pronounce that?
in English, I'm not even sure.
How do you pronounce it properly?
Malha escocesa.
Okay, well, that's not, that's a tough one. My goodness. Um, well, I guess I'll
They
let you
used to play it
go.
in I used to watch it from my kitchen window back when I was a kid. They played it in the tennis club here, but I haven't seen it in ages. 'Cause, you have to get a bunch of people who are into it together in one place, and there aren't that many of them.
Hmm. I guess I'll take my Trump sign out of the window because I don't want it to get sun fade. Oh, I gotta move all this stuff out, man. That's painful.
Okay, and I gotta go now for real.
All right, take care.
All right.
See ya.
Okay. See ya.
All right. Whoa. Come on, Trump sign. I gotta move it out a little more. Come on, man. Oh, shit. How far is that? Fuck. It's not in this window. Damn, is it in the other? Oh, shit. What a pain in the ass. I put it in the other window? Is that what happened? Must be in the window. Okay. It must be behind Bella Lugosi. Yes. So, thank you guys for tuning in to this new program from the Grottu Orloff Inspirational Network Perspective Sunday morning talking head show. Hopefully, you've been enlightened by hearing hearing all the intellectual banter here. Um, where would I put Trump's sign? Maybe I could put this upstairs. Well, for right now, I'll just set the Donald Trump sign down here because I got stuff to do. And whoa. Well, we made America great again, ladies and gentlemen. Um, so I'll see you guys tomorrow evening. Possibly before work tomorrow, I might do a quick little stream. So be seeing you, ladies and gentlemen.